You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for hemp. I don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, right now it's time for hemp.
Thank you for taking time for hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach. You are watching the Joint Broadcasting Production Team here at the Time for Hemp Broadcasting Network, putting together a great joint broadcasting project. We are working with Pace Radio Network today with Al Graham, and we have as my joint host today, Al Byrne. Al Byrne is our in-resident joint host, and we'll be talking a whole lot more with him and Al Byrne, who does his own show, his own program jointly each week with his friends on his broadcasting network. And remember, every time you hear the word joint on the big joint interview today, you want to hit your joints, your pipes, your vaporizers, anything that you utilize when you take time for hemp. Al Byrne, why don't you introduce Al Graham to our joint audience who are enjoying this with their joint friends today?
Thanks, Casper. Yeah, folks, Al Byrne here, and I'm introducing Al Graham. Al is a great first name. I've always enjoyed mine, and I always like meeting other Als. So Al Graham and I have talked before. I've actually had the pleasure of being interviewed by him on his Pace Radio show, which is, well, he'll tell us about it, but it's up in Canada Way. And so it gave me the opportunity to speak to some Canadians about medical cannabis, which is sort of my specialty, and veterans issues of any kind, and any veteran of any country. I work with guys that are in South Africa, in Ukraine. We've actually met some Ukrainian soldiers, Australia, Thailand, Canada. They're all over the place. And we all have similar issues. So some of these shows that Casper and I will do in the future will sort of concentrate in that venue. And I hope you enjoy them. Right now, though, Al Graham in Canada has been doing this work for a decade or more. And basically he's on the same page I am. I believe in education, knowledge, and that's what Al Graham does. He does very well at taking knowledge people who are educated, have some experience with what they're talking about, and showcase them. And that's wonderful. And if you guys haven't checked into some of his stuff, it's there on the internet, and you ought to do that. But anyway, Pace Radio Network is now we're kind of symbiotical with these guys. They're going to help us, and we're going to help them. And it's headed up by Al. And with that introduction, can I call you a Canuck? Is that like a bad word or a good word?
A Canuck. I don't know. We have the Vancouver Canucks, and they are in the still. No, they're not. They just got eliminated from the NHL playoffs. So,
all right. Well, I just wanted to check because I don't want to piss anybody off in Canada here. We're just starting out.
You can call me a Canuck. I don't know of any bad thing towards.
We have a token Canuck here.
Yeah. Yeah, well, thanks for the kind words, Al and Casper. PACE, People Advocating Cannabis Education, as you can see on the sign behind me. That's what PACE stands for, and that's what we do. We advocate about cannabis education. We've done things at cannabis events as well as non-cannabis events, and going to non-cannabis events was always important. Whether it was at a farmer's market or at a health show or just doing something local at a fair where I participated in 1 year. I had a booth in there. And that allows you to reach out to people who are non-cannabis in order to try to bring them into the fold, to understand the benefits with cannabis and how it can help patients. So because of my past with in my writing experience, when that ended or getting close to ended, I was invited by a fellow by the name of Casper Leach at Time for Hemp to join him as a joint broadcast on his network. And then he offered me my own show, which created the Pace Radio Show. And that was back in
2011, 2012,
somewhere around there.
2013.
Yeah, because I'm saying it's 11 years old, correct? So 2013.
Yeah.
And I was working with you as a joint host here and there, or filling in, or helping get some Canadian guests on Time for Hemp. And before my own broadcast with you. And then eventually it went from having just the Pace Radio Show to the Pace Radio Network, and I've had as high as 10 different broadcasts on the network. Presently, we have 9 different broadcasts that go out, and we cover everything from news to interviews, patient stories, as well as psychedelics. We discussed that. We have psychedelic programming. We have other content providers who are providing content with us, such as the Veterans Action Council, Humboldt Grace Project, and now Time for Hemp. And we are all people advocating cannabis education.
We certainly are. And I remember hanging out together at the Treating Yourself expos. We had a couple of those where we let the whole country of Canada know how important it was to end cannabis prohibition. And those were courtesy of Marco Renda, who did a great magazine called Treating Yourself magazine. And I tell you, we had a lot of fun doing those. I remember that boat trip that Marco sponsored and around Toronto, and the whole expos that he did together were always world class. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. They were really sad. It was really sad when they were no more because of their importance, and so many people were getting educated by going to the expo. With at that time, I think it was somewhere around about 110, 115 vendors, and there was advocacy rows as well as businesses, educational places. People could get all kinds of information. There was the movies that were being released right there, like What If Cannabis Cured Cancer? by Lynn Richmond, which
Right.
was a very, very important movie. We got to meet people like Dr. Robert Malmamine, rest in peace, good doctor. Dr. Courtney was there as well. And people could get educated. And people came from other places, other countries from around the world
They
in order
did.
to find out about cannabis. So
Yeah. It was
Yep.
amazing. Marco had a huge audience for his magazine. And because of that, you're right, his events did attract a large global presence.
And the thing is that it was in a federal government building. It wasn't hosted by some big consortium or whatever. It was the federal government building where it was being held, and it was the first one in Canada. And it's not like the ones today. In Marco's day, that was before legalization, before laws were put into place. We had a 4,600 square foot vapor lounge inside the building. Now cannabis isn't even allowed to be vaporized inside the building. Seed companies from Europe, from South
and you and I were talking the other day about how we were recalling when Jody Emery and Mama Kind were on an airplane together and vaped in spite of what the authorities thought.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. But, back in those days, before legalization, those laws weren't in place. And, like Toronto had 9 or 10 vapor lounges. But as soon as the cannabis became legal and they put the cannabis here in Ontario in the Smoke-Free Ontario Act, people couldn't smoke or vaporize inside the vapor lounge anymore. So they all closed. It was against the law. So we lost the lounges because of that.
Wow, sounds like Castro's kid is following in his dad's footsteps. I mean, it sounds like Justin Trudeau.
That was actually a provincial thing that had nothing to do with the federal government. Smoke-Free Ontario Act. So as far as the network, as I mentioned, it's been running for 5 or 6 years now. We broadcast obviously on Facebook, YouTube, we're on LinkedIn. Where else are we going? We can reach 35 destinations in total if we want to.
Nice.
But it just depends. I don't run to all those at time because it's just gets spread out to so many places that sometimes when you want to sort of keep an eye on some things, sometimes it's good to keep it to a smaller group of destinations. But it works out well. We've done very good. We've talked to a lot of patients to learn about their situations, as well as learning. When you learn about their situations as far as their condition that they're treating with their cannabis, not only does it, or they themselves are educating the viewers and us as advocates, we're learning as well. Even though you don't have that particular condition, it's good to know what the benefits are with cannabis on it, so that in case you yourself come across somebody, maybe a family member that is ill, and then you can say, hey, I saw this show about this guy that used cannabis in order to help him with his Crohn's disease, and he's gone basically 20 years without having any opiate prescriptions. Which is what I've done, other than being hospitalized. And these days, as you know, between Canada and the U.S. here in North America, it's a big opioid situation, and cannabis can be a benefit to it.
I do.
Right? Yeah.
I do. And it's because of the medical aspects of this plant. I was blessed to be able to meet Al Byrne. I met Al Byrne through Patients at a Time. There was a handful of people who'd been part of that organization who were also guests on my little broadcast, Time for Hemp. At that time, Time for Hemp was reaching people all around the world. I had a huge audience on American Freedom Radio, and we were like pioneering the broadcasting aspect of internet. and one of the very few broadcasts ever on cannabis. And because of that, we were lucky to draw a lot of great guests as well. And many of them were also part of Patients at a Time. And I kept bumping into Al Byrne here and Al Byrne there. And then when we started doing more interviews, it just seemed like a great idea to do a program called Patients at a Time on the Time for Hemp Global Broadcasting Network. That's a shameless plug. And he and Mary Lynn Mathery, I think that was her name, Mary Lynn Mathery, brought together a lot of great interviews through their connections all around the world as well. They reached a global audience with their message because, as we all know, there is a global need for this medicinal plant. Right, Al? Byrne?
Yeah, I'm answering it. Yeah, thanks. And what we need to mention about all that interview stuff that Casper's just talking about is it's archived. It's available on Time for Hemp, and Casper is working on an editing process to make it more available, more understandable, and more current. But as he said, the interviews that I did with Mary Lynn Mathery on this show, I did most of them. She did about half with me, were with medical professionals. There might be PhDs doing research, or medical doctor doing clinician work, or registered nurses doing this or that. But they were all people from around the world who had really, really close experience with using cannabis medically. Not necessarily themselves, although some were, but they had this encounter with a patient or patients that they saw remarkably improve in one or several ways all at once, really, rather quickly, with the use of the cannabis plant as a food source or as a medicine. So anyway, those conversations are archived. There are going to be more of them archived. And I know those of you who are watching, it's just three old, what Casper says, we're geezers. Maybe we are. I don't know. What's a friggin' geezer? But three old geezers sitting around talking about this stuff. But let me tell you what, we know what the hell we're talking about. And you ought to pay attention, you younger generation. I know you can't pay attention for 3 or 4 minutes or something, and you got to go see somebody die or something. But this is real stuff. And if you're a student out there, or if you've got somebody in your life, a family member, a good friend, a classmate, a teammate that's having some sort of trouble, and cannabis can help them, you ought to know about it, and we can help you teach them, and we can teach you. So this show is just the beginning show. This is a benchmark. We're trying to explain to anybody that might be interested in medical cannabis that here we are. We know what the hell we're talking about. The people we bring on this show, you might never heard of them. That doesn't matter. We know who they are, and we won't be on this show unless they're truly experts. You won't be hearing us interviewing some kind of cop or a lawyer. Not that we're afraid of cops and lawyers, but they're not medical cannabis people. They're cops and lawyers. But I go on this, but think about wherever you live in Canada or the United States, the rules being made about medical use of cannabis, a plant, are being made by cops and lawyers.
Oh, yeah. And
so,
a lot of them own it.
And out there as an audience, how many other medical decisions in your life have you ever been made by a cop or a lawyer? So this is kind of what this show is about. We're gonna take this conversation. Sometimes we're going to be critical. Hey, we're going to be critical because criticism is necessary. And if the criticism that we put out is accurate and scientifically based, which it will be, you'll be listening to something that is real, something that is internationally proven, to get to the point that Casper mentioned, and science, not opinion. Now, the rest of the world, let's just talk about the rest of the world. Al Graham's up here from Canada, and they're trying to have a decent medical cannabis program, but they're failing, just like the United States. But Europe has 27 countries where therapeutic cannabis is in their pharmacopoeia. Meaning their doctors, nurses, veterinarians, whatever, they can just use cannabis as a medicine because it's in their pharmacopoeia. 27 countries.
Yeah. And it used to be in the U.S.
Well, yeah, throwback places, you'd never want to go to, like, I don't know, Spain, France, United Kingdom, the Netherlands. Who wants to go there? Because they're all barbarians, right? So but the concept here is when you want to hear about medical cannabis, you're going to come to this show.
Now, I assume, being that you are a veteran, that you'll be speaking with some of the veterans on the broadcast?
Absolutely. I will find veterans and or their spouses, kids, friends, bosses, somebody that knows them well. And we will discuss with those people. Here's how it generally goes. I've done hundreds of these interviews. Men, women, all wars, all conflicts from various countries. It's always the same way. The military member has found herself a problem. It could be an emotional problem, a physical problem, or both. They come back to the States, they get out of the military, and their life goes to shit. Yeah. They drink too much, they get divorced, they lose their kids and jobs, they end up in jail. It's just a miserable friggin' existence. They go to the Veterans Administration. The Veterans Administration fills them full of pharmaceutical pills, all kinds of pills. How many pills you want? Here's a pill. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. We give you this pill. It screws up that other thing. So you got to take this pill to unscrew the thing we just gave you. But here, have a pile of them and take them every day.
Oh, yeah.
And as you might imagine, that whole guy's life just gets worse. Mm-hmm. It doesn't improve. It's totally screwed up now. And then she comes up one of her old Army buddies comes into town to just say hello to her. And he says, how's it going? And she says, Jesus, it sucks. I'm down. This is awful. What are you doing? I'm doing all this. And he says, why don't you just smoke a joint with me and see how that goes?
Yeah.
And changes her life. Within months, the pills go away. Her dog loves her again. And all they did was drop all their pharmaceuticals and swap it for cannabis.
Yeah.
And this is true of people that I've interviewed, hundreds. It also helped them quit smoking, nicotine, withdrawal, easy. And nothing's easy, but it made it as easy as possible. Alcohol withdrawal, sure. Opiate withdrawal, as Al Graham was mentioning earlier, absolutely.
Yeah.
So you stick with this program, and it's not going to be me. I'm not going to talk this shit. I'm going to ask the question, and you're going to hear a veteran in his or her own words talk to you for 15 or 20 minutes. And it won't take you that long to understand that this is real, and there's still injustice here. And that's why these programs like PACE and ours exist, because there's injustice. And it's our job to get it right. And so we're going to try really. Thank you.
Sharing, as I said earlier, sharing each other's stories helps educate other people and helps spread the knowledge, right? So.
And we are
the knowledge base is incredible there.
We are dealing with pioneers on this, because one of the things that really knocked my socks off too about Al Byrne and Patients Out of Time was when you went to their website, you could take classes on their website if you were a doctor or a lawyer and get accreditation for that class. And they also did a variety of seminars each year where they brought together speakers from around the world, doctors from around the world who would attend their seminars, right, Al?
Yeah. Yes and no. we helped to form, and it's still in existence, the Medical Cannabis Institute.org. It's located out of Virginia. Doesn't really matter. It's an international medical site that has accredited online education for registered nurses, doctors, social workers, whatever, anybody that deals with the medical cannabis issue. And so these visual educational sessions, you pay for them. It's not free. But that doc, that nurse, that researcher gets their these folks have to have yearly. They have to upgrade their education, and they get credits for that. And it's only certain things they can do to get that kind of authority. And this is one of them. So yeah, and people can still do that today. If you're a registered nurse in Kenya, you can go on to these websites and take the course on medical cannabis and learn all about medical cannabis from Charlottesville, Virginia. The same thing is true at the University of California, San Francisco Hospital. They were actually the first to do that for us. What we did was to shorten it up. We would put on conferences, really, Casper, and they were accredited conferences. In other words, when I put on a conference for patients at a time, the American Medical Association and the American Nurses Association accredited my conference, meaning that nurses, doctors, social workers, PhDs, et cetera, that would come to that conference would get these yearly educational credits that they needed. Well, this was a hell of a step up. This is in a country at a time that said medical cannabis doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And I'm running conferences for the AMA and the ANA that are saying, yes, it does.
Mm-hmm.
And they still go on. And anyway, what we ended up doing was taking these conferences and basically taping them, recording them as we are with this program right now, and then putting them on the University of California's educational system, or this other one, the Medical Cannabis Institute educational system, and they go on today. And this is one of the ways that we internationally spread the news. Because again, when we put these up, a doctor in Australia, a nurse in Switzerland, doesn't matter. They could get on the internet and read about medical cannabis, learn about it, get it. So it's a hell of a breakthrough. Yeah, it's a hell of a breakthrough in the educational vacuum that existed, which doesn't exist now. What three of us are doing, to my audience here, is that there's not a vacuum there, but there's still a hell of a lot of misinformation, and there's still a lot of questions that need to be asked about the United States federal government policies and programs as they exist today, noting that the world understands this plant has incredibly good medicinal values. And here we have the leadership of the NATO and all that shit, the big deal, the United States. We can't figure that out. That's why we're still on and we're talking to folks.
It's just crazy. You know, the United States, the way it is now, where you have half your states have it legally recreational, and the majority have it legal medicinally, and yet you're still illegal federally. It's just
it's illogical.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally illogical. That's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, I got this thing I deal with all the time when I'm dealing with this subject in the United States. I tell people, I just don't know what to do with stupid.
And it's got to be affecting patients. You know, like there's what,
You're
39
right.
states, I think, that have it legal for for medical. So there's still another, dozen states that don't. And, where do those patients, what do they do? Especially
they get screwed. They're screwed. That's what I'm saying. This whole thing doesn't make friggin' sense. And it doesn't make sense in Canada either. I mean, you were telling me earlier, Al, about how you can't even, a guy that has a cannabis license to sell cannabis in Canada can't really advertise the fact that he exists.
Yeah. The advertising rules are pretty stringent when it comes to cannabis. They're pretty nasty. It's hard for anybody to really get a foothold brand wise. Because
it's bizarre.
It's hard for them to even get involved in local community stuff. So, they have to try to find ways around it in order to be able to get some advertising so people know where they are. They can't.
All the years that I've been doing this, like 40 or 45, I have no idea why I'm doing this. By that I mean this whole thing about how well this plant treats the world is staggering, and yet the vehemence, the dedication to dumbness is just beyond my comprehension.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I did what I did, and I'm glad I did it. But damn, I don't know why. It seems like such an obvious question. We have a plant. It's a plant. It's not a drug. I mean, I don't even know the damn fucking politicians understand the difference. But anyway, it's a plant. And as far as I'm concerned, in Canada, in the United States, in Nigeria, wherever the hell you want to take it, this plant should be under the control of the Department of Agriculture.
There's actually that was questioned here in Canada just recently.
Well, I mean, it's a plant.
I don't think. Yeah, exactly. It's a plant. It should be under agricultural, and not here. It's under Health Canada.
Same in the United States. We have plants in the United States. You guys might figure we do, and every single one of them is under the regulation and the watchful eye of our agriculture people who really do a good job.
Like here in Canada, for the medical end, it could be under Health Canada, but for all its productions and stuff like that, because our production is basically recreational. There are some medical licensed companies, but majority of it is all recreational. So why is it not under agriculture, like you say?
Because I know we do have the 2018 Farm Bill that made hemp legal to grow for the farmers here in America, coast to coast, and I think some of the states are taking advantage of that. But again, there are so much regulation, and in the states where medical marijuana or recreational marijuana is outlawed, it is hard for people who are farm owners and want to introduce hemp as a cash crop into their community to do so because of the variety of regulations imposed upon their own particular state as well.
And the federal government, because in the United States, we have 48 contiguous states. So just stay with the big, there's this thing in America that's regulated by the federal government that's called interstate commerce. Well, if you've got what Casper's talking about, if you've got a legal hemp crop in Kentucky, you can't be driving a truck full of that stuff through Kansas because Kansas is not legal, and the federal government, it isn't legal. You can't cross the state line. So if you got a hemp crop in Kentucky, somehow you got to grow it, fix it up, market it, deliver it all inside of Kentucky. Well, that's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
Or when you travel in America, if you're a medical cannabis user, you need to be conscientious if you're like leaving a medical marijuana state like Oregon, and you're going to a place like Indiana, not to have medical cannabis in your pocket when you land at the airport in Indiana. But if you're going to Las Vegas, where in Nevada it's legal, or you're going to Los Angeles, where in California medical cannabis is legal, you can put like a half ounce of marijuana into your luggage or to your pocket and fly from your home city to where you're going without any complications. So it causes you to have to stop and double check your travel plans before you move forward, right?
Other things, Anyway, the other thing we haven't even talked about and it's super important to me with the cannabis plant, again, as a plant, is its nutritional value. I think, didn't you mention Al Graham, Dr. What's his name? You met there at one of the conferences up in Canada.
Dr. Courtney talked about it being a vegetable.
Yeah, Courtney. Yeah, Dr. Courtney. I mean, yeah, this guy, if you don't know Dr. Courtney's background, he's a California physician. His wife was very, very ill. By the way, I met this couple, and she was gorgeous, man. She could have been a goddamn movie star. But anyway, her body deteriorated for no reason. A young, beautiful woman, a mother, and all that. He's a doctor. So he did all the doctor things. He went into all his doctor friends, and they stopped at nothing to try and figure out what was wrong with his wife. And it wasn't going well. And I remember inviting Dr. Courtney to the conference, and he spoke to us, and he related this story, and basically it wasn't going well. But he knew about the potential of cannabis as a cancer killer and all of the above, but he didn't want his wife to have any kind of emotional discomfort with using a lot of cannabis, because he had decided he was going to basically really load her up with cannabinoids. So this may not be known to you all or apparent to you all, but the ability for cannabis to give you your high or your medical level of dose, that cannabis has to be burning. It has to be on fire. It has to be at 384 degrees or some shit like that. If you eat cannabis cold, the seed, the leaves, there is no such emotional response to your body at all. What there is in your body is this nutritional boost beyond belief of all the good stuff that human beings need. And that's just what his wife needed. And with the eating of cannabis leaves, juiced, if you will. The stuff tastes terrible if you've ever tried one. It's like, I don't want to eat this. But you put it in a blender with some ice and a banana or something, and it's too bad. And that's what they gave her. And her health went back to remarkable, her beauty returned. And that's Dr. Courtney. And these kinds of
and that was just for eating cannabis leaves?
The leaves.
Juicing. She was juicing the leaves, yeah.
I mean, that's
wasn't even using the seed.
Having to process it into a jelly bean, or not processing it into a brownie, or that's just taking it off the plant, dropping it into a blender and adding a banana and some ice, and it gives you that much health benefit.
Yeah, and then there's the seed. The seed and the oil from that seed contains remarkable nutrition, let alone the leaves. Nobody really if you go to a movie theater in China, you go to a movie theater in the United States, if anybody goes to a movie theater anymore, you get a bucket of popcorn or jelly beans or something, whatever you want. In China, you get roasted hemp seeds. That's what you get when you get to a movie in China. Cool. This stuff is terrific food. Animals. I mean, I don't know how far we want to go today with these discussions, but you got this thing called an endocannabinoid system, and it's really important, and you probably never even heard of it. But the endocannabinoid system is a physiological system that exists in every living creature on Earth except insects. I'll say it again. Every living creature on Earth, you, your dog, your mother, the elephants, the eagles, the fish, every living creature on Earth. Well, this system is the mother of all systems for us. It runs everything. It runs our neural system. It runs our pulmonary system. It runs the immune system. It runs everything. And the best food to feed that system in a living creature is hemp seed oil.
Oh yes, yeah, very important, very important. There's no
Oh.
doubt about that. Now, let's throw some questions at Casper, being that we haven't thrown any at him since we got started here. And
You're not going to ask me if I stop beating my dog now that I'm no longer an alcoholic, right?
no, no.
A little doggies by my feet. So, yeah. Well,
Yeah. No, but for you yourself, you've got years, a couple of decades, as you mentioned, of audio and archives and stuff.
over 3 freaking decades. My
Correct.
golly.
Well, this is the first video that you've done for Time for Hemp since you had a mustache and curly hair.
Pretty much. We did a 24-hour broadcast in 2020 on April 20th because of the world shutting down because of all the problems around the world. There was a lot of plans that were canceled at the last minute around the world because of that problem that showed up on the world stage. And a lot of members of the cannabis movement were rather annoyed that they couldn't get together and continue with their cannabis festivals and their cannabis symposiums and their cannabis. So we decided that we would just go ahead and get a Zoom conference going and invite a lot of our personal friends who'd been guests of the show around the world, and anywhere it was 420 at that time, we would just move the show to that part of the world. And it broadcast for 24 hours. Al was part of that as well. So was some of his friends and my friends. And it ended up being really historic. You can go to timeforhemp.news and you can click on the a love fest is what we ended up calling it, because it was a love fest. All of our friends were like our family, and we were sending love to the world about how important it is, like what Al Byrne was just saying there, for all from our heart to your heart. Take care of your heart. Eat cannabis. Use cannabis. And it turned out to be pretty historic, I think. And because of that, I've kept it up on the website so people can enjoy it. And as you mentioned, yeah, we do have an archive. I've got over 3.5 decades worth of content on the website that I think is important, and I know others, thank goodness, do as well. There are voices in there that are no longer with us, that we're giving a message to the world of how important it is to use cannabis for medical reasons, or how important it is to bring hemp back to the world stage as a cash crop so that our farmers can have a successful farming business, and we can create products that are made from the earth and stimulate jobs in our local areas and keep our economies going and create products that are long lasting. And I get off my soapbox, but I got on my soapbox by accident when I met Jack Hare, which is how I began doing Time for Hemp. And his voice is in there as well, along with, again, so many other voices. And there are, thank goodness, many voices in my archive that are still with us that we can get up to date with. But because of the large number of people who are archived on the network and on the website, I feel a sense of responsibility to maintain that website and to make certain that that archive of voices is available to the world to hear.
Yeah.
So after leaving it dormant since basically 2017, because I just got too old. I mean, it happens. It happens to all of us. If you've seen Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr, I mean, Mick Jagger, he waddles onto stage. Oh my God, it's sad. Well, it happens. And I've got this great archive that I got to figure out how to continue to draw traffic to. Thank you very much. I hope you come and check out this show and all of our other stuff, but also figure out how to eventually keep it on the internet and maybe find somebody who could use it as a platform to keep the voices alive and keep the world knowing how important it is to take time for hemp.
Oh, I knew that was coming. I saw that. Well, let me just echo him a little bit here. The voices, again, it's some of those people are gone, some of them haven't. But the ones that are gone, but they left their wisdom behind in interviews. And Bob Melamede, you mentioned, he's in one of those guys. Dr. Lester Grinspoon, endless. That information, even though it might be 5 years old or 10 years old, is still valid.
Oh, yeah.
It needs to be reheard by new generations, new people that can take it and do what others have done ahead of them, but I'm a partner in this thing with Casper, so I'm biased, all right? And a lot of the archives he's talking about is my work. So I'm biased. I'm proud of what I did. Sure. But this stuff should be in a museum. This information that is on these videos needs to be archived way beyond our capabilities. So is anybody out there that wants to have a conversation about how to do that and help us do it, we'd appreciate it.
And the other thing I think is important about the archives is, as you mentioned, let's say Dr. Bob Melamede or Dr. Lester Grinspoon, oftentimes you'll see an article where they're being quoted. They'll say Dr. Melamede said this and Dr. Lester Grinspoon said that. When you come to our archive, you can hear from the horse's mouth exactly what they said. You can hear from Keith Stropp, the founder of National Normal, why it was he started that organization. You can hear from Jack Hare why it was he began writing that book. You can hear from Mark Emery, long before they put him in jail, why it was he was fighting American policies and how American policies were interfering with Canadian policies. You can hear from the horse's mouth, so there's no misunderstanding, no misconstruement, no misinformation being put forward. We certainly are, I can honestly say, putting out the truth.
Yeah. When I was doing the documentary movies at cafes, which I did for 5 years, that's what, I mentioned the movie What If Cannabis Cured Cancer? And that's what it was. It was an opportunity for those who were watching the video to hear from the horse's mouth, to hear from Dr. Lester Grinspoon or some of the other doctors that are out there. And they're the researchers. They're the ones who studied it all. No chance of the misinformation.
Well, I just think history is important. Those that don't know, I'm going to plug myself, but I wrote a book. It's called For Country and Cannabis. You can buy it online anywhere, Amazon, Apple, Barnes & Noble, wherever it is. And there's an ebook too. But I wrote the book for the same reason that Casper and I and Al are involved in this sort of educational conversation, is that not only is the information that was provided important, so are these people. You go into Colorado and you go into a dispensary and you're a recreational user and you get a good quality product and you're happy with all of that happening. Well, somebody did that for you. It just didn't happen. And so the people that are on this Time for Hemp interview process and the people in my book For Country and Cannabis, they're the people that did it. And if you're involved in that business, if you're involved in the medical issue, if you're a doctor, a nurse, or a researcher, you need to know this stuff. You don't know what we know. I don't care how educated you are about medical cannabis. You don't know what I know. You don't. And when you put what these interviews are on a continuous basis, hundreds of hours here. We're not talking snippets. We're not talking. Here's a little quote from Dr. Melamede. We're talking about Doc Melamede talking to Bob Melamede talking for 45 minutes. And boy, was that a smart guy. Gone. Another voice gone. But nevertheless, what he left behind is invaluable. So please look at what we're doing here. My book, this show, what Al's doing in Canada, this is important stuff. And just
I'm trying to make it, as Al Burns said, I'm trying to make it digestible and easy to access. So I'm doing what they call remastering, which is that's from our day. Well, I'm taking out all the content where they talk about going to the next hemp fest, or they're talking about any kind of local politics, and I'm just leaving the meat of each interview in. So I'm trying to make certain that their content is presented properly, but in such a way that it does hold interest. And as Al also pointed out, one of the things that I think is rather interesting that I probably will not be able to edit into the remasters is the drama that is found in the archives that will probably be left out in the remastering. Meaning, you hear Eddie Lepp talk about how it was last night, in this case, where the feds showed up on his 40-acre farm and ripped out 20 acres of marijuana plants and arrested his wife, or you hear about how Mark Emery just got out of jail yesterday, and he's got to go to court next week because the United States government is trying to extradite him from Canada into America, put him in prison for 10 years. So you hear as it is happening at the time. And that makes, from my point of view, as a historian anyway, the content to be more interesting. You also hear people like Michelle Rainey talk about how she was first diagnosed with cancer. And then you also hear another interview or two, her talking about overcoming it and then not. And then you hear a couple more interviews how she's letting everybody know it's time to say goodbye because she won't be here to tell the world how important medical cannabis is, but to please keep her message going. So you hear the history and the growth of each guest sometimes, and how our movement progressed from the 1980s to the point where it is today. If you have that kind of time to go through all of the archives and their details. But if you don't, I'm going to try to go through and put together the best of our interviews and remaster them so you get the best of everything when you come and take Time for Hemp.
Now, you mentioned Michelle Rainey. She's in our thoughts all the time, and she is watching. This is a caricature picture that was drawn of Michelle Rainey, and she sits right here beside it, and she's involved in every broadcast that I do here at Pace Radio Network. Pictures in the background.
Well, that's why I named Patients at a Time, Patients at a Time.
Yeah.
Patients at a time. I mean, it's right there. It's a little phrase, but virtually all the patients except one that I formed that company with, that nonprofit, are dead. They ran out of time.
They're patients that are, it's always left to the patients that are fighting and arguing, trying to get access to their medication, having to take, the government to court. And, patients they're not, working, making piles of money to be able to take governments or anybody to court. And, unfortunately here in Canada, that's where a lot of the change was made, was because of patients pushing the envelope to get change.
Well, Allison Burden told me a couple of times that she honestly believed that Time for Hemp had the most medical cannabis patients on the broadcast than any other broadcasts out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I agree completely with you, Al. That's what I found when we started in the 80s and 90s and started doing the conferences. It was the testimony, if you will, of the patients that people paid attention to. They'd had the hype. They listened to the journalists. They know senators aren't worth the shit. Well, but all of a sudden, here comes a young woman, an old man, a kid, and they say, I use cannabis, and everybody pays it. They believe them, and they should believe them. And that's another thing I'll just say, and you're going to hear this if you listen to us over the months. In the conversation in Canada and in the United States especially, you'll hear what we're talking about. We're talking about patients who are real people, had a real problem, used cannabis, and they got real relief. That's what we're talking about. All right, now, what the medical community calls that is a case study. They actually have a number for it. It's called an N of 1, N being the study, 1 being the patient. It's a study of one patient. Well, here in America, if you give that information to a high-priced, big-time journalist at CBS, or you want to talk to some representative or senator from your state, that becomes an anecdote. It's an anecdote. It's American language. You can call stuff by anything you want, but they call it an anecdote. I call it a case study. And more importantly, so does the medical community. So if the medical community is okay with it as a case study, and by the way, N of 1, and there's tens of thousands of those studies, it's hardly anecdotal. It's tens of thousands of studies of real people who have gotten real relief.
That's why I kind of giggle, because when you call it a case study, it's like they've been doing case studies on cannabis since the beginning of time.
It's the most studied plant on earth.
It is. Yeah, I know. Hey, we need more studies. We need more studies. Christ, it's like you said.
Now let me jump in for a minute. I've got to be honest, too. I honestly believe I was there at the birth of the medical cannabis movement, when I watched Jack Hare and Dennis Perrone argue with one another, when Jack Hare was working on the California hemp initiative,
right? And
Dennis showed up and said, "You're not going to win with that, Jack. Nobody cares about hemp products. They know about hemp products. What they have forgotten about is the medical aspect of it." And Jack said, "No, we need to make sure that people don't forget about the hemp products you can make." And Dennis said, "They're not going to listen to you about that." And Jack said, "Well, we need your support." And Dennis said, "I can't support that." And Jack said, "You have to. We're going to do this California hemp initiative." And Dennis said, "Well, I'm going to do Proposition P." And he went and did Proposition P because he told Jack the only way you would get this plant legalized is if you went medical and let go of the aspect of the hemp plant as a production source for paper, fiber, and fuel. And that really frosted Jack's buns. And because of that, there was a long, ongoing 32-year conversation between those two about medical cannabis and paper, fiber, fuel.
Well, I got in the middle of both. I got in the middle of both of those guys in that time frame. I was running normal, and Jack comes in. I think I've told this story, but probably not to your audience. But Jack shows up one day at a board meeting, and he's got the ugliest sport coat I have ever seen in my existence. He's wearing this thing. It's like what is that? Michael's coat of many colors in the Bible, and it was a sport coat, but it didn't fit. It was the sleeves with different lengths. I mean, it was ridiculous, but it was made of hemp. And what Jack wanted from the board at Normal was he wanted the copyright to the word hemp. And for whatever reason, Normal had it. And so he came to the board meeting and he was talking hemp. And I'm talking to people and I'm saying, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Where's he from? Anyway, Jack and I became great friends. But then almost at the same time period, Dennis shows up and he says, Al, I want you to, he's a vet. Well, both these guys are vets now. Jack Army and Dennis Air Force. And I'm Navy. So we talked that level. And Dennis shows up and he says, Al, I want to get on the board. Put me on the board. I put him on the board. What he wanted was, he got it. He wanted Normal to have its conference in San Francisco to help get him moving with Prop P. And we did that. One of the few times Normal ever went out of D.C. for a conference. We went there for Dennis. And true to his word, he told me, he said, you put me on the board, I'll get what I want, I'm going to resign. And it's just what he did. But anyway, yeah. And those guys, by the way, loved each other, greatly respected each other. But they were both leaders and they were both correct. The people that were incorrect were the people at Normal, who I had to contend with, who were mainly the lawyer faction, almost always the lawyer faction, and they were absolutely riveted on legalization. This is it. We push legalization. That's what this organization does. I came in and I said, no, I like this guy, Jack. I like Dennis. I like what they're talking about. And from a military point of view, I looked at it and was like, well, wait a minute. If the feds are fighting Normal, and they were, and legalization, which was that's what they did, we'll give them a couple of other problems. We'll have a couple of other divisions out there in the field. We'll have this hemp thing. Now they got to fight the hemp thing, and we'll have the medical marijuana thing, which turned out to be medical cannabis. So those guys and I, we were simpatico. We loved each other, but we were all going in a kind of a different way, but we were all going there together, and it worked. And if you look at that history, we're going back to the mid 80s when all this started. But if you look at that history, we got hemp's a done deal here in the United States. Medical cannabis is pretty much a done deal here in the United States, and we still don't have legalization in the United States. So there's your history.
Dennis was right. Dennis was right, but so was Jack, because in 2018, the hemp farm bill, the farm bill made hemp a legal cash crop coast to coast in America. So, in some ways, they were both right, but sadly, they were also both right that it would probably take a couple of decades to make it happen, even though they couldn't figure out, like you and I, they couldn't figure out why. I mean, common sense tells you can make these products. This is good for medicine. This is a good food. We should grow it. We should make it legal. But we don't deal with leaders who have common sense. Well, except for Castro's son, who's in charge of Canada, right? Right, Al?
Yeah, we have legal cannabis here. Yes, we do. The one thing, though, about legal cannabis for us up here is that they recently did a Cannabis Act review, and they had an expert panel that went around and asked questions. One of the questions at the time was question 5.2 that asked if people thought that a brick and mortar storefront could replace the medical program. So that would mean that patients would be going to the recreational store to be their only access for cannabis. Part of the problem there is, how do you deal with a young child who's using cannabis for epilepsy to deal with the seizures and that? A parent that would have to go in and purchase that cannabis for that child would be then subject to laws up to 14 years in prison for giving the child cannabis.
Well, beyond that,
but in the end, the review,
there's a hell of a difference between medical grade cannabis and cannabis. Your medical grade assumes a certain purity, a certain ability to define what's in it. I mean, to the specifics. And if you're talking about giving medicine to a sick person or giving medicine to a child, you want that kind of scrutiny. Now,
here in Canada, it's the same products.
I understand, and that's wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
There has to be in all of our countries a dual standard, one for recreational use. Okay, that's like getting a can of beer. We know the beer has been pasteurized. It's in a can. It's cold. It's all right. But then if I'm not going to buy my medical products out of my grocery store, and that should be the same thing for cannabis. There's a way for the general public to have a good, pure, licensed product sold in a brick and mortar or wherever. But there's also that medical need for a much higher standard quality product.
See, our medical patients cannot go into a medical store to get medical cannabis. There's only one store in Canada that is a medical cannabis store where patients can do that, where it's legal.
Well,
The
that's
rest of all our stores, our other 4,000 plus stores, are all recreational stores, and the bud tenders cannot talk medical purposes or anything.
We're right back to my stupid. That's stupid. That's illogical. And who made those decisions? Did doctors make those decisions?
No, federal government.
Was it politicians? Maybe.
No, politicians. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, look. I mean, I don't know about Canada, but I look at politicians down here as really these people can walk and talk at the same time. They're dumb as stones. They can't get along with each other, and they don't get anything done. And what they do get done is follow their leader, and the leader doesn't know what's going on. So, there you go. There's your medical cannabis program in both countries, right there. Run by people that are idiots.
Except for that one genius, Dr. Fauci. And Dr. Fauci taught us all one thing. It just takes one prick, boom, to rob your freedom.
Well, we can't go there now. We're talking about cannabis, let's not go there. This is
all right.
That's why Casper has a co-host. I say no, Casper, no.
Now there is one aspect of our medical program that you do like, and that is the fact that our veterans have access to medical cannabis, and that the government will cover 3 grams. They used to cover 10 grams, but now they cover 3 grams, and the patients have to apply to go higher than that. But our program will pay 3 grams a day for veterans.
It's free. It's free, and it's delivered. Yeah, and I'm as a veteran in the United States, I applaud that. I wish they didn't have that. I mean, 3 grams is pretty good, but it could be better. But as you say, they're going to apply for that. But yeah, that should be the case here in the United States and in every other country in America, in the world.
Well, and Albert and I both know this hardworking activist named Michael Krowitz, who originally made it possible for American military veterans to have access to medical cannabis in their state if their state allowed medical cannabis without losing their veterans benefits.
Yeah, that was crazy. That they fought the war for freedom, but yet you're going to take away a plant that's going to help them.
Well, that would be one of my major conversation pieces on when I talk about veterans on Time for Hemp, will be the inequality of veteran treatment in the United States concerning cannabis as a medicine. It's totally unequal. It's based upon the veterans, where the veteran lives. If she lives in Indiana, she can't use cannabis and be treated in a Veterans Administration hospital. If she lives in Maine, she can. What the fuck is that?
Well, I hear Jack here in the back of my head telling me, yes, we are, Dennis, going to talk about medical cannabis, but we're also going to talk about hemp as a cash crop. And we will also be having people who do make hemp foods and who will have companies that make hemp clothing. And we will have an occasional lawyer or two who defends people who've been arrested for using medical cannabis. One of the things that I did on the Time for Hemp broadcast, what I was doing it 5 days a week, was have a gentleman on every Wednesday, and we called it Leap Day. It was the law enforcement against prohibition. And we had Peter Chris on, who was the founder of the law enforcement against hemp cannabis prohibition. And we would bring on people from his organization, and we had like chiefs of police who got tired of being called out to arrest medical cannabis patients or even marijuana users when there was real crime. We had lawyers on who were lobbying for new laws in Congress and the Senate, or who were defending people who were up against many years of imprisonment for utilizing this plant. And we also had people who created great products and who opened new dispensaries and did a variety of other aspects as well. So we will be focusing on medical cannabis. That is absolutely true. But I did get involved into this movement because of Jack Hare, who said we cannot afford a budget for advertising. We got the Partnership for a Drug-Free America trying to make sure our message is not heard. Can you help? And I went down to community cable, where when it's released, it becomes public domain, and put together this little broadcast called Time for Hemp that allowed us to use some of that content in our advertising, and also gave me a 35-year career or more working as a hemp activist, letting everybody know how important it is to take time for hemp.
And with that, let's thank Al Graham for being our guest. Again, Al, it's always a pleasure to talk. We'll be doing more of it in the future.
Yes.
And I just want you to know that I'm working with a group, 6 different vet podcasts here in the United States, different guys in different parts of the country. And they all want to join on with Pace and us as well. So we'll be talking about that pretty soon too.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yes, we'll have to get together and discuss that. That's for sure.
Oh, we will. Yeah.
It's all about people advocating cannabis education. That's what we're all doing.
Yep.
Right.
It has been fun to do this broadcast. I tell you, the first one since 2017. Back then, it was just audio, because it's true. I know Gatewood Galbraith used to tell me that I had a face for radio, and I believe it the older I get. But, you know, I'm going to be in your face about telling the truth about how important it is to make medical cannabis available to everybody who needs it, how important it is to make this wonderful plant a cash crop, everybody who wants to be able to grow it and create products from it and make fuel from it and food from it. And, well, I'll get on my soapbox on the next segment. But this has been the first broadcast, and we're going to do what we can, of course, like all other broadcasting as we move along. We're going to try to grow, be better at production, and do more pops and whistles with our special effects. But right now, it's just the 3 of us saying to the whole world around us, please let everybody know how important it is to take time for him.
Time for him.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happens.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, and I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's January the 20th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and the 420pace.ca. Well, actually, no, 420pace.ca. G'day, Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm well. How are you?
Not well. Take the long story short, I'm here. I'm doing all right. It's been a long morning, as we all are patients. So we all have our moments, and I had one. So
yeah,
yeah, I'm doing all right. Otherwise, I'm doing all right. So
that's because we stand up and we still persevere.
Correct. I'm watching the snow fall instead of roots don't grow in the wintertime. So
yep.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Anything new and exciting you gotta get into before we get into the news?
I'm going back to school again.
Going back to school?
Going back to school again. I am taking a integration course, learning how to help people integrate specifically after Bufo or 5-MeO, which is the medicine that I just learned.
Nice. And when do you start that?
Over the weekend, I started.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
You just started it. Good.
Yeah.
And how long is this course?
It's a short course. It's not one of these ones where you go to class. You sign up for the course, you pay for it, and it's a self-taught, self-do at home. So yeah, it'll probably take me about a month to get through it.
Yeah, and then you've got like some type of exam at the end.
Yeah. And then I qualify to take a second, this is kind of like the bachelor type course to be able to get into like the master's side of it.
Yeah.
And that course will be offered probably in the fall, and I will sign up and take that one as well.
Oh, good.
It's exciting.
There you go. Yes, exactly. It's a whole different thing. It's not something that many people are doing, and being able to learn that so you can help others is super. So
it's amazing. Yeah. So that's the exciting news in my life. Yeah. Woo-hoo.
Good. All righty. Other than that, I think it's time for us to get into the news.
It sure
Here we
is.
go. First story's up.
Coming to us from Business of Cannabis, hundreds of UK families forced to turn to illicit cannabis market due to lack of NHS access.
I read that headline. I just thought, what? This isn't right. Here we go. Hundreds of families in the UK are giving their children illegal cannabis products due to a lack of access on the NHS, according to a new report. The research commissioned by charity Madan Family Foundation reveals almost 400 families are sourcing illegal cannabis products from drug dealers and overseas retailers to treat their child's epilepsy.
Oh my goodness! This includes children at some of those under the care of major pediatric hospitals, such as Great Ormond Street, Evelina, and Birmingham Child's Hospital. Elements of the report: open secret use of illegal cannabis by families managing childhood epilepsy, featured in a BBC File on 4 Radio documentary on January 14th.
Many of the parents say their children are seizure-free or have seen a significant improvement in quality of life as a result of using these products. However, those behind the report warn that they are also at risk of contaminated products, dangerous advice, and dosing and drug interactions in the sudden withdrawal of supply.
The study identified 382 cases of products being accessed via online forums and chat groups, which also offered varying advice on dosing and weaning off other anti-epileptic drugs. Authors say they are aware of more social media forums where products can be obtained, meaning the number of children across the UK being given illegal treatments without clinical advice is likely to be far higher.
According to the author of the report, Alice Salisbury, she says, we spoke with parents who are adamant that going down this path has saved their child's life. It is impossible to deny that there are children who have gone from having dozens of life-threatening seizures daily to seizure freedom using these products. However, there is a huge variability in the quality of both products and the advice that parents are given.
Some families have undoubtedly managed to obtain high quality liquids supplied by people who appear able to offer reasonable advice on how to use them. But we also witness many parents being given random products with no certainty on the content and advice on dosing and drug interactions that is simply dangerous. One parent told Cannabis Health she was sent oil in the post wrapped in fluffy socks with scented candles to disguise the smell, accompanied by sketchy instructions.
She added that parents who are usually law-abiding citizens should not be forced to take the risk out of desperation when it can be funded and prescribed via the NHS. The researchers also spoke to those supplying illegal cannabis oil to parents, who explained how they replicate legal cannabis-based medicines.
In the UK, there is no supply issue with cannabis. You can get it anywhere, one said. You can get THC, CBN, and specific terpenes. I can get as specific as you want. I can replicate Bedrocan. We can replicate pretty much any product that is put our way.
Now, medical cannabis was legalized in the UK in November of 2018, but fewer than 5 children, 5, have been able to obtain prescriptions for unlicensed, have been able to obtain a prescription for unlicensed cannabis-based products on the NHS. In other developed countries, including Canada and Netherlands, cannabinoid medicines derived from cannabis are routinely used as treatment for pediatric epilepsy.
And we've seen it work on children that we know.
Yeah, and 5 kids. They got 5 kids. They got hundreds are waiting.
Yeah.
And only like 5.
Yeah. Campaigners say that previous government dismissed repeated calls to help children with treatment-resistant epilepsy on the grounds that a randomized controlled trial was due to be launched. 2 randomized controlled trials investigating isolated forms of CBD and THC in drug-resistant epilepsy were announced in November of 2024, having first been promised in 2019, for 5-ish years later. The fact that these will require some patients to be given a placebo, campaigners say, is unlikely to prevent parents going to the illegal market.
Yeah. Now, MedCan Family Foundation chair and co-founder Hannah Deakin, whose son Alfie was the first person in the UK to receive an NHS prescription for medical cannabis, commented, whilst cannabinoid epilepsy treatments continue to develop in other countries, the UK is being left behind. Delinquent and loving parents and feel forced to take desperate measures in the hope of giving their children or their child the same chance for survival that children in countries like Canada and the Netherlands have. The sad reality is that if parents are given a choice between watching their children suffer or breaking the law, many, perhaps most, are going to choose to break the law, especially when they see the cannabis treatment working. They have no choice.
Oh, it was one of the things that we said here pre-legalization. You could be, legally sick or illegally cured, and many of us chose to be illegally helped or illegally healed or illegally cured, and parents are going to make that decision for their child for sure.
For sure, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. The government and clinicians need to face up to this reality. They cannot continue to kick the issue into the long grass. To any families in this situation who are thinking of going down this route, we urge you to reach out to MedCan Family Foundation for confidential clinician-led advice to make sure you understand the real risks. Matt Hughes, CEO of MedCan Family Foundation and father of Charlie, who has a rare form of epilepsy called Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, added, many people will find it hard to imagine how a parent could do something like this. But imagine watching your child suffering endless seizures daily, being told that there's nothing more the NHS can do, being told you will lose them. Imagine knowing there is a medication that might stop it, but there is no way for the doctor to prescribe it.
Parents who are taking this step or taking it as a last resort, quite literally. Policymakers have the power to change the current narrative and should ask themselves, given the choice between watching their own child die and breaking the law, what would they do? What would they do?
Yep.
Sad.
Yep. Yep. It is. I don't know what to say. I've chatted with a lot of parents over the years that have kids that have epilepsy or kids that have, ADHD or kids that are suffering. And they talk about being fearful of being in trouble because they're helping their child with, a lot of the parents that I've met, 5 or 6 over the past couple of years, especially with children with ADHD, and their kids have found healing with CBD cannabis specifically. So, they're actually not out to get high. They're out to get focused.
Yeah. Well, that's why one particular family with a 5-year-old son here in Canada back in 2013 was an intervener in the Smith case, saying, you expect my 5-year-old child to smoke cannabis? Because at that time, that's all that was legally allowed up until then was smoked cannabis. People weren't allowed to make cannabis oil or edibles or anything, even though we did.
We did.
So this, parents are breaking the law. Even though cannabis was legal for them to have, they were still breaking the law because they had to make it into cannabis oil.
Yeah.
Right? So, yes. Dad. Alrighty. On to our next story.
Yeah. Coming to us from on Manoram. Kalira High Court's magic mushroom ruling. Is the substance illegal or not? Experts explain.
Yeah, interesting. Many reports have been coming out stating that the Kerala High Court rules that magic mushroom isn't a narcotic substance. As per the reports, the court said mushroom or magic mushroom cannot be treated as a mixture while hearing the bail plea of a petitioner who was arrested in October last year for possessing and transporting charas, ganja, and 226 grams of psilocybin contained magic mushrooms and 50 grams of psilocybin contained magic mushroom capsules. Apparently, the court said that mushroom is to be considered as a fungi and not a mixture, and that the quantity seized in this case was not separately shown to determine whether the level of psilocybin was of commercial quantity. Does this mean magic mushrooms aren't illegal anymore? A senior excise official explains. Go ahead, Cindy.
Are magic mushrooms illegal or not in India? Yes. Any activity with magic mushrooms is still illegal under the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act of 1985. However, if the quantity of the seized substance is small, it might be easier to get bail. In this particular case, the quantity of magic mushroom, along with the chemical substances it was mixed with, was found to be quite low, and hence the bail. According to Section 22 of the Act, less than 2 grams of psilocybin is considered small quantity, and more than 50 grams is termed commercial. The law states that you shouldn't cultivate, possess, sell, distribute, consume, import, or export magic mushrooms, as that would be an offense.
So what is the magic mushroom? Now, according to the National Institute of Drug Abuse, magic mushrooms are a type of fungi that's found nearly on every continent and have a long history of use. They grow naturally in various regions in India, like Kerala and Karnataka of Western Ghats, Mephalana and Manipur of northeastern India, and Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh of the Himalayan region. They grow on decomposing organic matter in moist soil enriched with decaying wood or cow dung, and after the rainy season, when the environment is warm, damp yet warm, they are typically considered dried or powdered.
Are magic mushrooms good for your health? According to the medical news today, consuming magic mushrooms or shrooms can have effects ranging from euphoria to hallucinations. However, it has a high potential for abuse and serves no legitimate medical purpose. God, that was hard to say.
Yeah, I know. Hey, whoa.
The national, yeah, it
news over there.
Switches, right? Like, yeah. The National Institute on Drug Abuse says people who use it can experience flashbacks anywhere from weeks to years, and also experience fear, confusion, delirium, psychosis, and syndromes.
Oh, there you go. That's
I
the end of
can't
that
believe
story.
we're going to end on that. That's
Yeah. Well, you know how they people talked about cannabis for so long, right?
no medical attributes. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Just never know, right? And from there, we're going to switch from mushrooms to the next story.
Yeah. Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, Biden commutes sentences of nearly 2,500 people in prison for drug offenses, including some who are locked up on marijuana charges.
I see it's a long story, but we'll cover as much as we can. As of his final acts before leaving office next week, President Joe Biden he's left as of today. Joe Biden has granted another round of communications for nearly 2,500 people incarcerated in federal prison over nonviolent drug convictions, including several who are serving time for offenses related to cannabis. Biden said on Friday that with these commutations, he has now granted clemency to more than any president in history. That includes 2 rounds of mass pardons he granted to people who've committed federal cannabis possession offenses earlier in his term.
Good on him for doing this. This was a nice last call, I think. Today's clemency action provides relief for individuals who received lengthy sentences based on discredited distinctions between crack and powder cocaine, as well as outdated sentencing enhancements for drug crimes. He said in a statement, adding that the previous enactment of bipartisan criminal justice reform legislation, such as the Fair Sentencing Act and the First Step Act, underscores that it's time we equalize these sentencing disparities. This action is an important step towards righting historic wrongs, correcting sentencing disparities, and providing deserving individuals the opportunity to return to their families and communities after spending far too much time behind bars, Biden said. I am proud of my record on clemency and will continue to review additional commutations and pardons.
There's his post. With President-elect Donald Trump, which is down most that time to be president, set to assume office after his inauguration on Monday, the window to achieve that is nearly sealed. And while advocates applaud the president's clemency actions over the past 4 years, there's been lingering frustration that thousands have remained incarcerated in federal prison over cannabis-related convictions, including non-violent sale cases. According to the Last Prisoner Project, several people have cannabis convictions were included in the list of those Biden granted communications to on Friday.
And there is quite the list. If you want to take a read, Carrie Collier, Daniel Gallegos, and it's quite the list. Weldon and Gallegos, the Weldon Project in Mission Green. I commend President Biden for granting clemency to 2,500 people serving lengthy sentences for the crack powder disparity and unjust enhancements not made retroactive by the First Step Act. And this is Weldon, who received a presidential pardon under the first Trump administration for his own cannabis case.
Several years ago, Weldon was a guest on the Pace Radio show.
Really?
Julie had him on as a guest.
Oh, amazing. Yeah,
that was before his pardon. So this is an important step and the first real clemency effort where people still in prison are getting a chance at freedom, and it deserves recognition. That said, I remain amazed at the lack of focus on releasing those incarcerated for marijuana offenses. Marijuana is less harmful than alcohol, yet those serving federal sentences for it continue to be overlooked, he said.
Yeah. There's still time to act. The president has an opportunity to address this injustice, and I urge him to make the cannabis clemency a priority before it's too late.
Sarah Getston, executive director and general counsel at LPP, said in a press release that this historic decision offers hope, not just for those freed today, but for all the individuals still incarcerated for cannabis and their families that have been impacted by the war on drugs. President Biden's actions reminds us that meaningful change is possible when people work together and listen to what is needed to provide true justice through second chances, she said.
Wow. The top House Democrat said the president's move will help to repair damage from the failed war on drugs that has ruined lives, broken up families, and disseminated communities. Presley is among numerous congressional lawmakers who have implored the president to exercise his executive authority to and provide clemency for people who've been disproportionately impacted by the punitive drug war policies. And that call for action was amplified after the November election.
Now, responding to the latest commutations, Presley says this represents another historic transformation and compassionate step towards healing and reuniting families by commuting the sentences of thousands of individuals serving justified lengthy sentences, a direct result of the failed policies of the war on drugs. With this action, President Biden has now issued more pardons and commutations than any president in American history, and is demonstrating the power of clemency to address the injustices of our criminal legal system. I thank President Biden for acting boldly and continuing to use clemency to change and save lives. This is what we've been calling for, and this is the type of leadership the moment demands. This will be a defining part of President Biden's legacy, the Congresswoman added.
Yeah, I think she's right. Cassandra Frederick, who's the executive director of the DPA, said Biden's last commutations demonstrated to Americans that justice delayed doesn't have to mean injustice forever. These 2,500 individuals faced years, in many cases decades, of imprisonment because of the deeply flawed, racist, and draconian drug laws that politicians continue to perpetuate to this day, she said. We thank President Biden and celebrate this historic day.
However, she added that the organization remains gravely concerned that elected officials across the country and the incoming Trump administration are at risk of repeating the same mistakes of the 1980s and 90s by prioritizing criminalization and punishment over support.
Yeah, make no mistake, the same drug war playbook that ruined lives, broke communities apart, and imprisoned large swaths of American public for crack cocaine will have the same effect today, resulting in a more unpredictable, dangerous drug supply that will only put more lives at risk and more people behind bars. As we thank President Biden for his bold actions today, we will also continue our fight to change laws to support the reintegration of those Americans who will now face the arduous task to re-enter a society which has needlessly erected numerous barriers from housing and healthcare to employment to their success. And we will also call on Congress and the Trump administration to prioritize real health solutions to drugs and the overdose crisis we urgently need to save lives.
Even as critical sentencing reforms are passed, we have watched as individuals languish in prison for charges which would now result in much lower sentences, says NACDL Executive Director Lisa Wayne. She goes on to say that this announcement rectifies this injustice. We are grateful for President Joe Biden for setting a record for the most presidential pardons and commutations in U.S. history, and recognizing the continuing impact of Americans' cruel war on drugs and the racist sentencing disparities that plagued our carceral system. In addition to providing warranted sentencing relief, this announcement is an important step in the fight for drug reform. drug law reform. Well, what do you say? We shut her down there. We'll get into the next story so we can keep things on time. I think we've covered a majority of it. Biden's let these people.
As I scrolled down, it was just a lot of separate posts from people making comments about it, and just screenshots of their posts. So I think we got the majority of the story.
Okay, good. That's what I could see some names there as well. So okay, right at the bottom of the screen there. All right, the next one up and the last one before break.
Coming to us from Business of Cannabis. What could Trudeau's exit mean for cannabis here in Canada?
Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced that he plans to step down as the leader of the Liberal Party amid growing internal pressure and falling approval numbers or ratings. After nearly a decade as the country's leader, Trudeau's position has become untenable over the last few months, and his party is significantly behind the polls ahead of an election that must take place this year.
He has faced calls to resign from senior members of his own party amid mounting criticism of his handling of a looming trade war with the U.S. and his failing to bring a cost of living crisis under control. Despite his recent political woes, Trudeau leaves behind him an important legacy, having played a pivotal role in making Canada the second country on earth to legalize adult use cannabis.
Trudeau campaigned on a platform of cannabis legalization during the 2015 federal election, emphasizing regulation and harm reduction, and made good on these promises in his first few years in office, seeing cannabis legalized in 2018. However, Trudeau's cannabis legacy is not without criticism. Canada's cannabis industry continues to grapple with a number of fundamental issues. With an early federal election looking increasingly likely and the Conservatives leading convincingly in the polls, changes are likely on their way.
In December of 2024, the incumbent administration announced that it planned to explore a new excise tax system for cannabis businesses in 2025, in welcome and long-awaited efforts to cut red tape. In its 2024 fall economic statement, the federal government announced new plans to explore a transition from cannabis excise duty stamp specific to each province and territory to a single national stamp, an issue that has long dogged the industry.
The future of these plans is now uncertain. While the cannabis industry is thought to account for 20% of GDP from crop production, an election and new administration could force these amendments down the list of priorities to see them scrapped altogether or to see them gone. Yeah. The Conservative Party has historically sought stricter controls on cannabis policy, focusing on restricting medical cannabis programs and imposing home cultivation.
In 2013, they attempted to ban medical cannabis users from growing their own cannabis or designating, citing concerns about diversion into the illicit market. The party has also consistently opposed home grow rights, with efforts to amend the Cannabis Act to prohibit or limit cultivation narrowly defeated. Even after legalization, conservatives have favored large licensed producers over small scale or personal growers.
Cannabis Act expanded access to the regulated supply chain, creating pathways for smaller producers with lower capital requirements. However, the source-intensive licensing process could face cuts under a conservative government focused on reducing bureaucracy, like favoring larger companies while sidelining smaller operators. Although reducing red tape might streamline some processes, the conservatives' resistance to cannabis reform suggests limited priority for advancing the industry, potentially leading to more challenges for small businesses.
The previous conservative government under Prime Minister Stephen Harper also introduced the Marijuana for Medical Purposes Regulations, the MMPR, in 2013, replacing the former Medical Marijuana Access Regulations, the MMAR, which had allowed patients to grow their own cannabis or designate someone to grow it on their behalf, effectively banning home cultivation. The decision faced significant backlash from patients and advocacy groups many of whom argued that it limited access and affordability. The decision was later challenged in court, eventually prompting the creation of the Access to Cannabis for Medical Purposes regulations, the ACMPR, which reinstated the right for patients to grow their own cannabis under specific conditions.
Some commentators point to the fact that this administration introduced a regulatory system for medical cannabis that, in common sense ways, cut red tape and ensured people had access to cannabis produced under strict quality controls.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Yeah, we'll see what happens. The election hasn't happened yet. We don't know. Everybody knows what's going to happen. I know what the polls say. But we'll just have to wait till the election once it's called, and then see what the platforms are, and find out what they are on the cannabis issue, and psychedelics, and go from there. Maybe we'll be able to talk to somebody who's running. Maybe we'll have them on as a guest and find out.
That'd be cool,
wouldn't it? All righty, it's time for us to take that break. It's break time. We'll be right back after our joint session. Actually, I'm going to have a vape while you're gone. And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back and ready to bring you 4 more stories. We got some interesting stuff coming up on some psychedelic stuff, I would say.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Always makes me happy.
All right, here we go. Right off the bat.
Coming to us from The Guardian, psychedelic drug DMT to be trialed on UK volunteers to tackle alcohol misuse.
Wow. A powerful psychedelic that is being used in healing ceremonies by indigenous groups in the Amazon is being trialed as a pioneer approach to reduce problematic alcohol consumption. DMT is the active ingredient in ayahuasca, a hallucinogenic brew that has been used for thousands of years by shamans in South Africa. Scientists based at University College London are testing whether a one-off dose of the medicine can help hazardous drinkers who want to reduce their alcohol intake.
Alcohol addiction is notoriously difficult to overcome, and there are few effective therapies available. The current treatment, the current treatments really don't work for a large proportion of people. For alcohol addiction, 50% of the people relapse within 3 months and around 60 to 70% within 3 years, said Professor Ravi Das, who is co-leading the trial at the University College London with Professor Jeremy Skipper. Treatment itself hasn't changed fundamentally in 70 years, so there's a desperate need for new medicines and treatment approaches. To the extent that DMT or ayahuasca might provide a more effective treatment approach is definitely worth exploring.
It is, in this pure form, DMT is one of the most powerful psychoactive substances found in nature. The dose we choose reliably produces strong effects, said Dr. Greg Cooper, a research fellow at UCL, adding that this included total out-of-body experiences, fully immersive hallucinations, and entering colorful geometric landscapes.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like Yellow Submarine.
Yep. A few volunteers have already begun the trial, which will include 120 study participants, making it the largest psychedelic brain imaging study to date. People seem to find the experience rewarding, but not necessarily something they'd want to do recreationally. Oh, heck to the no. I would not want to do ayahuasca or NN-DMT for fun.
Yeah.
Participants are given an intravenous dose of the medicine, the effects of which last for only about 15 minutes, while a control group receive a placebo or a non-hallucinogenic medicine. In the UCL trial, the scientists are using a specifically developed procedure to reactivate participants' alcohol-related reward memories. They assess whether the studied medicines can then interfere with these memories to reduce drinking. The exact details are not being disclosed, as this could bias the results.
Excessive drinking is partially driven by alcohol hijacking the brain's built-in motivation and reward system, says Das. We are seeking to counteract that with our treatment. Volunteers are given MRI brain scans while watching the film excerpts featuring alcohol, including with nail and eye and the trip, and then tracked for up to 9 months to assess whether or how the drug works. One theory is that it may make the brain more susceptible to being rewired at the cellular level, but the experience may also play a role.
This idea of neuroplasticity as being the mechanism for better mental health is thrown around a lot in the media because it is science-y sounding. but it is often poorly defined, says Doss. There's probably a huge role that's played by people having this totally novel salient experience on psychedelics. They've already come into this study motivated to reduce their drinking, and this novel experience may be like a way marker in their journey that cements their commitment to drinking less. Doss's team previously showed that a one-of dose of ketamine could be used to disrupt harmful patterns of behavior. DMT is regarded as a safer and shorter acting, meaning it could be more practical to administer. However, the team emphasized the need for the medicine to be administered under medical supervision.
Yeah, Doss says, I would strongly caution against attempting to self-medicate with psychedelics at home. With DMT and all the psychedelics research coming out, it's milligram doses we're talking about, and effects outside of a clinical setting may be wildly different. The team hope the study, if successful, will pave the way for a phase 3 clinical trial. People have the impression that Gen Z are drinking less and the alcohol problems are therefore reducing, but globally problematic use is actually continuing to rise, Don says. Treatment itself hasn't changed fundamentally in 70 years. So there's a desperate need for new drugs and treatment approaches. To the extent that DMT might provide a more effective treatment approach, it is worth exploring.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, it sounds to me like it'd be, as I mentioned, alcohol can take over some reward systems, and it sounds like DMT could rewire that.
Yeah, well, a lot of these medicines can help to rewire that. Ayahuasca, they're talking about what we call NN-DMT here. We've nicknamed that the spirit molecule. And it sure can help to rewire the brain and create this neuroplasticity that they're talking about. And when they talk about neuroplasticity, it's the ability that you can now rewire your own patterns with some talk therapy help. And which is why we suggest, anybody that's in the field, we highly suggest that, you have an integration specialist for afterwards to help you with that neuroplasticity and rewiring those patterns, therefore rewiring your brain and hopefully not feeling that call for the illicit drugs or alcohol anymore.
Yeah. Well, it's all part of the process, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. All righty, next story.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, cannabis, cocaine, and heroin. 3 drugs that started legal, became banned, and were then used in medicines.
Yeah, people say, what do you mean heroin's used as medicine? And cocaine? What do you mean? Yes, people, they are.
I knew the cocaine one. I'm going to learn about the heroin.
I opiates.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Opiate drugs. Yeah. Cannabis, cocaine, and heroin have interesting life stories and long rap sheets. You might know them today as illicit drugs, but each was once legal. When things changed, racism and politics played a part in how we viewed them. We also learned more about their impact on health. Over time, they were declared illegal.
Mm-hmm. But decades later, these drugs and their derivatives are being used legally for medical purposes. Here's how we ended up outlawing cannabis, cocaine, and heroin, and what happened next.
Cannabis plants originated in Central Asia, spread to North Africa, and then to the Americas. People grew cannabis for its hemp fiber used to make ropes and sacks, but it was also had other properties like many other ancient medical discoveries. It all started with religion. Cannabis is mentioned in the Hindu text known as Vedas. That's 1700 to 1100 BCE. Wow, that's old. As a sacred feel-good plant, cannabis or bhang is still used ritually in India today during festivals such as Shivarita and Holi.
From the late 1700s, the British in India started taxing cannabis products. They also noticed a high rate of Indian hemp insanity, including what we now recognize as psychosis in the colony. By the late 1800s, a British government investigation found only heavy cannabis use seemed to affect people's mental health. In the 1880s, cannabis was used therapeutically in the United States to treat tinnitus, migraine, and insane delirium, but not everyone agreed on or even knew the best dose. Local producers simply mixed up what they had into a tincture, soaking cannabis leaves and buds in alcohol to extract essential oils, and hoped for the best.
So in the 1880s, it was used to treat insane delirium, but when Reefer Madness came out, that's what they said it caused. You know, yeah, the crazy man. Think of the Reefer Madness video.
Yep.
So how did cannabis go from slightly useless legal drug to a social menace? Some of it was from genuine health concerns about what was added to people's food, drink, and medicine.
In 1908, in Australia, New South Wales listed cannabis as an ingredient that could adulterate food and drink, along with opium, cocaine, and chloroform. To sell the product legally, you had to tell the customers it contained cannabis. Some of it was international politics. Moves to control cannabis use began in 1912 with the world's first treaty against drug trafficking. The U.S. and Italy both wanted cannabis included, but this didn't happen until 1925.
Some of it was racism. The word marijuana is Spanish for cannabis. Later, and angelistic to marijuana. You can see the J and the H. And the drug became associated with poor migrants. In 1915, El Paso, Texas, on the Mexican border, was the first U.S. municipality to ban the non-medical cannabis trade. By the 1930s, cannabis was firmly entrenched as a public menace, and drug laws had been introduced across much of the U.S. and Europe, and less quickly Australia, to prohibit its use. Cannabis was now a poison, regulated alongside cocaine and opiates.
The 1936 movie Reefer Madness was a high point of cannabis paranoia. Cannabis smoking was also part of other suspect new subcultures such as black jazz, the 1950s beatnik movement, and U.S. service personnel returning from Vietnam. Today, recreational cannabis use is associated with physical and mental harm. In the short term, it impairs your functioning, including your own ability to learn, drive, and pay attention. In the long term, harms include increasing the risk of psychosis.
But what about cannabis as a medicine? Since the 1980s, there's been a change in mood towards experimenting with cannabis as a therapeutic medicine. Medicinal cannabis products are those that contain CBD or THC. Today in Australia and some other countries, these can be prescribed by certain doctors to treat conditions when other medicines do not work. Medicinal cannabis has been touted as a treatment for some chronic conditions such as cancer, pain, and multiple sclerosis, but it's not clear yet whether it's effective for the range of chronic diseases it's prescribed for. However, it does seem to improve the quality of life for people with some serious or terminal illnesses who are using other prescription drugs.
Several different species of the coca plant grow across Bolivia, Peru, and Colombia. For centuries, local people chewed coca leaves and made them into a mildly stimulant tea. Coca and ayahuasca, which are both plant-based, ayahuasca is a plant-based psychedelic, were also possibly used to sedate people before Inca human sacrifice. In 1860, German scientist Albert Niemann isolated the alkaloid we now call cocaine from the coca leaves. Niemann noticed that applying it to the tongue made it feel numb.
Human sacrifice? Wow.
Oh, yeah, well, the Inca were famous for that.
Yeah. But because effective analytics such as ether and nitrous oxide had already been discovered, cocaine was mostly used instead in tonics and patent medicines. Perhaps the most famous example was Coca-Cola, which contained cocaine when it was launched in 1886. But cocaine was used earlier in the 1860s, Italy, in a drink called Vin Mariana. Pope Leo XIII was a fan.
Mm-hmm. And Coca-Cola, by the way, no longer uses, like they no longer use the extract cocaine. They still use coca leaf. Yeah, so the coca leaf is still in your Coca-Cola. With cocaine-based products easily available, it quickly became a drug of addiction. Cocaine remained popular in the entertainment industry. Fictional detective Sherlock Holmes injected it. American actor Tallulah Bankhead swore by it. And novelist Agatha Christie used cocaine to kill off some of her characters.
Oh, in 1914, cocaine possession was made illegal in the U.S. After the hippie era of 1960s and 70s, cocaine became the it drug of the yuppie 1980s. Crack cocaine also destroyed mostly Black American urban communities. Cocaine now is now associated with physical and mental harms, and in the short and long term, it can cause problems with your heart, blood pressure, and cause organ damage. At its worst, it can kill you. Right now, illegal cocaine production and use is also surging across the globe.
If they had just left the coca plant alone, we'd have a beautiful medicine.
Yeah.
But cocaine was always legal for medical and surgical use, most commonly in the form of cocaine hydrochloride. As well as acting as a painkiller, it's a vasoconstrictor. It tightens blood vessels and reduces bleeding, so it's still used in some types of surgeries. Heroin. Opium has been used for pain relief ever since people worked out how to harvest the sap of the opium poppy. By the 19th century, addictive and potentially lethal opium-based products such as laudanum were widely available across the United Kingdom, Europe, and the United States. Opium addiction was also a real problem.
Because of this, scientists were looking for safe and effective alternatives for pain relief and to help people cure their addictions. In 1874, English chemist Charles Romilly Alter Wright created diamorphine, drug firm Bayer thought it might be useful in cough medicines, gave it the brand name heroin, and put it on the market in 1898. It made chest infections worse.
Give it the brand name heroin. I didn't realize that heroin started with a brand name.
No,
although diamorphine was created with good intentions, this opiate was highly addictive. Shortly after it came on the market, it became clear that it was every bit as addictive as other opiates. This coincided with international moves to shut down the trade in non-medical opiates due to their devastating effect on China and other Asian countries. Like cannabis, heroin quickly developed radical chic. The mafia trafficked it into the U.S. and it became popular in the Harlem jazz scene. Beatniks embraced it, and U.S. servicemen came back from Vietnam addicted to it. Heroin also helped kill U.S. singers Janis Joplin and Jim Morrison.
Today we know heroin use and addiction contributes to a wide range of physical and mental health problems as well as death from overdose. However, heroin-related harm is now being outpaced by powerful synthetic opioids such as Oxycontin, fentanyl, and the naltrexone group of drugs. In Australia, there are more deaths and hospital admissions from prescription opioid overdoses than from heroin overdoses.
Yeah.
What's that time?
Yeah, in a nutshell, not all medicines have a squeaky clean history, and not all illicit drugs have always been illegal. Drugs' legal statuses and how they are used and shaped by factors such as politics, racism, and social norms of the day, as well as their impact on health.
There you go. A little bit of a history on the three of them. Eh?
Wow, that was actually very interesting.
There was.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, don't think, the doctor can give you some painkillers, and some people don't even think about the fact that, heroin based, product coming at them, and they don't realize that.
Yeah.
So, all righty. Got the next story all lined up and ready to go. Here we go.
Okay. Coming to us from Tech Bullion, the growing popularity of psilocybin in Canada, a guide to safe access.
There we go. In recent years, there has been a significant rise in the interest and acceptance of psilocybin mushrooms across Canada. Commonly referred to as magic mushrooms, psilocybin has gained attention for its potential therapeutic benefits, especially in treating mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD. Better send that information to India. As attitudes shift, many Canadians are looking for reliable sources to purchase high-quality mushrooms. For those interested, it's now easier than ever to buy mushrooms online through trusted dispensaries like Canada Shrooms. The renewed interest in psilocybin stems largely from research conducted at leading universities and medical institutions worldwide. Studies have shown that psilocybin can provide lasting psychological relief when administered in controlled therapeutic settings. Furthermore, many individuals report increased creativity, mindfulness, and personal insight when using psilocybin responsibly.
In Canada, the legal framework surrounding psilocybin is evolving. While psilocybin mushrooms remain classified as a controlled substance, there have been noteworthy developments, including exemptions granted for medical and therapeutic purposes. These changes reflect a growing recognition of the potential benefits of psilocybin, further normalizing its use. Gone are the days of searching for mushrooms through word of mouth or unregulated sources, or going into the local cow pasture. With the advent of online dispensaries, Canadians now have access to safe, discreet, and high-quality psilocybin products. Platforms like Canada Shrooms make it simple to browse a wide variety of strains and products tailored to different preferences and needs.
As the stigma surrounding psilocybin continues to fade, more Canadians are exploring its potential to enhance their lives. Whether you're seeking therapeutic relief or personal growth, purchasing from a trusted online source ensures you have access to safe and high-quality products. When you buy shrooms online, you gain access to detailed product descriptions, customer reviews, and competitive pricing. Reputable dispensaries are also prioritize quality control, ensuring that their mushrooms are grown, harvested, and processed in optimal conditions.
Yeah. So here's some information on how to choose the right psilocybin products. For first-time users, navigating the world of psilocybin can seem overwhelming. And here are some tips to help you make an informed choice. Start with microdosing. If you're new to psilocybin, microdosing can be an excellent way to experience its benefits without intense psychoactive effects. Many online dispensaries offer pre-measured microdosing capsules for convenience.
Different strains of psilocybin mushrooms can produce varying effects. For example, Golden Teacher is known for its balanced, introspective experience, while Penis Envy is prized for its potency. Online stores often provide detailed strain profiles to guide your selection. Now, as far as prioritizing safety, they say always choose dispensaries that emphasize secure transactions, discreet packaging, and customer confidentiality. Now, I believe they're suggesting that Canada Shrooms excels in these areas, ensuring a seamless shopping experience.
Gee, I wonder if somebody might have sponsored this story.
I wonder.
As the stigma surrounding psilocybin continues to fade, more Canadians are exploring its potential to enhance their lives. Whether you're seeking therapeutic relief or personal growth, purchasing from a trusted online source ensures you have access to safe and high-quality products. For a reliable and convenient way to purchase shrooms online, Canada Shrooms can be trusted.
Really?
Just make sure you know where they're coming from and how they were grown. I mean, a lot of the same advice when cannabis was first coming back into the mainstream. It's the same advice for mushrooms. Make sure you know where they're coming from, where they were grown from. You know, don't go buying anything that was grown in a swamp or et cetera, et cetera. You know, just be smart and safe.
Yeah, exactly. All right, to our last story of the day and the Cindy's upcoming trip. Here we go.
Yes, Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine. I'm getting ready and doing training so I can go be a reporter at this. Denver Shroom Fest set to return after a successful debut in 2024. Who wants to go?
Yeah. Colorado's capital city will soon be hosting its second annual mushroom extravaganza. Following a successful launch last year, it will be held at the Real Works event venue in the River North Art District once again. The team responsible for organizing the expo revealed earlier this week that the one-day event will take place on June the 15th this time around. It is more fun-focused than anything.
June 15th. You know what? I'm open on June 15th. That's good. Our team is hard at work making sure Denver Shroom Fest 2025 is even bigger, better, and shroomier than last year. The organizers said in a social media post, it will feature live music acts, art installations, vendors, and psychedelic learning opportunities. Notable attractions from 2024 included a mushroom testing booth. Oh my God. Psilocybin cultivation workshops and trippy live painting showcases by local artists.
Situated in one of the first American states to decriminalize natural psychedelics like magic mushrooms, Denver recently hosted another psychedelics event. The Open Minds Expo also made its second ever appearance at the Jonas Brothers Center in the city's art district last November. State citizens are known for their progressive outlook on topics like legalization of cannabis and psychedelics. In recent years, a church on the city's north side has hosted attendees for an educational class known as Microdose Mondays. The host, Travis Tyler Fluck, gives his students shroom capsules on the way out the door at the end of each course. The session costs $30.
Okay, so when I go down to Denver, I have to be there for Monday. I got to go to this.
I see it's on a Sunday.
Right? So yeah, I'm just gonna have to be there. I'm there.
I'll
for
do the Monday. I'll get Glenn to fill in for you on the Monday.
On that Monday, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. Okay, and that way you can go.
I'm in.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, yes. If we're continuing on, psilocybin therapy is now permitted in Colorado. I'm sorry, I got really excited in my mind planning my trip. Legal measures passed by voters 3 years ago came into effect as residents celebrate at the beginning of the new year this month. Healing centers will be popping up at an increasing rate throughout Colorado in the coming weeks. The state has invested millions in new regulatory measures for this variety of psychedelic therapy.
Next year, the other natural psychoactive plants and their derivatives will become legally accepted as mental health treatments here too. These include iboga, ayahuasca, and mescaline-bearing caca like San Pedro. Before psilocybin therapy became prescribable in January, a psychedelics church set up in Colorado Springs locals' basement had become increasingly popular among state residents.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
How exciting.
You can hardly wait to go.
I can. Yeah, no, I'm Colorado in June.
Well, yeah. You get to go. That would be great. And we'll have you walking around covering the event that you say, right?
Yeah. Give me some training. Get me ready.
Yeah. All right. Okie dokie. Anything else?
No, I can only focus on Colorado in June right now. I'm really excited.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, I think today we started the show with a very disturbing story of the children in the UK. 400 kids waiting for access to cannabis. Well, only 5 have legal access. Yeah. It's just not right. And it was good to end on a fun story.
It was.
Started. Yeah. All righty. Other than that, folks, from the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our news report for today. Thanks to our buds at Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Legacy420.com, and at ease.ca. And other than that, thank you for tuning in. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me. I hope you're all having a great week. And behind me, you can see the inauguration of a rapist. And I'm just got it blatting in. It's not on. Well, the audio is not on. The video is on because my TV is always on. But I'm glad that the show is today at this time, so we don't have to watch that. This morning, I have a previous guest, a good friend and a patient with me this morning. Melissa has been fighting with WCB Nova Scotia, seems like for a decade already. She's been through so much. She's been a previous guest. She kind of gave us a background. So it was a lose, and then a little bit of a win, and then a lose, and then a little bit of a win. Right now, they've got her in an Airbnb. They're renovating her house or doing some things for her, and then all of a sudden they won't. So this fight and battle with WCB, never mind her health, the fact that she wanted to use cannabis as a medicine, the fact that she was injured at work to begin with, all falls back to the lack of services that we do have in some of our provinces. It's not all it's not. I'm not going to say it's like that everywhere, because depending on your premier on how bad your services really are, right? Nova Scotia seems to be consistently lacking in doctors, lacking in services, lacking in anybody that gives a shit. Honestly, they've voted 2 consecutively conservative premiers. I'm just going to leave that with you. So I'm going to bring Melissa in and let her tell you her story, because it's not mine to tell. Welcome this morning, my dear loveliness. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Well, living the dream, right?
Oh,
We're all living the dream, right?
Wrapped in heat and fat attached to a wall.
Heating blanket, DB in one hand, just finished popping, my attention deficit meds. But yeah, I feel you.
Yeah.
I feel you. So they got you in an Airbnb right now. How long you been in that one?
I've been here since the end of April, and it's cost them, I would say, close to $100,000.
Your life's worth that. In about a month, that's a drop in the bucket to what your life's worth.
Just before, the last 2 Christmases, because of you'll hear it's pretty. We had some dirty weather coming through. That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah, you said you got some weather coming through. Is that just wind hitting the house?
The sun's coming out now, but this is the wind, and it's supposed to get gnarly later on. So.
Yeah, well, you guys do get some gnarly weather out that way, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I'm right on the water, so it's.
Are you? Oh.
No complaints there. I mean, it's a beautiful spot.
I wouldn't be complaining either. I'd be right on the ocean. I'd be happy too, but get a bit treacherous sometimes too, though.
Yeah, but then December 15th, my case manager sent me a message, and she said, if you're not in agreement, the plans were wrong. The plans they come up with were wrong because they missed a bedroom. And I kept saying, you missed a bedroom on the plans. I'm not signing off on this. And I needed a therapeutic tub. And for pain control, I mean, if you're not going to cover my cannabis, then I need a tub. I need, what I mean? If you're not going to do one, you got to replace it with something else.
That's right. Absolutely.
She said they'll do a regular tub. And I said, I'm trying to avoid you a bunch of future costs, because I have an appeal in for the tub, because they're going to put a regular tub in.
That's not good for you. You need a therapeutic tub. Number one, you need the jets, but you need something you're not going to fall in, right? You need one of those ones where you have the door, you can just walk in, sit down, and have safety. If you have to crawl into a regular tub, Mel, you can fall on your head.
I can do that.
And you fall down quite a bit as it is, don't you?
No, my balance isn't great, but I was a figure skater for 20.
Right.
So like, thank God for that. But my balance isn't that bad. I haven't fallen, knock on wood, yet. But my balance is off. But I catch myself. You know what I mean? Like I catch myself with my legs. Like I use my legs a lot from the skating. But my main concern was the back door, because the back door, when you go through the back door, the basement stairs are right there.
Right.
And I come in and trip, arse over kettle down those stairs. And there's a window like 2 feet on this side. And I said, can you just move the door here so I can just walk right into the kitchen? And they said, well, we won't be able to match the siding. And I thought, what?
Who cares? Siding? Well, I want the door moved.
Yeah. I don't care. I don't care if you put was it Mac tack? I don't care if you put Mac tack around it. You know what I mean? I don't care what you do with it. You can put whatever around it. But I was just so blind. And she said, well, they're going to extend my kitchen, so I'll have more lower counter space, so I'll be able to be more functional in my own home, like for trying to prep meals and things like that, which I need to get back to doing. It's more like a tunnel. And I said, well, what about windows? Like, like it's a tunnel. Because my psychiatrist looked at the original plans and he called it a prison. He said, it looks like a prison. That will be your prison. And I said, I know, because where I'm immunocompromised, I'm right on the ocean. One of the biggest triggers for trigeminal neuralgia is wind.
Right.
And weather and barometric pressure where I'm at. I can't, it is what it is, but I would not have this had I not been hit in the head with a chair at work.
Right.
So it all stems back to that, right?
Right. And that's what they don't understand, is that they're trying to make, and WCB does this, I think 90% of the time. I hate to say this, because I had a 2-year battle with WCB in Alberta for my husband, right? And it took me 2 years to battle with them just to get his wages, like never mind the rest of it. We're still fighting with WCB in Alberta. He still hasn't had a knee replacement. He's still working in pain every single day. But what I find with them is they will give you a little bit of a bone and then they want you to fight for it. And it just seems to be a continuous game because they're a private insurance company, right? Like, I think that's one thing that a lot of people misunderstand, is that they're a government entity and there's government regulations over them. There isn't. They are just like your car insurer. They're a private insurance company that the employers pay premiums to cover their business liabilities for injury, right? So basically, when you break it down to that, it's no different than dealing with Canada Life or any other insurance company. Only this one's worse, because they feel obligated to fuck you as often as they possibly can and not pay you for anything. They want you fixed and back to work in 6 weeks, no less, no more, right? Yep. And that's the mandate that these people are given. Like when they're one of their agents, they're given this little book. And I know this because I had to actually you can't even hire a lawyer in Alberta, right? So they have mediators, but the mediators are independent. And we got a really good one. And this guy showed me their little checklists. And he showed me how to get around their bullshit. Right. So again, like it's fighting, and it's always no, we can't help you. No, we can't. And you got to appeal after appeal. And unfortunately, if you don't have a mediator or an advocate, it's really difficult. And I had nobody to advocate for us except for this one. And Alvin, like when we went to go to the second appeal, because they denied his claim, because they told him, they gave him this course for oil field dispatching. There's no such position. Okay. Then they told him that the wages were $60,000 a year, which is bullshit. A taxi cab dispatcher was what I was doing prior to, was a minimum wage job, right? So they told him to go out and get this job. And for 2 years, he couldn't find a job. So for those 2 years, I had to fight with him to get his wages back for what he would have made if he was working in the oil patch, right? And it took me 2 years. But the last appeal, Alvin refused to go to. It was a Zoom meeting. And he said, I am not going. I'm done fighting with these people. I'm fucking done. Let them do whatever, right? And that's where he was at. So his little advocate there. I sent him an email telling him he is so frustrated. He's not appearing. He's so done. We've been doing this for 2 years. We're sinking. We're living on a farm in the middle of the prairies. Like, thankfully, we weren't at that point weren't paying rent, but we were having to move and having to go and find somewhere to pay rent. So he was having to go back to the patch and get the doctors at the Canadian whatever institute that he was going to Calgary for his knee to have him sign a waiver saying that if something happened to his knee, that they would no longer be liable. Right? And the doctor refused to sign that. All he would do is raise him up from being sedentary so that he could go back to work. So they have this thing with WCB, they're sedentary, what you can do, what you're allowed to do. The doctor has to set that. So what they ended up doing was he said to the doctor, look, at my family's starving. Like, this has to change. Like, he told the doctor, I'm farming, I'm doing these things, I can do this. So the doctor, against his better, judgment, gave him that one lift from sedentary to moderate or whatever it was. But it was to the point at one point where he wasn't even allowed to walk across gravel. Right? They wouldn't let him have a job if he had to walk across gravel. So he had other jobs. He'd gotten hired at Nova in Brooks, right? And WCB fucked him so they wouldn't hire him because of the limitations that they had put on him because of WCB. So they were standing in his way of getting a job. Never mind, you know what I mean? So here you are back to a private insurance company putting barriers in front of you. It's pretty apparent you're not going to be able to ever go back to the job that you had. And they just keep putting barrier after barrier after barrier. Never mind, they won't cover your cannabis meds. At one point,
they will. They have this insanely archaic policy. See, they're stuck on this thing, THC, right?
Right.
And they don't know. They literally, I know at least I don't know about other provinces because they haven't dealt with other provinces, but I can speak specifically and say definitely 100%. That Workers' Compensation Nova Scotia does not know the difference between THC and THCA.
Well, there's a huge difference between THC and THC.
They have no.
THCA's got no high to it to begin with.
Yeah.
THCA can be made into micro sprouts and eaten and make your health like we've got. Do you know what's going on with the micro sprouts?
Oh yeah.
Have you heard about Cheryl's micro sprouts and Haley?
That's why
Haley has not had any episodes of epilepsy seizures. Like, she has gone from being like made to getting new teeth and going to bars and strobing lights, things that kid could never do. Rain on a tin roof would put her into a seizure now, and it's all because of microgreens.
That's why I need to get my house sorted.
Because the thing of it is that's brand new. Like, I think they're the only ones in Canada right now that are actually doing it. I'm not sure she's even licensed because they need like 10,000 seeds a month. And you know how Health Canada looks at a seed, right? A seed is still a plant. Like, as soon as it pops, it's a plant, right? So trying to get a licensing for 10,000 plants a month, you know what I'm saying? So this has been an obstacle. I know that there's legal stuff looking at this, but you know Cheryl at all?
I've seen like different things. I've been following it like with other stuff. Like, I get distracted easily, but
I need to hook you two up there
because I was doing broccoli sprouts for a long time before.
Well, there's other THC. Exactly, because there's a THCA isn't just in cannabis, right? It is also in other plants. So if you can do THCA and other plant matter, it makes a huge difference. And
like myrcene is one of my top kind of relax, pain, nighttime things, and I can get that from hops.
CBH. I've got a sponsor with my cannabis substitution program. It's called zerohigh.ca, and Daryl has got CBHs, CBNs, and go ahead.
Why do we as patients who are charters have to navigate this system? Why do we have to? Why should I have to go to hops? Why should she have to grow and have to go through thousands of seeds?
Yeah, exactly. And the worst part about it is that 90% of the benefits of the plant have no euphoric to it.
Exactly.
It's the THC. It's one portion. But again, we don't want to be breaking that plant down. It's like ripping a carrot apart. You want the full spectrum. You want that little bit of THC because it's there for a reason, right? But I mean, there's so many different compounds. But if you start ripping it apart and just doing isolates and distillates, that's not good either, right? And they're finding that out, that if you just isolate that one distillate or that one whatever, it's no medical benefit to you, right?
Yeah,
even straight THC doesn't get you fucking high, right? Like I've got people that got like I've got THC tinctures and I've got all, and they're like, I thought I'd get high off the THC. I'm like, no, man, you have to have, and THC in order for you to get that euphoric also has to be heated. So if you're not smoking it or vaping it, you ain't gonna get high off of it. And people just get this, has so much misinformation about the fact that they think, I'm gonna take this dropper of THC, I'm just gonna be ripped. No, but you're not. Edible, on the other hand, you get the THC with the biologics and the heat in your stomach, it's activated the THC, and then you're gonna get a little bit of euphoric off an edible, right? But
And
again,
then
when it's a tincture,
all that
it
other-
like a tincture metabolates so quickly that you're not going to get high off that THC tincture. It's just going to go into the, molecules will break down into your and go into your blood cells the way it's supposed to actually help you in the medical form. Again, none of these things are medically, scientifically, blah blah blah. I have no degree and no medical experience, right? I will just put that disclaimer out there. But again,
no, me either.
and again, like I said, we know these things because we've been using cannabis for decades for our health. These are our personal experiences, and it doesn't always work for everything for me either. And I tell people that, like, it might not work for you. I find absolutely no benefit to CBD. That's just me. I'm not saying that nobody else out there is going to have benefits to CBDs. I don't tell people don't use CBD because I don't find any benefits for myself.
But see, that comes down to your own specific chemical compound of your everybody's endocannabinoid system and body chemistry is different.
Absolutely. And there you go. You said it.
When anybody starts on it, when they say, I want to learn about cannabis, or I want to know about cannabis, or I want to try it, the very first thing before I even have a discussion with them is I will send them information on the endocannabinoid system, what it is, how it functions, how it works, what it does, blah, 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 blah. And
they don't even get through the first portion of it because it's such dry reading.
But here's the thing, I thought the same thing too, but if I didn't know that, it wouldn't have worked, or I wouldn't have been able to find, well,
to find the information that you need specifically for yourself and find the great strains. And that's the journey too, is finding the actual plant that has the right compounds for your body. And you might go through hundreds of them. You might find one or two that are effective. You might find none that are effective for a really long time, right? Like, and I say to people, like, for myself personally, I stick with indicas all the time because I know an indica is going to have a heavy THC compound. For me, I need the THC to stimulate my appetite to begin with, because that's what stimulates my appetite is a THC. I also need it to keep myself motivated. And I don't know what everybody says, oh, THC, no, for me, it focuses for my attention deficit, right? Now the CBDs, honestly, like if it's there's such a little bit involved in that plant matter, usually it doesn't. And then there's the CBHs, the CBNs, and all that other good stuff that's involved in that whole plant matter. So can you break it all down and say exactly what specifically is helping me for all of it? No.
Unless you were able to strip one away at a time, like it is like when you're starting with, let's say, a pharma med and they put you on 2 meds. That's why they never really start you on 2 meds at one time, because if something goes kind of sideways, they want to know what caused it.
Right, and the interaction of the 2 meds too, right?
Yeah. So if you're taking a whole bunch and one's not, see, that's why when I used to make my oil stuff, I would make one specific oil at a time, and I would take the bottles. Like
I never mix my cannabis when I make tinctures or pills.
Like that, you could just pump so many. I'd say I need this, and I knew what was in what, and if it was CBD or sour diesel, or I knew
exactly.
Yeah,
that's one thing I've never ever done is mix strains when I'm making oil or tinctures ever. No, because then you know exactly what's in that plant. Like what oil is that, and what's this and this. Like it's too. I mean, you already got, most of them are hybrid anyway. Most strains these days are all crossbred. I don't know if there's actually a true sativa or a true indica out there anymore. I'm sure there is. But most of them, even when you buy them from the legal stores, you get them from the res or whatever, there's always cross. This is cross with this is cross. That no longer is an indica, and well, 2 indicas, but it's still a hybrid indica, right? No matter when you're crossing that genetic, it becomes a hybrid, no matter how you slice it, right? But some of them are more effective. Some of them have put them together because they're both really effective, and they feel that they're going to be stronger if you put them together. why a lot of the Kushes have been crossed, why a lot of the sour diesel with the, the Kushes have been crossed as well. They've done a lot of sativa hybrid, which is, with higher CBDs in them, right? So they've crossbred like Barbara and they've crossbred Haley's Comet with a bunch of different sativas, right? There's so many. I mean, there's pick a name. Donkey breath. I've got some fucking purple pugs, you know what I mean? Like, which is an indica dominant. There's also what I got, Snowcap 91K from Tweed last week. I'm going to cut my tongue when I say this. I never thought I'd actually say that Tweed had a decent cannabis. I'm chewing my tongue. It's good. Like, I went back and bought it twice, and then last time I bought it, there wasn't any. I'm like, oh shit. And then it's called Snow Tactical. I'll have to. It's the package. It's Snowtastic 91K, and it's from Tweed, and it's
I'll
it's
check this. See.
yeah, it's but like I said, I never thought, because you know how we were with back, when we first started with legalization, it was like, the fucking providers at Tweed, they suck, blah blah blah, origami, all their fucking toxic shit, blah blah. You remember, right? And now it's like, oh god, that stuff was from Tweed. You're fucking kidding me, right?
Yeah.
Like, really? Like,
Did
somebody jump from one LP to another LP and they got the good one? I won't mention names on here because I might get myself into trouble. But I know a really good like master grower that was growing for one LP, and I'm not sure that he might not have migrated somewhere else because it's almost like it's his weed. And I know this because he used to be the DG for one of my friends, and it's just like, this tastes exactly like.
You can tell. You can tell. The nose knows, and the nose knows, right?
Yeah, but when you're friends with other patients and you only get to smoke with the designated growers growing, and you haven't tasted that fucking strain for she's been dead for a while. She's been dead for 5 years. I haven't seen her for 15 years, right? I probably haven't had that taste in my mouth for 15 years. And all of a sudden it was like, the fuck? Really? It's amazing. It's just like, is this? Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. So again, like I said, I never thought I'd say that Tweed was, growing some decent meds, but holy fuck. I know they don't call it meds because it's recreational market, blah, blah, blah. Cannabis is cannabis. If you think you might need a medical need, go to the store and buy some.
Workers' comp won't reimburse me for what I buy from the NSLC because they're saying it's recreational, not medical.
I know, because it's stupid. And here's the thing with that. When you take your can, like out here it's called CanCell, or in Ontario it's CanCell. Out here it's I don't even know, CanCell or whatever it's called, right? Because I had to do serve it right. Oh, it's sell it right, because it's serve it right for booze and it's sell it right for cannabis out here. Anyways, take the course for it. Health Canada doesn't recognize cannabis as medicine, right? But in their little sell it fucking programs, they make a distinct line between medical and recreational. Distinct. This is all recreational cannabis. You can't be telling anybody about it medical. There's no, you're done. And they make it fucking clear that you are not to speak about medical cannabis in a recreational store. That this is recreational cannabis, and there's no medicinal properties but yet they have a wellness fucking area. And you can buy topicals and CBDs and
all the time.
Right?
I'm the one that sometimes they feel so bad for the person in front of them, and a lot of times it's an elderly patient who has no idea, and they'll through the great they'll call me because they feel so bad.
I got thrown out of a store because I was talking about medical and asking about medical, and I was told that I had to leave because they weren't allowed to discuss that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And then she made a comment to me the next time I was in there, something, blah, blah, blah. And I went, it was political this time. First of all, it was medical. You didn't want to talk about that. She thought the medical program was costing them money and it was making it harder for the recreational market to move forward and all this shit, right?
This whole system was built on medical backs.
Right. But this was in a recreational store. She was taking my money for me buying weed for my medical purposes, and then sat there and told me that there was no medical program and it was a bunch of farce. And all it was doing was causing the recreational market havoc. This was a fucking bitch in a store that owned it. Or not owned it, but was a worker, right? So I left. Went back the next time. She said something about politics and JT and, how he was fucking the legal market and this and that. And I looked at her, I says, If it wasn't for patience and JT, you wouldn't even have a fucking job or a store to work in. So I never went back. That was the end of that. I put up with her twice, and then I never went back to that store. Well, guess what? That store no longer exists. It's just shut itself down. Because you can't be fucking saying shit like that and have somebody like me who goes in there on a weekly basis that spends $200 and $300 a week and then have me not go there. Sucks to be you. Just fucking walked. There goes your wages out the door, bitch. Your wages just walked out the door because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. So I don't say anything. I don't go. I don't complain. I just quit going to that place, and eventually they shut down because I spend a lot of money in them, right? Like, you don't understand, people. Like, medical is your bread and butter. You want those medical. You don't want that person that comes in once a month to buy a couple joints. You want that medical patient that comes in once a week and spends $500. That's going to keep the doors open, right? So you should be catering to them, whether you can talk about medical or not, whether you can, whether you should be legally or not, you should be fucking catering to them. And if you know this person has medical need, whether you fucking, yeah, you should train your staff. Because I went to another store here in town because my store was closed because they close at 9:30 and I was after 9:30 and I had to go somewhere else. Another one I'll never go back to. They got people working in there that are young people that think that they're all hip and hap and, think that they know more than somebody that's been smoking this shit for longer than they've been alive. Right? Like, that's going to get you no business too. Don't talk to me like I've just finished telling you that I've been consuming cannabis for 35 years and you're 20. Don't tell me that you know more than I do.
I got regrets over that.
Like, are you kidding me? Like, I just shake my head sometimes. And I understand that a lot of them work at these retail stores because they think it's cool. They don't really care about the plant. They don't care about the people. They just think it's cool. They smoke weed. They're just the, average stoner, right? And we have those in, let's just face it. In the culture, there is people that are just your average stoners that just want to get, and they don't give a shit about all the things that we care about. And that's pretty apparent in Canada and across the world anyways, right? Like, there are things that we care about that other people just don't, right? So,
yeah, like, to each their own, but at the end of the day, there's people that need this as medicine. Bottom line, when it comes down to it, there's people that need this as medicine. So, and it's a lot, like as you know, on the harm reduction side, it's a lot safer. And I just don't, we're in the middle of a mess and they just still will not budge. I don't understand.
yeah, I know, like, the whole toxic drug crisis. And, that's really what it is. It is a state of emergency in British Columbia. But again, we just had a report come out from the BC Coroner's office actually today. It was sent to me this morning and I was kind of glossing through it quickly. But the coroner's decided that he wants to, focus too on men and people average age 30 to 50 because people like that are working, consuming illegal toxic drugs and dying alone at home. So never mind the population that are living on houseless, they're addicted on the streets. The numbers for people 30 to 50 in British Columbia that are dying alone in their homes is higher than average, and they're just finding this out. So after fucking 6 years of a toxic drug crisis in our province, they're just finding out that there are fucking people that are my age, and younger, that are using at home alone and dying. Well, that's not a no-brainer, and these are working, functioning addicts, right? And that's something that I think nobody pays attention to. Is there working, functioning addicts? Whether you're an alcoholic that goes home and drinks every fucking night, gets up and go to work the next day, whether you're a crackhead that goes to work all day, goes home, smokes rock all night, and then gets up and goes to work the next day. I was one of them for many years, right? Like, where I was a functioning addict, I would go home, whatever, get up the next day, go to work. Nobody had a fucking clue what I was using, whether it was alcohol, whether it was drugs. Nobody knew because I was getting up every fucking day and going to work and didn't look like a fucking homeless fucking drug addict, right? But that's an issue for Canada too. Like, how many faceless, functioning people out there with trauma walking around with a bag over their head, just waiting to get through that day so they can pay their bills to go home to fucking not think about it. Because they're not getting high to have fun. They're getting high to fucking numb the pain. Anyways, honey, it's 10:30. I got to pay some bills. We got to take a break and run some commercials. God, I can talk lots. Sorry. And then we'll come back. And unfortunately, during the break, we can't talk because it's like it was in the beginning. So it'll be 2.5 minutes and we'll be right back. So I'd like to thank our sponsors. We'll be right back with Melissa and talk more about, everything that we can. We'll be right back.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back, and the dogs are going to start barking for some reason. Just a little quick note, Legacy 420 does mail order, and Legacy 420 is actually up for sale. So if you are able to, or if you're a First Nations person and are in Ontario and interested in even a long-term lease with Tim, call him up. I haven't heard it's been sold yet. I'm not sure what the price is on that, but that would be an idea. Like, that place is just like phenomenal. Like, Al's done a half an hour video on all the things that's in that facility for a video for Tim to use to sell. Wow. Like, I mean, we've had Tim on the show before and stuff as well, but he is like, the stuff they do in that place Melissa, is absolutely phenomenal. It's like a big old licensed production site, kind of sort of, and then they got a full commercial kitchen. They got like a pop facility, like counting. It's just unreal. It's yeah. So I imagine he wants a few million for it. a few $100 million for it. But yeah, it's a beautiful facility. Anyways, it is for sale. So if anybody's interested, you can get a hold of Tim. But yeah,
I would, but I can't.
Well, the thing is, it's on Tendenega, right? You have to be Mohawk, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not just on average. It's on the reserve. So I'm pretty sure there's some stipulations to who can buy it. I know that I'm pretty sure that I couldn't just go out there and buy it. Yeah. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's how that would roll. And I don't. Why wouldn't it? Like, I've got no issues with that. And like I said on the previous, I think that anybody that's First Nations wants to set up a dispensary, a store on the end of the block anywhere in this country, it's all sovereign land for them, and they can. I don't care. He's already kind of complaining. Well, they're moving the medicine wheel into downtown Toronto. I said, good. And they're like, but it's not illegal. I don't care. They're sovereign. They can do whatever the fuck they want. I don't give a shit. Why is it your problem? First Nations can do it, as far as I'm concerned. Like, not whatever they want. You know what I mean, within reason. But again, if they want to open a business and not follow the Canadian regulations, so what? That piece of property over there, their heritage, their forefathers walked over it. Don't tell them that they can't go there. Anyway, that's my stance on it. I just don't think that anybody should be telling anybody where they should be putting their stuff, because it's all their stuff as far as I'm concerned. Anyway. And I don't have too many people except for, some, bigots that, ever argue with me about that. But my stance, me, I'm just kind of like, I'm like, fuck you. Don't go there. And like, as you can see why we can't be on the talk with this, right? Like with my show, because we say cannabis way too many times. We talk about illegal, like as far as they're concerned, illegal things, which it's not in Canada. Cannabis is legal in Canada. You can carry, you can give 30 grams away. You can, there's all kinds of things. You don't get busted for lighting up a joint. You don't want to do it in the middle of the street. Be respectful. But cannabis, and we fought long and fucking hard for it. And just because the Americans don't want to fight long and hard for anything, they can't even fight for their fucking democracy, nor mind fucking anything else. So they're willing to cave to a fucking rapist.
Like that's part of my stance. Like workers' comp says they have this 9% THC cap at 4 grams a day, but I have a medical ACNPR paper from Health Canada on the same injuries for my full 50 grams a day.
You know what did that test? You know what did that test? It wasn't so much legalization. It was when the government under Harper decided to kiosk the soldiers and what they were paying for PTSD and for medical for the military. And when they kiosked that and realized how much money they were spending on 15 grams, 20 gram a day prescriptions and equipment to grow and seeds and all kinds of things, when that panned out to be a huge amount of money, they decided to scale that back and only cover 3 to 5 grams for the military, which put us all under that fucking umbrella. At all the doctors saying, well, 5 grams is max. It wasn't a medical decision. It wasn't anything to do with anything but fucking money, because the government didn't want to pay the military any more than what they were paying them. And that was under the conservative fucking government. It's never been changed. I don't know if it's ever been looked at, to be fair, but that's what fucked us all.
Google Peter.
Oh, it wasn't the Harper government. Actually, I think it was under the Liberal government. I could be fucking lying.
It was Peter Stauffer. Peter Stauffer.
That's right. It was a conservative government.
They should eat up to 10 grams a day.
Well, because like I said, because they looked into, they did that whole kiosk, whatever investigation and how much money they were spending on the military. And that's when they scaled back, not just the cannabis for the military, but they scaled back a lot of other things, and were expecting the soldiers to come and fucking prove they had their leg hadn't grown back. That was
because they're both under Medicare, right?
Yeah. That was back then. That was that whole incumbents of that bullshit with fucking, and that's when they closed those 9 veterans offices too. They scaled all that stuff back, but that's when that all kind of happened. So unfortunately, when legalization went into effect, that was the only paper, that was the only like basic documentation they had for grammage, right? Why they, and I often say this too, like Canadians aren't even allowed to grow gram marijuana. like as a patient, you're allowed 5 plants per gram. So if them giving you 4 plants, that's not even a gram of cannabis in the medical, like when you look at the medical side of things, right?
Yep.
So the Canadian, like, and don't think that there wasn't people out there telling them that because we fucking were, right? And Ross Middleton too, another. We were all on the board of the Canadian Therapeutic Cannabis Partners, right? We always were fighting for dignified access for patients. Ross did, and we kept telling them, "You're ripping people off. You're not even allowing them to grow 1 gram of cannabis. 5 to 1, 5 to 1." They're like, me. So that is something still I'd like to see change. I don't think that that's fair to Canadians. I don't think that it's right, even in a recreational sense of it, that you're not even getting enough plants to medically grow 1 gram of cannabis. And it takes you 3 months
And
or more.
What if your crop fails? What if you end up with dusty mold, or you know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Right.
Because a lot of our experience with growing it, so guaranteed your first couple of crops could tank.
A lot of people's tank and then they give up. And then they decide they're going to go get a designated grower, and the designated grower rips them off. So, you know what I mean? Like the patient's journey can be really fucking difficult because there's so many snakes and vipers out, you know, like
very expensive to boot.
Yeah, it's not cheap. And even to grow, like I think that's why we have so many. Well, we don't have a lot of block market growers anymore because the price of cannabis has dropped. Like it's not even your electricity will cost you more now than what you can get for a pound, right?
Yes, exactly.
And I've often said this too. Like I know we wanted to get this off the street and away from the kids, blah blah. But now they got no access, and now they're fucking smoking meth because they got more access to meth and fucking fentanyl than they do to cannabis. So our kids are fucking going into the hard drugs and not the fucking weed. So what did we do? What did we do? Did we do the right thing? Like I mean, I often sit on the fence going, did we do the right thing? Did we not? But I often ask these kids, like, do you guys have access to cannabis? Like I'm not going to go get it for them because I will not do that. I will not put myself at risk if that I've got my own family to worry about. But I asked them, like, do you guys have access to it? Like, I would hope that you guys have access to some weed because I really would like to see you guys smoking weed rather than drinking, or even because they got like I got 15-year-old kids coming into the store drunk, right? Like fucking drunk, staggering, falling down drunk, 14 and 15-year-old kids, right? Hey, I was a 15-year-old kid too. I get it, right?
Okay, I was too, but like.
And alcohol seems to be prevalent. We also have 14-year-old kids ODing on fentanyl.
Times have changed, and here's my question: if like certain countries were concerned about other countries having an impact on their countries, whatever's, then why go after a social media app? Then cut off all, or talk to that country and make exportation of a certain pharmaceutical illegal?
Well, they are. They are. That's what they're doing with the borders shutting down. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what they're doing. Like, why? We'll have to wait till fucking the Twilight Zone starts. I don't know when the Twilight Zone's going to start. I mean, I don't even know if it's done and over yet. I see in the background his fucking orange head standing there. But that's when the fucking whole fucking catalyst is gonna fucking drop.
I'm doing
it. Signing those fucking executive orders, and who knows what kind of executive orders that fucking orange is gonna sign. And I don't know how it's gonna affect us up here.
Most of his support is there. Why would he get rid of it? That's why when I was seeing videos from people, I'm like, nah, I ain't going nowhere. I didn't post no goodbye video to nobody. Did you notice that?
I didn't. You know what? I knew Canada wasn't going anywhere. I didn't post nothing because I didn't fucking feel the need. All these Canadians posting, bye. I'm not. Why are you doing that? This doesn't affect us. In fact, if you look at a few other videos, Canada's TikTok servers are not in Canada. Canadian government has no control over any of our servers because the servers are not in our country. The servers are in the UK or the servers are in other countries. The only reason why, and in reality, the only reason why that the United States can fuck around with their fucking shit is because he got that little Singaporean underneath his fucking left fucking flab fucking fold. Like, fuck. It's all a fucking facade of fucking monopoly of fucking, let me see how many minions. And then last night I usually try and stay away from this on my show, but I can't today, just for a half a minute. Last night in his fucking speech, Trump said twice that they rigged the election. Fucking twice. He said Elon Musk went down to Pennsylvania and he was there for a month and he did a lot of campaigning and he campaigned hard and then he went and sat behind a computer. He fucking said it twice in his fucking speech last night. They rigged it, and fucking Musk was behind it, and he's saying it loud and proudly, and nobody's doing a fucking thing. They're all lined up. I thought they were going to arrest him today. See that? There's that conspiracy theory, you fucking Democratic fucking idiots. Nothing's going to happen. This guy is taking over, and this guy is going to start taking over everything. So buckle up, buttercups. It's going to get fun even for Canadians. Just saying. And I'm ranting, and I shouldn't be. This is not TikTok. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm terrified. Fucking terrified.
Like, I'm worried they're going to turn around and squash the whole cannabis thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't put
Polyev has decently said on a number of occasions, but the gap has become smaller. They had a 24% lead last week. They have an 11% lead this week. The gap is closing.
A certain name thrown into the ring might have changed that.
Well, it ain't going to be Freeland because she's like, did you see the videos of her fucking being heckled over Gaza at her announcement? They were heckling her. There was people calling her out for Gaza. And that's the thing too, like any incumbent like Katrina Gold, any of the ones that are running that were prior liberals are going to get that. They're going to get fuck you, and fuck you, right? Mark Carney is the only one that but he has been involved, but he was only involved in economic policy and advisement only. He was not in there telling anybody what to do. But anybody connected to genocide, anybody connected to the liberal, everybody connected to Trudeau is a fucking gonna just get a big fat fucking no. I mean, I'm a registered liberal. I've been a registered liberal since 1988. I'm a loyalist. I don't make any fucking bones about it. I take the shit and I take it fucking, in every direction, right? And I have for many years, and I don't care. I'm going to stand up for what my values are. And like I said on a number of occasions too, who I vote for doesn't make me who I am. Who I am leads me to who I vote for, right?
Like, as a nurse and a former corrections officer, I think a little bit outside the box, and I kind of look at, okay, because both combine, which sometimes might not be a good thing. But when I look at that, I think, okay, if Kearney gets in, like the other guy is going to be, because I mean, put the two of them side by side. I mean, there's no comparison. One couldn't hold a candle to the other. So who are they going to have to bring in to replace one if Kearney does get in? Because
January 31st, the security committee report comes out. Maybe by February 3rd, they'll be in a leadership election too.
That's right, too. That report's coming out.
And he still hasn't had a security
clearance. That now too.
Right? So, politics is dirty. It really is. And it's gotten dirtier over the last 4 years. I've never seen it this dirty before. Honestly, the last election here in town even was fucking brutal. Like, we were like, my candidate was the chair of the riding association, right? The candidate. She ran 2 elections in a row. After the second election, she was done completely with everything. Yeah. I didn't have an election. I wasn't like elected in as a chair. I was like basically here, take it, put your name on this line. We're just signing it over because this has been deemed an unwinning riding. We don't have a candidate out here. They've had 3 candidates in the last 3 elections. It's not they haven't had candidates, but the Liberal Party itself hasn't put a lot of chalk into this area, right? To be fair, we've had Rob Morrison as our MP for the last. He's a backbencher in the Conservative Party. This is an out in the middle of the nowhere kind of like nobody really gives a fuck kind of thing, right? We've got mines out here, but it's not a big, it's all in BC. Blah blah blah. Ottawa doesn't see us, and Victoria doesn't see us. We're in the middle of fucking conservative hell, is how I feel. But to be fair, and I said this before, and actually one of my fellow liberals up in Golden, he got a hold of me last night, and I'm supposed to call him, and I keep putting it off because I know it's going to be a 3-hour conversation. They have to parachute, and Kearney needs a riding. So wouldn't it be fun if Kearney got parachuted into my riding? Because we have no candidate.
That's right too.
So I don't know how many, but I heard that he was going to be running up in Alberta, up in Edmonton, and I doubt that they've got candidates there either. Like that's the thing. Like there's lots of ridings in Alberta that have no candidates either.
We don't have a head of our Liberal candidacy here either.
Right. So I mean, there are so many areas that they could parachute him into. Right. But they're gonna parachute him into an area that they know he's going
I'd
to
love
win.
to sit down and tell him how they spent $100,000 on an Airbnb and I don't have plans yet. As a financial guy, I'm sure he'd love to hear that.
Right. And these are the things that the provincial government does. And like again, this is a private fucking insurance company. You're not costing the taxpayers anything, honey. You're only costing WCB money, and they don't like that. And that's why they're whipping and hoping to get you off, because you're not on government services. You're not being paid for by anybody but WCB, and it's a private insurance company. So you, my dear, are not costing the taxpayers anything.
Nope.
So that's why they want to figure you out and get you like taken off. And the only thing you have to worry about is start socking money away, because once you're 65, they cut you off.
Yeah.
So you just have to start know that. So when they're paying you, stock some money away so that when you hit 65, you have something. And a lot of people aren't aware of that. My ex's dad didn't realize that. They bought him a house out in the middle of fucking in Milk River, Alberta, some out in the middle of nowhere place, just to kind of get him off the whole thing. And then when he turned 65, and they never told him. Next thing you know, he's got no money coming in. He's like, what the fuck am I going to? Then you got to apply for welfare and then apply for it's just. And even a welfare, like if you're on PWD out here, like any provincial benefits, at 65 they cut you off too, and then you got to go on old age pension and CPP, and that's it. So if you're not saving money and socking money away, how the hell they expect people to live? I can't grasp my head around that. So at 65, you just don't matter no more.
No, part of my fight too is that other than the charter challenge, because even workers advisors won't even touch the charter challenge side of it because it's a lot of paperwork.
Well, yeah.
They did it and did it once, they'd never have to do it again. Right?
Yeah.
But nobody wants to rub the wrong person the wrong way here. So as far as trying to get the powers that be to understand that is no, I don't think it'll ever happen. And my injuries, like when I turn 65, the day I turn 65, I'm not going to wake up and they're magically going to disappear. What I have is going to get worse.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, where do they figure that all of a sudden you turn 65, every disability you have is gone?
So that's why I'm trying to slide that in under everything else too, like under the violations, because both injuries were the fault of my employer. And in one case, I was even actually able to prove to Comp that my employer lied, but Comp didn't want to hear that.
You know what I just thought about?
So that's
my hip's been giving me shit for a really long time. I mean, I'm always bitching about my hip. I fell when I was at McCain's and landed on my fucking hip. I wonder if this is that fucking injury.
If it's still open, look into it.
Well, I don't know. It's been 10 years. I'm sure it's not.
It never closes. Once the thing they'll tell you the claims close, claims never close.
Well, I don't like. I'm just kind of thinking about that because I couldn't figure out what the hell. Not to take us off topic. Sorry about that, but I'm gonna go for an X-ray. And I keep thinking, why the fuck is my hip hurting me so much?
The
But
other
I
day,
had a previous injury, so fuck, maybe that's it. I don't know.
I was trying to figure out my left knee was so sore the other day, and I couldn't for the life of myself. I'm like, why? And then I remember way back when I was nursing, I walked on a wet floor and I did the quasi splits, and to stop myself from falling, I just kind of locked my legs and pulled myself up together. But I ended up tearing a ligament or something inside the knee, and by the time it got looked at, it ended up being a mess. But I didn't need surgery, but that's coming back on. So,
right, like I said, it's so hard to distinguish because I mean, of course, we're getting older too, right? So things start, breaking down and
osteoporosis and osteoarthritis. I mean,
right. Well, that's what I said to my doctor. I says my hip's been giving me shit. It's waking me up in the middle of the fucking night, like for the last 3 months. To be fair, like I just kind of like, oh, it's just the arthritis. Oh fuck, whatever, I'll just pop another fucking pill, smoke another joint, whatever, rub it with some of this and that, and fucking get on with life, right? But it's been really giving me shit. And for a long time, I thought it was my kidney. And then we did tests and we got, an ultrasound or not, an ultrasound and a fucking CT scan done on my kidney. There's nothing wrong with my fucking kidneys, right? And then she did an X-ray and I thought it was degeneration. She said, "Oh no, it doesn't seem to be." That was when we checked. It was 4 years ago. So this has been continued. And I never thought about it. Yeah, I fell. I was on compensation in Alberta for a little while because I was in a car accident. I had whiplash, and then I fell when I was working at McCain's, and I was on compensation for whatever, the 6 weeks, did physio and whatever. I'll have to mention that to my doctor the next time, or when I get X-rays, because I'm waiting for a call for X-rays. Apparently now you got to wait for calls for X-rays.
If it's the same area, then I'd say likely it's just.
Well, yeah, and I'm not going to go back. I don't know if I'd go back to WCB, but if I could, why not? Fuck them, they can pay. Right?
That's what they claim. That's what their job is, right? Is to take care of us when we're injured at work.
But they fight you every step of the way. Employers pay money, so you have insurance, so you don't have to worry about it. If something happens to you at work, yet if something happens to you at work, how you do is fight to get everything. They're not nice to you. The first time you phone in, they're usually, "So what happened?" And you have to give them the whole rundown, and they're asking you questions, making it like you're a liar, like you're in an interrogation room. That is not making a worker feel safe. That's making a worker feel like they got to fight like hell to get fucking anything. That's just not the way it should be.
But then you have a manager at work who emails the case manager who deals with that specific area and says, "This happened today. It wasn't as bad as it was made out to be, blah, 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 blah. This claim should be denied."
And that's bullshit too. There should be no connection to you, insurance company, and management. Management fills out the paperwork of the incident report, and that should be the fucking end of it. Because if that manager wasn't there seeing that fucking incident with their 2 eyes, they have no comprehension of actually how bad it was.
They got my whole
90% of the time, it's head of HR that's sitting in an office that got the inspection or the incident report across their desk, doesn't even know the employee because the employee's a number on their fucking computer, and then starts making decisions for that person's life.
They gave my employer my whole file, not just that one.
That's a privacy breach. That's a privacy breach. That's a medical privacy breach. I'd be suing the fuck out of them for that.
Not according to them, it isn't.
Sure, it is. Get
anyone to even
outside. And it's Canadian privacy laws. Check the Canadian privacy laws. You bet. That's medical. That's like when Health Canada mailed out all our fucking medical stuff with our fucking names and addresses on it. It's the same thing. We'll talk about this. Don't run after the show. Like when we close off here, just stay underneath, and we can talk after I go off live. But don't go. Don't click the close button. Just I'll remove you and just stay where you are because we got 2 minutes till we have to say goodbye. But looks like the inauguration's over. I'm looking at it over my shoulder, and it looks like the orange is now the president of the United States.
Oh well. It are what it
are. We can all say a great Heil because that's what it's going to be. Anyways, I can do this on this channel because it's, not TikTok. Fuck, I have violations I'd have by now.
That's how I lost my first account. That's how my first account got.
Oh, I fucking lost my first account too, but I was only on for 3 months before they nailed me. But I was violation after violation. The second one that I've got, it's just an attached one to the first one. I couldn't even appeal it. It was just fucking gone. And I was like, what the fuck? So I've just barely built myself up to 1,000 fucking followers again. And I look at all these people 12,000 followers.
I was like, yay, this is going to be fun. I can do some educational stuff. Then I woke up one morning and bam, it was like, thank you. Back in the door on the way out. Gone.
I know, right? And all the stuff you put on there, all the content you actually have is just poof, gone. Right?
Yeah.
I know. Anyways, I guess they're allowed to do what they want because they're a dictatorship. And we're just, ants on a fucking flea pile. That's how I'm starting to feel just me, whatever. But again, I'm out doing CSP and doing things that I can do in my own community to change things. So that's all you can do.
That's all.
Anybody you want to shout out to? Anybody want to get any information from you? An email address or anything you want to put out to anybody? Or you just want to say, fuck you and leave me alone?
No. Shout out to the East Coast Cannabis Substitution Program and your program as well. And I know the name of the program in BC, but my brain just ain't functioning
It's
right.
also Surrey Cannabis Substitution Program. We got Surrey, Langley, Cranbrook. There's one that was running in Ottawa. We're not sure how they're doing. There's one in Winnipeg. There's one in Saskatoon. Not all running in under CSP, but there are people out there doing harm reduction in the same fashion. And Chris and Susan and Halifax, and they're volunteers because they have a couple of other volunteers as well as you, because you're part of that group too. So thank you too for helping us, help others with harm reduction. And the only way we know how, because like I said, I've been clean now. Well, I don't smoke the rock anymore. It's been 19 years. And I chalk that up to cannabis. And I also use it for all kinds of other things, and it helps me so I don't kill people.
It makes peopling easier.
Right. All right, folks. Well, that's us. You have a great week. I'll be back on Wednesday night on Pace Radio with Al, our people advocating cannabis education. There are shows all week on this network, psychedelics, and then there's Newbie and the Doobie, and then there's also 420's content as well. So watch it. And then all day Saturday, there's consecutively shows running. This is actually the first show I've done fully in the new year. So happy 2025. I'll be back next week with another guest. And thanks, Melissa, for being my first guest of January of 2025 this year. And we'll be back and hope you feel we'll be chatting because I see you on the daily on TikTok anyways. But yeah, you take care of yourself, honey, and we'll be back next week. Bye, everybody. Now I gotta run a commercial.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
We're still in entertainment. Bring it on.
I've got a dewdrop to test.
Yes.
To test out
So,
today.
You showed that to us, but how does it work?
Dave.
Electric.
Dave. And I'm gonna mess up pronouncing his last name.
Pereras.
Correct.
Pereras,
or Electric Dave on Instagram.
Yeah, and he's also the maker of the Happle.
Correct. And I've got that.
So
right
it's
here.
not electric Dave though.
No, it's electric.
Electric. Electric.
Yeah,
So you know,
yeah, correct.
when you're looking for him.
ERRLECTRIC.
Electric. Electric.
So there you go. This is his dewdrop.
Hold on now. Here, hold on. There you go.
This is the dewdrop. As you can see, it's nice and clean, and it's nice and clean because I have not used it yet.
Okay.
On the top of the stem, this is the piece where your hash will stick to. You light your hash, you stick it in here, and
in the water.
Yeah, I've put
hash goes in the water.
Yeah, no,
no.
There's a glass enclosure.
Oh, okay, I see.
All right, and then
here, let's make you bigger.
Nice.
Oh.
Wrong one.
Oh. It's not going bigger than that. No. Okay, just go ahead, Al.
Okay, it's probably So there you go. It's hand blown. Dave does them all. And we've seen Dave at many events.
Yeah.
And so
he's very well known in the community.
Correct.
And an amazing blower.
I've got some hash here. Now, what I have found, some hash will work really well, and some hash will melt. And when it melts, it makes it a little harder for it to burn because it's melting.
So, well, yeah, because it's also dripping.
Correct. Exactly. So I got leaves falling on me.
Yeah, you know what? It's really weird here. It was green up until about 3 days ago, and now everything's starting to turn.
Yeah. So I've got some hash burning here.
Do you find you waste a lot with these toys?
No. Okay, just gotta make sure it's burning. It's not burning. Come on, hash. I should have maybe put some on here previously. Tested it out. But then I would have smoked it all. Yeah, I got her going.
I haven't had any hash in a while.
So I put it inside there. You can see it filling up with smoke. And just see it doing its thing. It sort of looks like our background.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth. Oh, yes.
Nice.
Yes, I like this.
And you could flavor the water as well, eh?
Yeah, I imagine you could. Yeah.
Put a couple of droppings of some terpenes or something in there.
And it's very, very nice. Dave says it's got a new reinforced stem on it here. And I'll tell you, this lid, it's just glass on glass. I have to tilt that to clear the chamber. It seals that well. Yeah, it's got the little bubbler in the bottom. Fork holes. And the handle for this has got some ridges on it, so it's not a completely smooth surface, so it's good to grip onto. And the thing about smoking hash too is it goes forever.
And what's the price range on those? You could have just said you don't know. Al.
I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Now I can tell you, the Happle that I've got, the Happle here.
Yeah.
I purchased it at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford. And it's a smaller version. I gotta clean it. This was $55, but it depends on the store, right?
Yes.
But if anybody's interested in one of these,
you can buy direct from Dave.
Correct. Yeah. Check your store, your local store, if you see if they've got one. Oh, stuff.
I was checking out another store. It says it's $55 too.
Pardon me?
I was just checking out a couple other stores. They're $55 too.
$55.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's coined one of the best hash pipes in Canada.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
no wonder Nugs was like, we want to brand it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you got a little cough on me, but
yeah, but that's a concentrate for me.
That's right. Exactly.
Any concentrate can make
nice,
it hack.
Nice, and it pulls nicely. It's easy to hold on to. And then it'll be easy to clean. Just like the apple will be easy to clean as well.
I put my student glass, I take it apart and put it in the dishwasher on the top.
Well, there you go. I don't know if I'd put that in the dishwasher, but
yeah, it might be a little too thin.
Yeah, but it's good stuff. So you can check out Dave's Instagram at Electric Dave, ERRLECTERIC Dave. I should have probably pulled him up on Instagram. And here is his page right here. There we go. Electric Dave. Some of his posts of his stuff. Oh, look at that. He's put an e-nail on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I was wondering if the top had a different feature because it looks
different. That is cool. I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that.
You know what? I enjoy I use the student glass more as a bong than I don't even have water in it at the moment.
No, you just use it dry.
Just use it dry with the module as my vaporizer, and throw some shatter in there or some diamonds. I've got 1 scoop of diamonds left. Yeah,
right.
It's my movie watching bong. I don't own a bong. That's the only thing. I use my shatterizer and my student glass.
Now here it is with a banger on it. Is that a banger?
Oh yeah.
On the front of it there?
Yeah, that's. I was wondering because the way the thing, it just looks different.
Yeah.
Here, let's make it big, Al. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's cool.
Funny. I've got like 6 bongs and I don't use any of them. Oh, 7, 8. 8 bongs.
Now he's got.
I've got a glass one, a raw one up there on the shelf, but I don't use it.
See, he's got a bowl on it.
Yeah, there. He basically made it like it's in everything.
Yeah,
it's gonna smoke everything. Flour, concentrates.
Yeah, you can see he's changing it out, eh?
Yeah.
The drop.
You're a genius.
Yeah, he did.
Fucking brilliant. I wondered because as soon as I seen that, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I've seen the hash kettle for years, but you look at the hash kettle prices, holy fucking shit. You could buy like 6 or 7 of the Happles.
Yeah.
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 Why would you buy that other thing?
Steven, fuck off.
There he is. Yeah.
That's the e-nail.
With the e-nail on it. Yep,
Oh.
carb. Nice. Nice job, Dave.
That's beauty.
Yeah.
Very
Check out his
nice.
Instagram. Check out his products. No doubt about that. It looks like it's multifunctional.
So that's the dewdrop.
Yeah.
Dewdrop.
Yeah.
How many dews does a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Dave.
You should post that in our chat. Post a link to his Instagram in the chat here in the comments.
Yeah,
Oh.
but I think. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, how much dew would a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
just repeating to see if I could say.
How much
by the
hash
seashore.
how much hash could a apple hash if a apple hash could apple hash?
If a hash could happle, or if a apple could hash.
Sound drunk. Yeah.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. How you doing, Cindy?
I'm doing really, really well. How about yourself, Steve?
I am doing really well now.
Excellent. I am just doing some sharing and then closing that off. Got her done. Hello, Chica.
She decided she wanted to come and cuddle right at the...
That's okay. We can always use an extra host, and I don't mind her.
Yeah, she doesn't say much, and she's way cuter than this one. Oh, yeah, I woke up this morning. It was a little chilly out here on the West Coast. It was, figured, better get that heat running. And realized you got to make sure you got your gas all filled up if you're going to run that heat. Cuddle up with the dog. Dog, get up here, cuddle.
So you've learned that you've got to make sure you've got gas the night before.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Those steady learning moments through life where we just learn those little things that make our life better.
I'm just sending a message. Because we have a guest in the back. She was logging on as I said, I have to go live. It's the top of the hour. The producer came out. And so she sent a message here in the back room and said, hi, because we didn't get a chance to chat with her ahead of the podcast. But that's okay.
But I'm really looking forward to chatting with her too.
Yeah, we've been kind of excited about this one for a while.
Should we bring her in?
Sure. Why don't you do some introductions, Steve?
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome onto the podcast, the one, the only, the incredible, and one of the most dynamic speakers that I have had the privilege of watching, Acacia Lewis. Good day.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on. I did not expect that. That was fun.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on. And I have to second what Steve said. The last 2 years going up to the conference, you have definitely, you're my number one speaker.
Man, thank you. You guys are my number one people. Like I like sticking out with. So, yeah.
So, we didn't get a chance to talk ahead of time. Steve and I usually start with the same question for everybody. We all kind of are in this world of psychedelic, natural earth, frog, fungi type medicine. And I'm always curious to what brought people to work with this medicine. What took you from this modern day world that they're shoving down our throats and brought you to say, oh no, this is where I need to be. Yeah.
Well, this is the fun podcast. Like I'm on a ton of podcasts. Like I've had 4 this week. And everyone asks me the same question. And so I like to spice it up and change it up, because you give the same answer so many times. Everybody's going to be like, I've already heard her tell it. I'm going to just skip fast forward. So I'm just going to tell it like it is. Like I had an ex-boyfriend who was drug addicted, and I didn't know it at the time. And for my 16th birthday, he set it up so that I could have an experience. And looking back on it, I think I got to have my first big experience on my 17th, actually, because I went to an Eternal Harmony gathering. Those rainbow gatherings that you go to? As one does when you're a young psychonaut, And I didn't intend to do any psychedelics, actually. I had no intention of it. I had just gotten to have a really bad relationship, and my parents were, calling the feds and stuff because, you got an underage person in college dating someone that they don't like. You call the cops, right? Well, that's what they did. And so I was in the midst of getting over the fallout from that bad relationship. And how these people with my ex. Well, I brought them, as one does, to the campfire where all the elders and all the experienced people are. And I'm like, oh, these bunch of weirdos. You know what? I'm just going to start throwing pictures into the fire. And they were like, oh, hold on. What are you doing? Like now I understand in context how crazy that must have looked to see some teenager, a bunch of pictures and note cards in her pocket, just throwing them, flipping them off into the fire, going like, fuck you, And so, and I looked at the guy next to me and he was like, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm not okay. I'm going to fucking kill myself. And they were like, somebody get her? Like, where's her mom? Like, where's her family? Like, nobody's here. I drove up on my motorcycle. They're like, you have a motorcycle? I'm like, yeah, I have a motorcycle. As one does, And then turns out my motorcycle got stuck in the mud, which actually ended up saving my life. And the guy who took my motorcycle home was the mushroom guy. And so the guy who drove my motorcycle, the back of his pickup truck, home from the Indian reservation that I was hanging out at the Rainbow Gathering on, he's the guy who was like Houston's biggest mushroom dealer at the time. I'm not going to give names. But he had some Pinalias from Hawaii, and he gifted them for me so I could take them on my birthday. And my boyfriend was the one who negotiated all of that out. He was the one who invited me, and then he trip sat for me my first trip, but he didn't tell me what a trip was. He didn't tell me what mushrooms were. And, I was born with a psychedelic name, and my boyfriend has a psychedelic name. He still does, but he was addicted to meth at the time, so he doesn't remember most of this, and his name was Osiris. And so you got a girl born named Acacia, they a guy named Osiris. There's bound to be mushrooms happening. It's just, the underworld gods mandated it so. And, I took these mushrooms outdoors at a very high dose at a museum where there was a King Tut was on exhibit, or Ramses. It wasn't King Tut, it was Ramses was on exhibit. And there was botanical garden, and I loved botanical gardens, and I love butterflies. And so I got to hang out for the whole day on my first mushroom trip in a museum. And then when I got done with the museum and kind of had it with people, because the security guards were huffing my sage I'd given them because they had bad vibes. And I was starting to freak people out a little bit because I think they were starting to realize I wasn't a 10-year-old. But I sure looked like one, and I was handing out sage to anybody who would smell it, see what would happen, because I could see them, but what I was looking at was energy in their body moving, and I was curious as to how I could experiment on the people I handed sage to see if their colors would light up. And I'm like, oh, your colors are lighting up! Oh my god, this is great, and they're like, what colors where, crazy little kid, and so. I kind of got away with being able to have a high dose trip in a normal setting. And I felt irritated because my boyfriend was like, well, if you just play it cool, no one will know that you're on mushrooms. I'm like, well, what's play it cool mean? Because you guys didn't tell me about what this was supposed to be like. And so do I look like I'm on mushrooms? He's like, well, when you do that, you look like you are. like this? And I'm like, he's like, yeah, like this. And I'm like, so keep my eyes like shut. I'm like, so now you look stoned. I'm like, okay, well, at least that's more acceptable. And so I was walking around trying to keep my eyes as squinty as possible and trying not to stare at people for long periods of time, because I noticed if I stared at people for long periods of time, something would happen. And so, that's how I got into it. I was mad that nobody told me they existed. And having come from a field in astrophysics, and I was studying astrophysics and geophysics in college at the time, I was about to drop out, I had one of those minds where I guess the mushroom was able to take whatever knowledge I had accrued to that point and show me what was useful and what wasn't. And from then on, we were friends. From then on, it was, I got to figure out what life is. I got to figure out what's the meaning of existence. Like, I got to find out, like, why physics is broken, why we can't explain things properly, and that became, my own personal quest for knowledge.
Wow.
Healing came later. First it was knowledge, then realization of needing actual healing came later.
That's fun. That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I never tell, like, because I get on people's podcasts and I'm just like, I was named after a psychedelic plant. Yes, I was Googling DMT as soon as AOL came online. Yes, but that was an accident. My parents weren't giving me psychedelics. My parents didn't know about psychedelics. It was really my first ex-boyfriend who kind of, spurred that along.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, it's great for it's great for everybody that happened, actually.
Well, thank you. He became a Hebrew Israelite and transitioned fully to male, and I haven't talked to him in a couple of years, but I really do appreciate that he trips out for me, because I think about young people with their boyfriends and their girlfriends, and I wonder how responsible they're being on mushrooms with each other. And mine would just walk me for like 13 miles down a single street where we wouldn't get lost, and just talk to me, and we'd walk all the way back, all the way down the street, and I just talk and talk and talk and talk. And sometimes that's what you need to do. You don't need to be sitting people in front of the television trying to get them to do puzzles and art with you. Sometimes people just need to decompress and experience their thoughts and emotions as they arise, in the order that they arise, without people's input.
Yeah.
And I appreciated that about him, that he was like, yeah, I know you got daddy issues. Yeah, you talk about your dad, talk about your mom, talk about whatever you want to talk about. And he just kind of let me dump, my thoughts. And then once I realized that all of that pent up, compressed emotion was the problem, after many years of taking psychedelics, that's become part of my central core Buddhist practices, to understand greater what obscurations, what obstacles my mind is creating for itself by clinging to certain negative feelings and emotions. And so,
to clinging to the negative. Yes.
Yeah, you just won't let go of the frying pan that's hot, you know? It's like you're trying to cook some eggs and it's cast iron.
But the brain will look and go, hey, you should let that go. It's hot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
should let it go. It's hot. Yeah.
let it get light heal, you know?
Yeah. Well, you've because I got to speak with you. I was lucky enough to get to, spend time and chat with you at the Unicorn Festival, and your journey just absolutely amazed me, and your background and your connection through your birth and background to the various medicines around the planet, and the pathway you've walked in joining or kind of getting them all to be synergistic and work together. You were one of the first people when I've been chatting about just healing in general, walking a healing path, where I wasn't saying something, you were talking about how this medicine can help here, this medicine can help here, this medicine can help here, we can use this one here, and if you bring them all in this way, and that really resonated with me, because a lot of people are focused on a medicine, but there's a pathway of medicines that speak different languages.
Nature is God's palette, I mean, if everything was the color blue, we would never be satisfied. And the way I like to look at it, I'm sorry for interrupting. Do you want to go ahead?
No, go.
I think of it like a spectrum, like there's 5 elements, and like I think that there are specific plant medicines that kind of conveniently have the same colors as the 5 elements, but not any specific relationship that I know of, specifically waters is or whatever. I'm not trying to reduce hypersimplify reductionist logic, super explain that, but what I'm saying is there's a spectrum in plant medicine of different types of teachers that work on different types of receptor sites in the brain and other places in the body, and that come from unique places. And I think that because everyone's unique, no one's journey is going to be a one size fit all, pop it in a pill approach, to plant medicine. It's got to be unique to what that person has going through, and what kind of practices that person is pairing with those specific plant medicines. And if you don't combine internal action with external action, you're not going to be able to bridge a unanimous result, which is, i.e., becoming centered so that you can become aware of your intrinsic ability that is limitless ability that exists. And I think that there's a lot of people who think, going to the Amazon a couple times is going to fix that, or taking a high dose is going to fix that, or smoking changa or DMT is going to get them to that plane or to that plateau, but they're not pairing it with something that is like a grounding practice that they can use outside of that experience to continue to cultivate that bridge, that relationship between self and the external world that needs to be in place for you to really benefit long term, I think. And I say all that to say, let's say you go to Peru and the shaman is praying and he's got songs and he's got a diet and he's got a way of life. That way of that life, those diets, those songs are all tools and technologies that he's using in addition to the ayahuasca. The ayahuasca is one component that you're getting to have the experience of having with him, which is a privilege and an honor. However, you yourself need your own songs and you need your own lifestyle that's healthy and your own beliefs of what to do right and what's wrong for you that are complementary to the ayahuasca for you to continue to build upon that foundation in your daily life, of how you treat others and what plants and what foods you need to nourish your body and activities you're going to use to benefit others outside of being the guy who took ayahuasca and got the calling to become a shaman. Because, we hear about that a lot too. So, you know.
Yes, that's an interesting thing that, especially in this time where the psychedelics are.
It's not so
kind of-
popular anymore because people start making fun of it. You know, we got folks like Mycopreneur who are making fun of the guy who decides that he's going to go do that. And that helps. That helps because you can't tell folks, you know, what to do, but you can give them an example of what's not a really good look, what's unethical. You can give them an example through contrasting, you know. And I think that when it comes to working with plant medicine, it's important that we contrast because we don't want to have a bunch of people thinking that they're providing benefit when they're creating harm. You know.
True.
And,
True. That was when we had Miriam and Anki on. We were talking about people that are utilizing some of the stuff without putting in reverence and ceremony into it.
Yeah, and then a lot of people think ceremony is a cultural thing. And so they get fixated on the nature of how ceremony looks in different cultures. But they're missing connection. They're missing compassion. And they're missing wisdom that comes from experiencing through life elders and community members and helping people to gain experience dealing with certain types of situations that are going to arise that position you to actually be in ceremony with somebody, which isn't just you making yourself feel better by creating a set and setting that you like, you creating a set and setting and a cause and condition that people can benefit from experience. And those two things aren't the same. You know, you have to see what has helped and learn what has helped from people who have been helped, you know, and then apply those foundational principles to create the kind of conditions under which someone can help themselves, you know, because your preferred circumstance is not everyone's. And so that diversity, equity, and inclusion side of psychedelics, I think, is starting to become more important. And I think that that's a good thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's not a one and done. Through all of, you know, any of the teachings that I've had, whether it be via a school or elders or you know, chatting with people, the misconception out there due to the Joe Rogans and the Mike Tysons is that this is a one and done. You're going to come take it, you're going to go off, and you're going to be better. And people don't understand that it is exactly what you say. It is a lifestyle. It's not just doing the medicine. It is eating the right foods. It is, you know, working the shadow work.
Living in a way that is conducive to benefiting yourself and others.
Exactly, yeah.
But that gets kind of obscured, you know, by Western materialism. You know, they look at the mala before they look at the daily meditation practice. They look at the mindfulness practice before they look at the fourfold path, you know, that leads away from suffering. There's a cause of suffering. There is an end to the causes of suffering. There's a path that leads away from suffering, and there's an end to suffering. And that's the foundations under which Buddhists have utilized malas and have utilized chanting and have utilized mindfulness, you know, is to eliminate the cause of wrong action, which leads to suffering, through right action, right mindfulness, right concentration, all of these eightfold path, the noble truths path. And that eightfold path that leads away from suffering has lots of books and lots of not rules, but suggestions of things to think about that you're doing or not doing to help you align with benefiting others rather than being blind or having a blind spot. But that level of depth is unpopular in the psychedelic movement because people think that they're going to be locked into something, or they got some kind of dogmatic idea in their head that they think that once they start going deeper into a path that their commitment has to be to that path, but they don't understand that the practice is something that can be included no matter whatever else you're doing. It doesn't mean that you get obsessed with the practice and you do it like a job and it becomes your vocation and now you're a coach who only teaches that, and Western materialism tells you that that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to identify with your path to make it a productive lifestyle, because in this Western world, we don't have a respect for monasticism like they do in the East, where you get your food and you get your shelter and you get your water, and you're diving into the depths of consciousness itself to better yourself for the benefit of all human beings. That level of appreciation has not fully arrived, as Dr. Robert Thurman said in one of his interviews. To say Buddhism has arrived in the United States would be to say that the appreciation of what it means to renounce and to cultivate oneself for the benefit of all sentient beings has been fully realized by Westerners. And because we're in this Western materialist society that doesn't have a structure for spiritual people through which you just going to get your food and water, people are grateful to give you your food and your water and your alms and your shelter so that you can, develop one's self completely to your fullest liberation potential, let's say, to your fully enlightened potential that you have. Because there's not this structure in place, people are under pressure to make whatever spiritual thing they learn a part of their materialist support, to be able to pay rent and bills and such. And so people oftentimes glaze the surface, or if they go in at depth, they go in at depth to survive. And that creates many obstacles that arise in that journey. And a lot of people suffer a lot, because they need food and water and shelter, and they've got kids and they got people relying on them. And so they collect names and titles and activities that they do, in order to have, Santa's bag of gifts to give to the community. But the community also has to reciprocate, and finding a balance for that reciprocation is challenging in today's world, when so many people who are suffering don't have the income or resources to even afford to be able to sit with people who are learned in that way in the West. And that's a major fundamental structural societal difference between Westerners practicing Eastern ideals and Easterners practicing Eastern ideals. Yeah. Or even indigenous people practicing indigenous ideas, because an indigenous community, ideally, you're the mother, daughter, son, cousin of the shaman. And if you go and decide that you want to give up your life to study with him, you might have to walk a mile to get to his house. But in today's world, we got to fly 3,000 miles to get to the shaman's house and give up, so much, and try to understand how they live in order to spend the amount of time needed with them to actually gain the sort of experience I'm talking about, versus the 6-week workshop that you paid $5,000 for. It's still not equivalent to having been born and raised there. Yeah. Even though it gives you some knowledge, and then you got to pay that off. So Western materialism pushes on us and it pressures us in such a way that we have to change the way that we go about working with plant medicine to accommodate the challenges that we face on a daily basis, and so, like you're saying, that one and done mentality mindset is what's being perpetuated partially by this capitalistic approach that says, you come to us, we'll give you the best possible experience. We have all the PhDs and we have all the ceremony. We have all the teachers. We have all the priests and priestesses, to give you the best experience. And then you go back to work and work 9 to 5. And then CEOs and scientists and Silicon Valley tech people go to these things and they come back and they're not satisfied. So they create their own things. And then they realize that they have further along to go, that they have not reached the highest point. And so a lot of these people just quit, their Silicon Valley jobs, and they quit their retreat center lifestyles, and they move to places like India. They move to the forest, and they try to gain this depth, but they have to understand the non-dual aspect of reality and how it works in order for that depth to stick more than on ego level of what I can get and how I can do, but more of how we can move together and liberate all sentient beings rather than just living in that dualistic self and other people. I am trying to help people type of Westerner mindset that we oftentimes get into, of my intentions being good intentions and using that as justification to create causes and conditions that make me feel better and the way that I help community, rather than make community feel better because they are in need of support genuinely. And so I think that's something that Westerners need to look at, look at very carefully a little bit, put those glasses on from time to time. And as long as you're aware that you have that handicap, there's that limits and reduces the harm that can be created from not knowing that you are a Westerner with the handicap, and so.
Yeah.
Wow, that was awesome. This is a good time for us to take our little break. So we're going to take a few minute break for our sponsors, and we'll be right back with Acacia.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day. We're back. We've got an incredible guest with us today, Acacia Lewis, and I'm hyped. Hey, you said you were already on 4 podcasts this week.
Yes.
Now, did any of them say, if this was an open platform and you could talk about whatever you wanted to?
No.
Well, I would love to provide that for you. Cindy and I would be honored to provide that space for you.
Oh snap! Okay, well, okay, wow, thank you. Are you sure about that? I'll give you a shout.
Yeah. Well, we have to ask
Okay.
Cindy. I'm sure. Are you sure, Cindy?
Oh, absolutely sure.
Okay, well, there's something cool happening. There's this psychedelic Buddhist conference coming up in February. I think you can register online for with the Psychedelic Sangha. And Dr. Bob Thurman will actually be there. That's Uma Thurman's dad. She was named for Niguma, actually, who was the founder of the one of the founders of the Shangpa Kagyu lineage of Buddhism. I'm actually a member of. I'm a upasika, and this is just a book. This is a book that talks about the treasury of our teachings by Jamgon Kong Trul, who wrote The Ocean and Treasury of Knowledge for, I think, many, many lineages. Nyingma, Shakya, the Lug, all of those. And so, we're having a conference talking about psychedelic Buddhism taught by doctors, lamas, monks, nuns. Robert Thurman was the first Western monk, in history of Tibetan Buddhism. And he spent a year as a monk. And, he talks about his journey, learning that, well, if he felt if he was ultimately meant to become a monk, I think he would have been born in Tibet. And so he kind of made these changes, and he gave back his robes, and he teaches so many things. He's got so many great books out there. Especially about Vajra yoga, him and Michelle Lowe have a Niguma yoga program, and Tibetan yoga and Indian yoga are not the same. Tibetan yoga, you would normally have to be in a lineage and have been practicing for a very long time to have gotten to a certain point of proficiency to where you are permitted to receive certain teachings like Niguma or Naropa, the 6 yogas of Naropa and the 6 yogas of Niguma, which you normally get on like a 3-year retreat. That you're studying in silence and nobody's bothering you type of thing. But now Kali Rinpoche and some other teachers have been teaching Niguma yoga to myself and other individuals. And Niguma is a very unique figure in Tibetan Buddhism because not only is she a woman, she's a woman who meets a description of being dark brown skinned, with the face of a 16-year-old girl. And she is the founder of a lineage and school in Tibetan Buddhism, along with Sukha Siddhi, who was I think she was in her 60s. She was a 60-year-old woman who reached enlightenment late. I got kicked out of the house and, was wandering, and met a guru in a forest, and she reached enlightenment that way, after bringing the guru some beer and some pork, and so we've got 2 really interesting women figures as the heads of our Shangpa Kagyu lineage, and Karma Kagyu and Shangpa Kagyu. Karma Kagyu is Naropa's lineage, 6 yogas of Naropa. And, Naropa University is named for Naropa, the Mahasiddha Naropa. And Niguma and Sukha Siddhi are the Shangpa, brother and sister of the same lineage, Kagyu. And, we got Jamgon Kong Trul, who's one of the most prolific writers and philosophers and teachers, spiritual teachers in Buddhism, and many lineages of Buddhism. And so, I'd say the most interesting thing to find out is that there's a lot more people working with plant medicine in the Buddhist community than meets the eye. Because, a lot of us, when we get to a certain point where our teachers give us instruction, we just get off the internet and just disappear, and I'm trying not to follow that pattern. I've already deleted my Facebook page, and Instagram might go next. It might just end up being a website and a storefront, and that's all you ever see. Other people's websites and stuff, because you get to a certain point where you realize, the motives that a lot of people have for just posting nonsense and stuff are really kind of obstacles in their life. You don't want to become an obstacle in yours as well. And so you start to reduce certain kinds of social distractions. And I think that a lot of people who take mushrooms also go through this period of realizing how much junk's going into their life. And if you do psychedelics mindfully, and I don't mean by avoiding your thoughts, I mean leaning into what you're thinking, not trying to climb out of the vice grip hold on your ego. If you let your ego be incinerated, just sit there and just, stand up against the wall and horse stance with it, really surrender. You're going to find out that you're not too pleased with your previous activities, and you might come to this juncture of self-realization where you realize the traps and you realize the kind of obstacles that are also, I'll say, stair steps or ladder rungs, if you let them be, to awakening on a certain level of freeing yourself from certain kinds of mental bondage. All these obstacles on the flip side are wisdom, that you can, well, once you realize it's an obstacle, I should say, you learn lessons from it. And those lessons, can be translated into wisdom teachings if you sit with them and contemplate, their meaning a little bit more than just saying, okay, this is something that was messed up. If you just look at it as being messed up, then you put this veil of judgment between you and it, and you create this schism between you. You say, I am over here and that is over there, and you don't give it a chance to dissolve, and become a part of your experience fully. You've always got this wall in between you and it. And that's why I say that non-dual side of it, is understanding that the heart says form, but to simplify it further, that your big ideas about something are limited. Your big ideas are based on your life experience, and because you have lived every possible experience, and you're also not the subject that you are experiencing, that your perception is very limited in that way. And so the truth of the matter really is you don't have an opinion that can be applied ultimately from the perspective of separateness, to say that thing over there I don't like based on my limited obscurations and proclivities should be something of, I should allow it to disturb me, essentially. And so you give permission for it to disturb you the second that you put a wall up and say, that over there sucks. Like the election and stuff, and I love that the Tibetans don't seem very disturbed by it, my Tibetan teachers are like, that guy, the karma, they look at the karma of how things arise. And so if somebody got to be something, we know it wasn't by accident. There has to be something that we're not seeing that led to the causes and conditions of something to appear in a beneficial way. Now, there's a flip side to that, which means that's not the ultimate truth either. In the future, that person could easily demonstrate signs of being absolutely the opposite of how they appear right now. And so ultimately, it's not static. And so there's this empty side of it where we just say plain, I don't know. And by saying, I don't know if this person is good, bad, evil, otherwise, we detach ourselves from the negative emotions that are in our own heads about them. And that detaching from that negative emotion is a liberation, because it allows you to witness and feel and devote compassion for that,
by letting it go, it creates space, and that space allows room.
Yeah, it creates spaciousness, and it gives you a bigger spiritual heart, I would say, but it gives you a bigger view of what's going on, and then you become a bigger person that way. You become someone that a lot of people can feel safe with, because how the heck are people who are challenged going to ever heal if the people who can help them don't want to be bothered? by them or bothered by the thought of them. That instant prejudice is what keeps a lot of people from getting help. And so dissolving that prejudice is something that leads to deeper self-awareness in such that nothing that we think is a separate occurrence is a separate occurrence on its own. It's dependent occurrence. It's depending, and our emotions arising are dependent on us as well. And so the dependent occurrence happening doesn't have, these characteristics that we add to it. We have a choice to add it, but a lot of times our brains move so fast and that we're so used to pattern behavior that we just automatically do it. And the mushroom, if you allow yourself to really sit with it, it can pull apart these super close levels of consciousness that we mistake for being the same and show us that there is this very thin veil in between, and we have a choice. We have a choice not to automatically label and assume. We have a choice not to push away. We have a choice not to create negativity. We have a choice to be empty. We have a choice to allow ourselves to be filled up with compassion before we jump to the other side of judgment, before we determine or create a distinction for ourselves, And that takes slowing down considerably.
That's part of why they keep society in trauma, because if you're in trauma, it's hard to slow the brain down because the brain's always looking for.
Constantly chomping at the bit, just trying to get out, trying to get free, trying to help, and that once you slow everything down, even in your head, a lot of people have these racing thoughts because they're not aware of how fast they're moving when they're being still mentally. And then you have to put a stick in the mud to make sure you stay still, because the first thing, when you realize stillness, then your mind starts racing again about stillness.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, look, you saw it. Oh. Yeah.
That was so cool, and then we get so caught up on the coolness factor of how good it feels to be still, and then we're not still anymore. That's why I think having that daily grounding practice is really important, because then you start to eat foods, help your metabolism to move more in a balanced way when we're not having hypertensive episodes and we're not suffering from physical anxiety due to certain hormonal imbalances by certain food issues. There's some people who eat way too much meat and some people who don't eat any meat, and there are some people who are super vegan and some people who are super protein, and it takes a balancing act of trying to figure out where the source of your neuroses is running up against your physical makeup. And I think that that's something that people miss out on, is they think that everything's hyper spiritual and that you're only going to get ahead spiritually by doing practice. And that's why I say it's a spectrum, because to say that would be to negate plant medicine, herbalism, yogic practice, somatic therapy, float therapy, hot and cold therapy. There are so many thousands of different ways to heal. And I think that by allowing ourselves to explore more than just a couple of options, even with psychedelics, even what we pair with psychedelics, I'm going to give you an example of a really good week for me. Okay. And you're going to see, like, let's say I know I need to heal. And the reason why is because I've got grief. And a lot of people deal with grief. So what would I do first? Okay. Treating myself like I've got an open wound spiritually and psychologically. First thing I would do is go to a meditation center, and I would sit there long enough until I could really see why I'm hurting. And that'd be the first step, was figure out why I'm hurting. And once I determine it's grief, then the second thing that I would do is to get myself prepared to release the grief. And to prepare myself to release the grief, I would go to a colon hydrotherapist, because that means that every way that I've nourished myself has been in the vibration of grief. And so I've been poorly nourishing myself. So I need to take some things out before I put anything back in. When I'm in grief, my body moves sluggishly. I eat haphazardly, and what I may eat may not be very healthy for me. So I know this about myself. I'm going to go to the colon hydrotherapist, and I'm going to have her clean me out. Okay? So I clean out my stomach, and my mental health already improves, because I'm not aware of how the way I've been nourishing myself has been the vibration of an action in my mind that has been poisoning my body. And so I started to feel run down. My immune system starts to feel run down. It's a domino effect all the way to sickness and cancer. Okay? So stop that. I go get colon hydrotherapy. Then I go to the Russian bath, and I go and get a hot and cold ticket. You know, I pay $40 in San Francisco. Anybody can do this. You can go to the banya, and for 4 hours, you can go to any sauna you want inside there, and it goes up to 200 degrees. You put on a little felt hat, call it banya hat, and it's a Russian tradition, and you go in there and you sweat. And so you got to open up the pores, you know, and Native Americans have sweat lodge. So if I didn't have the opportunity to go to the banya, I'm going to go find a sweat. And I'm going to get really hot, okay? And when my body gets to the point that it cannot physically take anymore, emotions are going to come out. And it's that pressure. I need to feel supported, and that heat puts pressure on the energy in my body that lets the cold out. And that cold, the energy of grief is a cold energy. It's missing warmth. It's missing love. It's missing compassion. You're missing someone, and so that's going to create a sucking sound, and that sucking sound brings in this evil sort of cold energy. That a lot of shamans in different traditions call it certain things, wind sickness and stuff. But grief is in the lungs, and wind sickness is in the lungs. So if grief is in the lungs and wind sickness is in the lungs, that means that grief is a wind sickness, according to Chinese medicine. Okay? And so to cure wind sickness, you're going to need yang energy, and yang energy is heat. Okay? And so if you've got yang energy, and fiery energy, fire on coals, you know, water on fire on coals, that steam helps push all of that stagnant qi out of the lungs. And then you go and you sit in cold water. Then you cool your body down, and then you go into an ice bath and you super cool your body down so it absorbs any sort of trace of that cold energy with the vibration of grief, because that's what will kill you. That's what will give you bronchitis and pneumonia and emphysema, is when it becomes stagnant and poisonous to your body. And so you got to move that cold and get more heat, and move that cold and get more heat. And by the time you got out of it, if you can get them to get an oak branch and then beat the crap out of your back too, it'll knock the winter out of you. You know, you'll be sitting there and be like, man, this feels so good. But in the tradition, you know, we use a sort of a vanik, platska is what they call it. A vanik in ancient times was used for exorcisms. They take a big old English oak branch, and the old lady, you know, with her boobs sticking out, and the guy's naked, he's laying down on his back, and she's gonna vanik him. You know, she's gonna put the oak in a barrel that's full with hot water, create tea out of it that has aroma therapy that increases circulation in the body, that clears all sorts of inflammatory disease. And then when it gets hot and moist enough, she's gonna beat it out and get all of the circulation going, get all of the muscles, you know, back together. And that makes you feel reinvigorated. So you're like, okay, you know, and so now you're simulating the hormones that were there at the time of you making love to someone, you know, and that's like on a scientific level. You need dopamine, you need oxytocin and stuff. So now you got endorphins, now you got oxytocin and stuff. And now, so you don't feel so bad. Now you don't feel so bad. Okay. And then I would say now it's time for you to look at the cactus medicines. Now you're all dried off. You've all been, and this is where peyote comes in handy for lodge, sweat lodge. But because hickory and peyote is so controversial and people take advantage of it so much, San Pedro is where I would go from there. And that gives you access to all the dopamine receptors in the heart, because you see, mescaline is the only natural phenylethylamine. And phenylethylamine is a precursor to PEA, which is the love molecule and the love hormone. So if you've got a broken heart, I wouldn't go towards mushrooms. They're all serotogenic. You're going to get in your head about whether they loved you, whether they didn't love you, what are you going to do? It's all about you. You got to come down a level. You got to come to the heart level. So San Pedro cactus, Bobensana, those heart-based MDMA, MDA, saffron, saffrol, sassafras, those class of medicines that can penetrate the dopamine receptor sites in the physical heart and then get those tissues working out different cramps and stuff. Man, listen, you'd be sitting there and you just pouring out tears. You're seeing the interconnectedness to the heart of humanity, to the ground, fundamental, primordial nature of love itself. And that love feeling is related to the heart and the vasoconstriction, the vasodilation. And then you start to realize your place in the universe and that you've lost nothing. And then you got questions about how reality works, how death works, how birth works, since you've gotten this experience with being connected to everything. Now you take a dose of mushrooms maybe 3 weeks to a month later. You want to space it out a little bit. In that meantime, you go meditate, you eat healthier, you don't eat with the vibration of grief, you pray over your food, you send positive energy into it, you start getting yourself stronger because you've been weakened from this grief. And then you take a microdose about a month afterwards, and you go for a long walk. And on that walk, you need to have somebody there who can talk, you can talk it out with, or journal or record and just cry and record and just sit there with a recorder and just be like, until you can release and verbalize what you've been suppressing, and then once you've done that, then go to an acupuncture specialist, because then your body may be receptive to letting things go. And now you're going to help your body let things go. So when they stick the needles certain places, even moxibustion, using mugwort, before they created acupuncture, there's this thing called moxie, and moxa sticks are made of this rolled aged mugwort, and it also gets key system circulating, because we're an energetic body, we're a physical body, and we're a spiritual body. We've got all these bodies, and so you got to make sure the medicine is penetrating the deepest level, and the deepest subtle levels are going to be where you're going to hold a lot of trauma and you're going to hold a lot of pain. So you need medicine sometimes that can penetrate the walls of the heart, the walls of the chest, the walls of the muscles, the lymphatic tissues, and move all that stuck lymph, move all that stuck fluid that's carrying the vibration of the trauma, and carry it out of the body in a creative way. And so I've just listed a couple medicines. I'm not done yet, And then in between taking the San Pedro in a small dose and then taking mushrooms in a small dose, if you have the privilege, work with something like Sananga in the eyes, or an ibogamine dopaminergic reset molecule like iboga, I want to say virotina, but it's voacongamine. But there are legal supplements like tabernanthe mani that you can get on the internet from Australia that are cousins of the iboga plant, that have compounds in it that will reset the nociceptive process in the brain. And the nociceptive process is how your body stores pain and how it responds to trauma. And so the dopamine receptor sites, once you go through a traumatic incident, associate anything with that trauma with certain hormones that are produced automatically, certain cortisol, certain step proteins that are inflammatory. And you create chronic inflammation in the body with these fight or flight hormones that are produced automatically from the dopamine receptor sites in response to the trauma, whether it's pain or psychological. And so what Sananga will do, if you do it for 30 days, every single day, or tabernanthe mani will do if you do it once every couple of weeks or so, or every other day or so, if you really feel like you need to really reset, is it'll give you a chance to develop a different feeling, thought, and emotion, and a physiological process to go with those things for the traumas that you've gone through. And the problem that people face when doing this is they work jobs and they're around a lot of people. And so you don't want to be in a situation where you can't just break down crying if you need to, and decide that you're going to try and look at the trauma as being pinnacle to get you to this point of knowledge about yourself, because all traumas lead to self-knowledge. All traumas lead to self-awakening eventually. All these things that happen eventually lead us to ask deeper questions and lead us to understand suffering, and our understanding of suffering eventually makes us more compassionate people if we choose to do that with it. But it's choosing to make lead into gold. It's choosing consciously to make alchemy happen, not just to let it just sit on the surface and be a lived experience that serves no greater purpose other than making us feel hurt. It's to take it to the next level consciously. And Iboga for me helped me to quit smoking, but I dealt with a certain level of stubbornness until I got to the point of my own mortality. And a lot of people do when they face serious addictions. They get to this point of struggling with their own mortality, and they start to feel as if their life isn't valuable or worth living anymore. And that's where practice comes in, because we like to think it's going to be easier once we die. But if we understand death, and we understand it's a revolving door to birth, and it creates its own causes and conditions, we lose this escapist, nihilist idea that somehow we are going to benefit ourselves or anybody else by taking ourselves out. And that's where practice of recalling what it means to have a precious human life is all about, is to recognize the qualities of leisure that we have, not being dead, not being ghosts, and not being extremely lazy, clinging to wrong views, being murderers, being rapists, being people who love to do bad things to other people. This is part of having a precious human existence, is that the causes and conditions that got us to this point led us to a place where we have the opportunity to practice compassion and wisdom, and to treat that as a precious thing or as a privilege, and to honor that privilege. And focusing on that will drive out a lot of this darkness that comes as a byproduct of grief, that leads us to feeling disadvantaged or victims of our trauma permanently, and it will be that torch of truth that drives out a lot of that negative energy. But
Man, I want to just keep going.
Yeah.
But we're actually already over time.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, not at all.
Don't be. You've got me captivated, and we need to have you on again.
And do just that, just bring you on and say, take the floor. That was incredible. Thank you so much.
What you didn't say is where the conference was going to be.
Oh, it's online and in New York City. But it's online mainly, and you can get to it at psychedelicsangha.com. Let me see if I can just type that in here, psychedelicsangha.com. Let me hold on one second. Okay. Yeah, it's not .com, it might be .org. There it is, .org. Yeah, it's .org. Now I'm just going to copy this and put this in the chat. And welcome home, Misfit Seekers, is what it says. And then you go tickets. Let me see here if it has a Psychedelic Sangha conference. Yeah, Psychedelic Buddhism. No, it's not Psychedelic Buddhism. It's put on by Psychedelic Sangha, but psychedelicbuddhism.org. And here's the conference. Okay. And a lot of really great speakers are going to be there, and talking about in practice and application and context. Is it against the Pratimoksha vows? Because that's what everyone says. You say you're not going to do intoxicants, but psychedelics are intoxicants, and I beg to differ. It's all about intentionality and there are cases in which you do not become intoxicated by psychedelics. Had 200 gram trip, and I was able to sit without fixation or fabrication, and I didn't have a trip. And that's an old school formula, but the trip was sitting, and disciplining the mind and using it for practice to develop a certain level of awareness. So yeah, that exists. It's real.
Oh, I look so forward to chatting again.
Absolutely.
But we do have to go. So thank you so much for being our guest, and we're going to book you right after when you stay on. But we got to go. So run the ads. Thanks to our sponsor. Thanks to Al. Thank you, Acacia.
Thank you.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
So what do you think?
I think it's excellent. I love, again, I was talking with Timmy earlier, and it's always like somebody starts something and everybody responds. And that's the beautiful thing about it, is we're all here, and it's these events to give us a chance to kind of find each other. So this is my first March. I've been involved in plenty of events, but my first March. So
Really?
yeah, so it's really exciting to be part of, the movement, and has, excuse me, in that sense. And again, any opportunity that we get to kind of unite commercial, legacy, home grower, and just cannabis advocate together as one voice, collectively, we're going to get more done. So, guano.
Exactly. More people will speak up, our voices are louder.
Yeah, that's it. I I think it was Dalai Lama said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, sleep in a tent with a mosquito. So, kind of.
Not lots of times.
So if you don't believe, anybody who's done that can definitely agree how a small thing can make a big difference.
You should let everybody know who you're talking to.
So, pardon me?
Should let everybody know who's talking.
Oh, I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm just I'm a Canadian grower, I'm medically licensed. I'm also CanCell certified. So I love exploring the different aspects of the industry, as well as being part of the moving change. We have a good system in the sense that it's better than not having one, but there's still work to be done.
That's right. It sure is. So basically, you march for
Access, and I march for everybody. I march for those that can't be here today. I march for those that have been incarcerated for this plant, that still feel silenced, that don't have the access. But like I said, otherwise, just we're here to support the plant, and the people that are here are trying to make a difference. A lot of familiar faces, and a lot of new faces. So,
oh yeah.
So, like I said, me being one of them with the march, but there's events surrounding it. We come together. It's a round table. Next time is better. So it's all about execution, and like I said before, you build it and they come.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the words.
Anytime, man. I'll see you throughout the day, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome, as always, to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and the Pace Radio or paceradio.ca. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing?
I'm not too bad today, I guess. How are you doing?
Better. Yeah.
Legs feeling better? Everything's
yeah, I
healthy?
had a bit of an episode Sunday night, Monday morning type thing. We're patients, right? So we all have our conditions, and we have to live through them. So
I'm waiting on an X-ray because apparently now the X-rays have to be requisitioned and they have to call you or whatever before I can just go anytime they'd have the requisition. And so I'm waiting on a call because my right hip has been doing me shit for months, and I just kind of chalked it up to the RA, right?
Yeah.
But it's waking me up, and it's waking me up. So I had a doctor's appointment this week, and I said to my doctor, like, I don't know, but it's waking me up. And I said, it's just killing me. She goes, that's not your RA. She goes, you're not in a flare. She goes, if it was a flare, you know how that goes. This is not the same.
Yeah.
Like, it's not. But I fell when I worked at McCain's on my hip, like when I worked at McCain's Foods back in, what year was that? I don't know, 2006, 2007 kind of thing. And I was on compensation for a while, but I fell pretty hard, right? I had to go to physio and all that kind of jazz. But because of that hip, I've had to take my pain meds for my RA because I couldn't work. I couldn't walk. So unfortunately, I had to take that for the last couple of days because if not, I wouldn't be walking because it hurts. Like it hurts. So I don't know what I've done, but yeah. So I feel you I feel you. And like I said, I've been puffing this, but again, when I'm at work, I can't puff this all day.
No. I know what you mean, man. You can't be smoking at work. So.
Well, I can. I do.
Wow.
I've got the little vape pen, but I mean, I can't be doing it as often. Like, you know what I mean? I just can't be sitting there.
Yeah.
Hot box in the store.
A hit here or there is one thing, but being able to actually medicate because you're in pain.
I said I can't box in the store, right? Like that would be something else.
No, you don't want to be doing that to them.
And my boss, she's so cute. Like today, we got our order in, and there was this box of dog food. It's the fresh pet, but it's all the stuff that has to be refrigerated, right? And I went to her to go, Jen, I go, this has got to be refrigerated, this dog food. Where do you want me to put it? She goes, what? She totally made this
dog
mistake.
food has to be refrigerated.
It's a fresh pet. So it's like fresh dog food. Like it's like
okay. All right.
bag. You buy it at Safeway. You can buy it at Sobeys. Anyway.
Oh, it's okay. And it's brand name and it is fresh food. It's not.
Well, yeah, that's what. Yeah. So it's
Is it raw or is it?
No, it's like little meatballs and it's got carrots and stuff in it. And so it's raw, yeah, but it's
Right.
not like raw with a bone and all that. Like it's,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Raw meat.
yeah. Well, I fed my dogs that before too. You can buy that in cubes, but it's frozen. This is a little different. Anyways,
Okay.
so I ended up getting a case of fresh pat from my boss.
Oh.
I paid for it, and I paid like what I would have paid in the grocery store for those 6 bags would have been 3 times what I paid for this one. I paid $50 for 6 bags of this fresh pat, and it's usually like $30 a bag, right? Or
Yeah.
$25 a bag. So I'm like, yeah.
Did I see you post some pictures of the deer back in your yard again? In your driveway or?
Oh yeah, the video of them in the driveway. Yeah, they come in. Like my car is gone, and they're the shenanigans that they're in there. And they're walking through the red room, and they were throwing the blanket around on the red room because I had a blanket laying on the chair. And then last night, Taven goes outside to put the garbage bin out, and there was a bag of like where I had like changed the chicken that I've got in the dining room and all her shavings and stuff and whatever in a bag. And he goes, something ripped the garbage apart. I said it would have been the damn deer because you left the door open because we have to close the outside door because it will come right in, like you've seen, right into the veranda. So I said they were out in the carport and you already had to take them off there. I said, and now they were out in the veranda chewing up the chicken poop. Like seriously. But they sprue this. There was every place, right?
Right.
Anyways, yeah, but they're gonna cull. We've got like almost 500 head of deer in our little town, right? Like, and that doesn't seem like a lot of deer, but it is a lot of deer.
But they're coming right in town. But
they're in our town. This is 500 head. They're
town. You're in town, and they're coming into you're into your house.
We live in the mountains, right? Like, I mean, it's inevitable you're going to get some wildlife wandering through.
Well, yeah, you probably the town probably moved into their territory originally, right?
Like we've had fires.
They were there first.
Yeah, and the people are building out, right, because of housing issues. And we've had forest fires fairly close to us. So, but we also most of these deer have been born in town. They were never out. They've never lived in the forest. They're all town deer. They're born here. They eat garbage. They're like rats. Like that's how the town's looking.
Wow.
They're like rats. They're like a menace, right? They're scratching people's cars. They're beating up dogs. Like they're being fairly aggressive. Like you can't just chase. Like that video I have of me and Ellen sitting in the backyard on our anniversary, and we were eating hot dogs, and they just come rolling in. Like, what you doing? What you eating? Like, and we're like, get out of here. They're just do. So they're, like I said, they're fairly invasive, right? And I love them. Like, wrong. But apparently there's a contractor in town. Apparently that 500 is going to go down to 100 or something, and they plan on shooting them with silencers
in town. In town, wouldn't that be a little risky?
They apparently
taking shots at them in town.
Guys that are, these professional guys that they're one shot will, in the neck and it won't pass through the deer. Blah. They've got this great big fucking hurrah about it. So yes, it's very dangerous. I would think it's fairly dangerous.
Yeah.
Professionals and blah blah blah. They've tried calling them with traps. People find out where the traps are, and the people destroy the traps. Right?
Oh, yeah.
We've got activists around that will go around and cut the snares, break down the traps. Like they just won't let, because they shoot them when they catch them in the traps too, right? But they shoot them like point blank. But they shoot them.
Oh.
But when they're in the trap, the meat's no good because they're then fighting and thrashing in the adrenaline. So then the meat's tainted. They can't even use that meat for the food bank, right? Because it's tainted.
Right.
Anyway.
Nice. CSP, how's
Well, it's been interesting, if nothing else. This last weekend, I went out Thursday night and handed out bags behind McDonald's because I had run into a few of them at where I was going to get cannabis for myself at the legal store, right? Because, like I said before, like the stuff I get isn't for me. It's for them, right?
Yeah.
So I was, and then I ran into a couple of them, and I said, "So how?" The girl was like, "Where have you been? Like we've been waiting for you." I go, "Didn't you get your stuff last weekend?" She goes, "No." I said, "I sent bags out with blah blah." I said he was supposed to go and make sure you guys all got your stuff. She goes, "No, we didn't get anything." I'm like, "You're kidding me." She's like, "No." I'm like, "Okay." I said, "I'm gonna run home quick." I said, "I'll meet you behind the McDonald's at 5:00. I said, "I'll make sure you get some stuff, right?" So I did. I raced home, packed there was only 3 of them. I packed 5 bags because I thought just in case there's a couple extras, there's always a couple extra hanging around, right? So I packed 5 bags up and went down to where I was behind McDonald's, where I was going to meet them, and was told that he was selling it. So that will never happen again.
No.
So when I went out there this last Saturday, I had a bunch of like stuff to go and whatever, and he didn't come out of his tent, but everybody else did. So, but yeah, like I said, I'm bound down to the bare bones again but I've got a volunteer that came with me. I had another lady that was going to come with me, but it snowed, and I didn't want her driving in from Wausau. So I just didn't. I just told her not to. No, don't you? I've got somebody in town that will go with me. So we went out there, and we served 30 people. Like it's the same 25, 30 people, right? And I still took RSO and stuff out for him, but I'm not going to go banging on his door. And he likely doesn't have to come see me because he's kept everything for himself or sold it. So he got 20 bags of weed and 20 bags of candy, and like I said to the one girl, I said, "Did you get your RSO?" She goes, "No." I said, "Really?" So yeah.
Well, when he comes out of his tent, I guess you may get some answers.
Lessons learned, right?
That's
well,
right.
the thing is, I've always said there's no conditions to this, no strings attached. What you do with it after it gets in your hands is your business, right? But he specifically got a ride here so he could make sure that everybody got their meds, right?
Right.
And he's always been really good. And he was, like I said, the one that I made sure that I always got a little extra because I knew he was battling this and that. And I was really kind of heartbroken about that. But
Now the trust has been broken.
Lesson learned, right? So anyway.
Yeah.
So so I'm back to begging. I'm on Friday, so I'm gonna go out to Dirty Darts on Friday. I haven't been out there for a month, and like I said, the last time I went out, no, because there's no point in going out because when I went last time it was a month, and there was only 3 bags of candy sold, right? So
exactly.
I'm not. I don't expect.
You don't want to spend $20 in fuel to go pick up $6 or $10 or whatever it was.
Right, and I didn't. I just gave them the money for cannabis.
More supplies. Yeah.
I'm just gonna that's what I told him. I'm just gonna give it back to you. I'm just gonna barter it back because I need stuff and so it's a win-win for everybody, right? I'm getting them to sell it and I'm buying it and I'm giving them the money back anyway. So so that way, but I figured it's been a month, I guess, almost 3 weeks, I guess, since Alvin and I went out. It was at Christmas time, right? So I figured I'd head out there on Friday and see where they're at. And because I had taken them out, those 33 candies that I got sent that were supposed to be RSO.
Yeah.
I just took them out and sold, told them to sell them too because anyways, because my son had tested over them and he said they taste bad and they're not that great. And I'm like, okay, well they can go somewhere else then. They're pointless if they're not good, then I'm not, they're no good for them. That's who's my, I hate to say that, but that's who's my taste tester. He's my because I don't do edibles, right? And it helps him sleep and stuff. So I will get him to try them to tell me what they're where so how are they? Oh, those were good. And he knows because he's anyways, he's my taste tester.
Medical use.
He's medical. It's all medical. The kid's got so much medical issues. There's just no hands down all medical, right? He's got probably either colitis or Crohn's. We go to the surgeon at 9:00 tomorrow morning to do a consult. So so I'm gonna get him signed. I might as well get him the paperwork.
Yeah.
Then he's covered, right? And so am I.
Yeah. As we talked last week, Can Expo.
Yes.
2025 coming up in Toronto.
I'm excited.
Any updates for us on your journey to the big city of
it looks like
Toronto?
I'm booking my flight on payday, and my daughter's likely going to come and stay with my brood. And I got a couch to surf and a ride from the airport. And you just sent me the link to buy a mic, so it looks like I'm coming.
Yeah, I did send you the link.
And the thing is, too, I put on my Facebook too. I'd like to see a reunion, all us OGs, because So and even Matt Myrna commented.
I saw that. I saw he posted about being there. It's funny, Maddie Henning, he just liked the show.
Just coincidence, Matt, right?
Yep. But yeah, Myrna said that he goes, oh, maybe. And then Nancy too. She was in Ottawa with us. She's in North Bay or Thunder Bay, kind of. She's north.
Who?
Her name's Nancy Lynn, but she
Okay.
she protested with us in Ottawa. She's a patient too.
I
And
don't
then
know.
Loretta said that she was gonna, see if she could make it that way. And
Right.
I was trying to talk to Debbie Stiltskiffen today to talk her into coming, but and who else said? Oh, Cindy Henrik. I mentioned to
Oh,
her,
really?
and I'm gonna try and talk her and Dana to come. I'm gonna just throw it out there, like, what are you guys doing? Like, let's go meet in Toronto. Like, why not? Like, what better? Like, do you have plans? Like, I know
Maybe
like,
Dana look at expanding.
I don't know. Throw it out there. Like I said, to anybody, like any of our geez, Kim Stockin I'll get to see because she's with Naomi. I'm gonna stay at Naomi.
Yeah.
So that's great.
Yeah.
Amber's gonna pick me up from the airport. Yay. Right. So I get to see her and Mike. Like I said, it's just I haven't been to Toronto
And it's I believe there is some type of shuttle that goes from the airport down to the Union Station.
Yeah, there is.
I don't know anything about it, so it's good that Amber and Mike can come and pick you up.
Yeah, Amber and Mike can pick me up. And then, like I said, last time I was in Toronto, the time before, me and Caleb and Rob Blair all took the subway from Naomi's because we stayed at Naomi's, right? And we took what was it, like a bus, like a cable car kind of thing?
Streetcar.
Yeah, streetcar. And then we took the streetcar to like a train type of thing that we hopped on the train. The train took us to another shuttle area, and then we got taken to the airport. And Naomi and Chelsea just gave us directions. They just said, take this, do that, do that.
Oh, okay.
And we found our way. Like I've
Good. Yeah, I've never done it. I just
when I was in Vancouver, I landed, and where I fly in, I have to then take a bus from there to the main airport in Vancouver, right? Because it's a smaller airport, like away from the main airport. And then from there, I jumped on the whatever train, and Cindy picked me up at one of the train stations so that she didn't have to drive all the way out to the airport too. I don't expect people like I said to Naomi, I don't expect any special treatment. Like I don't expect any red carpets to be laid out. I don't need anything done. Just give me a corner of your couch and a pillow and a blanket, and I'm good. That's it. I will take care of myself. I'm a big girl. Like I don't need you to worry about me. Like I appreciate the hospitality. Honestly, like
I'm just trying. I've been there. I'm just trying to think.
I got to sleep with Naomi the last time I was there. She goes, I didn't even notice you're in my bed. You're so little. And I'm even smaller than I was last time I was there.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, exactly.
She just had to check with her roommates in the family to make sure it was okay. She was having a guest, and they all said, "Oh, yeah." So
well, that's good.
It was that easy.
Yeah, and to get to the site, I believe you are a streetcar ride away.
Yeah. That's what she told us at the exhibition. She goes, it's close enough that you can just take the streetcar.
Correct.
Because
that's that cable car.
You can take the cable car. So, but Kim drives, right? Kim Stocking.
Yeah.
So I'll probably just jump in with them. I'll give them gas money. I don't care. If not, I'll take the
right. Yeah.
I said I'm easy. Like I said, I don't expect.
Well, are they going both days? Because like we're there. Well, you're not getting there until Thursday. I'm setting up on Thursday, so.
I'll be there Friday. Well, when I get there Thursday, I haven't booked my flight. So
right, yeah. You may not get there till late Thursday, or you could.
I could maybe like if it's cheaper to fly on Wednesday, and then leave Monday. Like I said, I'm looking. Like I said, that's why for me, like it's a little longer stay than just like.
Right. Yeah. You want to be able to spend some time with some people.
Well, that too, but again, it's cheaper for me to fly if I extend the stay. Like if I only come for 3 days, it costs more money to fly home. Like it goes from being like $500 for 3 days down to $394 for the 4. So adding one more day to the trip brings my flight down by almost $200.
Sure, yeah. It's not as if you're renting a hotel room or.
No, but I will bring snacks and.
Yeah, you'll still need food.
Yeah, like I said, and I will probably I will always. I know she doesn't drink, but I'll buy her a bouquet of flowers. Whatever. I always like.
whatever. Right?
I can't. I'm not like that. Like this is
Yeah.
not.
No, that's good. And where was it going? Okay, we're from there. Where I have got of the Can Expo. Oh, see, I'm frozen. Come on.
So we've got a booth for the networks, like our two.
It's the booth is. I see. I'm frozen. I'm not even moving on the screen.
You're not moving. I can hear you, but you're frozen. Yes.
I know. I can't even. I can't even share the thing yet. So hopefully, I unfreeze.
You got some weather going on?
Hang on.
No, you're frozen now. You must have pleased the king.
Yeah, there I go. Okay. When I went to go share that, it froze up there. That was weird.
I froze up on my show on Monday a couple times too, but that
Really?
we talked it up to Melissa because they were having a good storm out in Nova Scotia, like a windstorm. When we were out,
Right. Yeah, we're expecting some snow.
she
Okay.
so she retreated, gone like right out of the ground right after we got off the air.
All right. I'll share this. This is the floor plan of the Can Expo.
Nice.
All right. So you can see here, there's the entrance over here. These booths are 5x10s. These bluish green ones are 10x10s. These greenish ones, they're 10x20s.
Mm-hmm.
Right? 20x20 is a gray one, but you don't see any in this part.
Right.
There's only two gray ones.
Yeah.
So this is the other end of it. You can see there's bathrooms over here. There's a stage here.
Yeah.
All right. And it's in the Queen Elizabeth building, as you can see right up there. More bathrooms and exit. The 5x10s up there. There's a stage there to the left. Food down here on the left-hand corner.
Oh, they're gonna have food right on site. That's awesome.
Yeah. And this says retailer business to business. Over up here, consumption zone. So that's outside. Wheel accessibility to the consumption zone as well.
That's great.
Okay.
That Naomi mentioned last time she went that they didn't have great access for consumption.
In the other building, it was the actual way you went through the door, down the shipping hallway, out a door and down some stairs. But people did learn to use to go out another entrance, which had a ramp that vehicles would come in.
Oh.
You would come into the consumption lounge from a side entrance versus the main entrance.
Oh, okay.
So this year, it's been improved.
Oh, good. I will let her
Yeah.
know that. I will let her know that.
Yeah.
But like I said, we don't get these events in my town. Like I'm in the
No, yeah. Now, as far as where the 420 Pace is located, the our booth number presently, because booth numbers can change. Things sometimes have to be reorganized at the last minute. People get shuffled around. Okay, I've seen that from the treating yourself days and on. Okay. So presently our booth number is right here. We are a scrambled 420.
Nice.
We are number 402. So that gets us close to the bathrooms, right? Stage is straight ahead down to the stage. And we're only like 2 rows over from the consumption lounge. So we're in the middle. We're right in the middle.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Hey,
And
I'm just grateful we got a booth.
yes.
Right? Like I wouldn't have cared where it was.
It's a good looking spot, and we'll be.
That means that everybody's got to walk past us.
Well, we'll be
at the end of the aisle is nice because you can the people going on the other aisle on the big aisle can still see you and stuff like that, right?
That is awesome.
Wellness zone. I could imagine a lot of people will be there, and like I said, we're on the main path towards the stage. You know, you come in here, the entrance here, and then you
Open to the
turn
general
left.
public, right?
Yeah.
Totally open to the general population. Anybody can
Yes,
go.
it's open to the general population. Tickets are presently available. If you go to canexpo.ca, you can purchase the tickets there. So what do you as far as what is happening there? This is unfortunately this is something that is not open to the public. Okay, this is only open to the retailers and the bud tenders, and it's the Can Expo sampling program. It says exclusively for bud tenders and retailers, featuring the launch of new products, sampling, and networking. So they can go up to the booths if they want. When they register with the expo, they indicate whether they're going to participate in the sampling, right? And then from what we saw last year, the people who participated, I think there's a small fee, like $20 or something for their ticket, for the sampling ticket. And that's normal on all the events. As far as anything that's holding the sampling, is this $20 fee. And they go around to those specific vendors and they pick up product, which they use then they consume, and that way they can share the knowledge of what they experienced. You know, whether it tasted good or how it burned or
Well, yeah, because the general population comes in and asks, and
yeah.
as far as I know, the reps can't leave samples. Nobody can leave samples. If the people that work behind the counter want to try it, they got to buy it.
Yeah. Now sampling will take place on both days, and in the past, some events have held it just on one day. Actually, I think the Can Expo might have done it just on one day. One of the years that we were there, and now that you see here, it says they're doing it in both days because it's held Friday and the Saturday. You got to have a can sell license and that. These are the people that were involved in it back in 2024 last year. These are the companies. Yeah, some pictures. Which one? So there's a sampling that is going on. And what else? Oh, yes. Got here the Can Influencer Awards. These are not can't yet vote on anything yet. None of the nominees have been or the finalists have been been posted yet for anybody to do any voting, but the Can Influencer Awards will be there next year or this year. I'm just trying to see if I see anybody that I recognize in these pictures.
In the crowd?
Yeah, in the crowd. I see 1, 2 that I recognize.
I don't see anybody. I don't think.
So, and then so they'll have for that these were I think it gets down to there we go. Can Influencer of the Year, Bud Tender of the Year, Community Leader and Educator of the Year. So if you're a bud tender and you're very popular with all your customers,
you get them yeah, for sure.
You can become Bud Tender of the Year. Community Leader, Educator of the Year. That would be stuff that, things that we did too. community activists, fan favorite content series. So that would be somebody who's doing something on social media, and I would believe.
Nomination forms for people to be nominated, or how does
Well,
that
content series, fan favorite. Could that be something like podcasting?
right?
Yeah. So it's all content. So here, I'll click on it and see what it tells me. Just says fan favorite series. Yeah. Best product reviewer. So somebody who does a lot of posting on new products. Like we do a product review on the High Guys on Tuesday mornings.
Right.
Yeah, it's not for me. I even do my own, like, my stuff that I grew. And then like the last show we did, I did a review on my rosin that I pressed.
Well, I bought another bag of tweed.
Did you?
Oh yeah, I like it. It's like I said, it's tasty. Like this is decent. Tweed, yeah.
Best wellness advocate. So that would be somebody who's out there trying to educate people about cannabis. Right? Best home growing creator. So that would be, maybe, I'm going to guess that's probably, which then is, could almost wonder that would go to content though as well, where they do videos on their home grows. Maybe the education of it. I don't know. We'll have to wait till the descriptions come out. What's that?
What platform would they be using? Because you put anything on Instagram, you put anything on TikTok, it gets violations and comes down. Like,
I know they're on. I don't know if they're on TikTok, but they're on Instagram. I see it's break time already, so we'll continue with this learning what else is happening there. I think I got one or two more subjects to go. So, all right, off to break we go. When we get back with this, as I mentioned, we'll continue talking about the Can Expo 2025 in Toronto, weekend of March the 21st and 22nd is a Friday and Saturday. Talk to you shortly.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio, is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tynaniga.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live, and we're discussing before the break Can Expo 2025. That's coming to Toronto on March the 21st to the 22nd, and Pace is involved with 420 Radio as the 420 Pace, and we will be there bringing all kinds of content and interviews and talking to people what's going on, what's happening. We'll be visiting the Consumption Lounge and bringing seminars or any events going up on the stage. Will also be broadcasted live. So if you're out in BC like Tamara is and you can't get here, at least you can be there by video and watching it, right?
And watch me there.
Yeah, and watch you there. Exactly. Yes, exactly.
This will be my first trip back to Toronto in 10 years. So I am stoked to come. Yeah, it's been a long time. I've been wanting to come and kept saying I was coming and never made. I'm coming now. The unfortunate thing is,
and the weather, last year's weather, it was March. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The event, the Friday, it snowed.
Oh, I don't do it.
And there was outside vendors in the Consumption Lounge.
Oh no.
Yeah. Some of them didn't stick around.
No doubt. Well, like I remember my trip to Ottawa in February, and I didn't dress properly for that anyway. And then the last time I was in Toronto, it was actually May or June. It was hotter than hell. And and it was humid. So I haven't experienced Toronto in the winter, but I've definitely been to Ottawa in the winter. So I absolutely know what to look forward to.
Right. Okay. Now, as far as
I hope
stuff that's happening, here's something you might want to check out: joint rolling competition.
Woohoo!
You can see the big mirror there in behind. So when you're in the idea behind that is that when you're in front of them, sitting in your chairs, that you can watch things through that mirror, because the table is, you can't see the table from the chairs, right?
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Sitting in the audience.
Is it fancy rolling joints, or how fast you can roll joints, or how many joints?
How good of a joint that you roll?
Oh, I'm not good at
that. I believe there was a time on it, but they judged it for everything, like as far as the quality of the joint, and they didn't smoke it.
And there's that guy,
but they, appearance wise, right?
Right. Like I said, and then there's Jordan. Is that his name, Jordan? Or what's his name? The one that can make dolls and joints. What's that guy's name?
Yeah. He makes. I know anything. Unfortunately, his name's slipping me right now because you got me off guard.
That's why I said Jordan Aaron something. Well, I can't think of it. I can see his face and I can see his joints.
Yeah. So the joint rolling contest last year, we got up on the stage with our cameras, and we were able to get like a bird's eye view without bothering the people in the stands, or not in the stands, but in the audience, and be able to get right in there with their cameras while they were rolling the joint, so everybody could see it.
Well, as far as I can remember, you guys got a lot of content last year, and you were running
We
live.
did. We got hours and hours. Yeah.
Now you're like you're able to keep that content on StreamYard, right? And then you can go through and pull clips from that, can you not? Of the live
It's,
stuff? Like
huh?
if you're live, like if we're on Facebook Live, can you not go back? Doesn't that download as a video? And then you can go back and
On
pull clips.
Facebook, I've never downloaded a Facebook off of a video off of Facebook. Like, let's write it on my news feed or anything like that. No, I've never done it.
I'm thinking you can, and then you have clips of the content that we took. I'm gonna check that out because that would be cool if we could actually like save our lives. Because I know like when you're live on TikTok, it does, it saves your lives and it takes you can take clips of it,
Right.
right? And
Oh, yeah.
portions of that. I'm wondering if there's some, because we couldn't do it on TikTok unfortunately because of their anti-plant cannabis whatever. But yeah, if we could find a way that it records the live while we're doing the live.
Yeah.
And then you could take clips of that portion for promotions, like you do with all the other good stuff you put out.
Right. So there's the joint rolling. Little message there for joint rolling enthusiasts. Let's get ready for the showcase your skills. Right. Tickets are for sale now. As you can see, the date, the Queen Elizabeth building on the exhibition grounds. The GO train goes to the exhibition grounds. Or a streetcar can get to the exhibition grounds. The bus can get there. So it's really accessible for public transit.
Is the lounge inside or outside?
Outside, nothing inside. That's against the laws. So you got a daily pass, 2-day pass, bun tenders. You got daily competitions, purchase products. You get an outdoor consumption allowance. There's games and prizes. The vendors do the games. You could go to the vendors and do the games there, and you can win prizes from them.
Right.
Yeah. Bud tenders. So tickets. I'm just looking for the price of the ticket. I'm not seeing it here, but I'm gonna say it's probably $20, $20 or $25. It wouldn't be any more. So then you get those at canexpo.ca. That was it. And being that we're involved in, we'll be doing interviews with the exhibitors and the vendors and the speakers and stuff and the CEO of the event will be talking to them and doing interviews with them and releasing them. So people can have a bit of an idea on who's all going to be there and learn about those companies and go check it out.
Right.
And what I have seen on the list are people who are legacy growers or former legacy growers, or however you want to say it, and so and it seems more of the craft market for any of those LPs. It's retail stores is what's there as well. So you get to see all the different companies. It's not, from what I've seen, it's not a big dominated by the big companies. It's more of the smaller companies.
Well, the big companies probably couldn't be bothered because that's their arrogance, right? They were even like, remember even when we were doing TY, like some of the bigger, couldn't be bothered, right? Like we don't need to.
There's Bovita was there. You could say that's a big company, but as far as the cannabis end of things, yeah.
Right. I don't know. I think everything's so strange because, like, even I was talking to a friend, and the whole thing with liquor licensing and cannabis being in the same building is becoming an issue.
Liquor license and cannabis being in the same building is being an issue?
Yep. So any venue that holds a liquor licensing can no longer have the two mixed unless it's like medical. Like it's not from the store legally. And if it's medical and it's something that we've grown or whatever ourselves, or it's coming from the illicit market, it's a problem because they could lose their liquor licensing.
Yeah, if it wasn't legal product.
Right?
That would be what it was like before legalization.
Before legalization, we could get away with it because there's nothing
Well,
there. Because
you know the song. It doesn't make sense.
yeah, right. Because like I said,
That's
we did the first cannabis cup.
you ask Allison. You ask Allison about that song.
Right?
And
Well,
that
she
was,
know.
it was because the song was based on an experience that she went through when she was there to watch Killing Time Band do some singing, and she went outside to medicate, and they wouldn't allow her back in.
Yeah, I know. I remember that. I remember
Yeah.
talking. I remember talking about that. But that's exactly it. And like I said, we did the first Kootenai Cup at a pub, but the second year we went to go do it, we weren't able to because legalization had come in, and we weren't able to have this and liquor, or they lose their liquor licensing, right? So now they're like, I don't know, it's to be ridiculous, but when especially the same entities are selling it, you know what I mean? Like you're getting your cannabis from the same ministry.
Well, the AGCO that looks after alcohol and cannabis.
Right. So you got
Yeah,
the same
alcohol and gaming. That's the G.
another
Alcohol.
thing. Another thing. It's like they're all three under the same umbrella, yet
Yeah.
they can't all be under the same roof.
Mm-hmm. Well, even in New Brunswick, where they have the mixed stores, cannabis is separated from the alcohol.
But they're in the same store, right?
You have the same front entrance, but they are separated inside. They're not mixed on the floor. You have to go through. I think you have to go through the alcohol end to get to the cannabis end. I could be wrong. There's something like that.
That makes absolutely no sense.
It could be Nova Scotia, because there's cannabis NB, which is New Brunswick. So yeah, because I know that Cindy has mentioned it, and Glenn might have mentioned, but he's in New Brunswick. So, but talking about doing across the country here, being that you're heading over this way for Can Expo, I see that there's some research that's being done at the University of British Columbia. And they say it's going to create a way to quantify what constitutes a single serving of cannabis.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is healing?
Yeah. The University of British Columbia.
This is a single serving of cannabis.
What's a single serving of cannabis? I don't know. They said the study says up to this point, efforts to standardize what is considered a dose of cannabis has focused on cannabinoid content without considering individuals' users' tolerance or the mode of consumption.
Right? Or their tolerance. Some people can handle way more than others.
Now, published in the Journal of Psychoactive Drugs in December, the study determined that 2 puffs on a joint, a pipe, or herbal or concentrate vaporizer are equivalent to 1 hit on a bong, a 5 milligram THC edible, and 1/4 dab of a concentrate.
Well, that kind of makes sense.
This is what they say. Yeah.
But are they saying that's like what milligram? Like, are they saying that's 1 dose? So your dose.
Basically, I would say a 5 milligram must be 1 dose, because they're saying a 5 milligram edible. I don't know.
Okay, that kind of makes
2
sense.
puffs on a joint. I guess there's probably a lot of questions, because a joint has different THC ratings, right? Because depending on
the size of the joint.
Yeah, and same with the dabs, right? But They do specify a 5 milligram THC edible, and there was 1,300 people who participated in the study. And they ranged in ages of 18 to 93. So
that's a fairly good study then. I mean,
that's
there's the age
that's
range,
correct. That's really widespread, going all the way up to 93 years of age.
and to find a 93-year-old to participate, that's epic.
Yeah.
Yay, whoever did that, whoever the 93-year-old is, good for you. Woo,
Yep.
woo.
Now, it says they all of them had a history of cannabis use, but researchers cautioned that the users had a lower tolerance, which could have differed from the experience of users with the higher tolerance. And I believe we might have already touched on that, or if we hadn't, we probably would have. And that was the fact that more, your tolerance levels, right?
Right. And how often people consume, like if you're a daily consumer,
Correct.
Your tolerance, depending, like I don't get, like I said, I don't get any euphoric anything out of anything anymore. It's just basically like takes a little of pain away, diverts this, like gives me a little bit of an appetite, and then at night, it helps me go to sleep. Like I don't get high. Like I don't even know what high feels like anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Now they say here that different cannabis consumption methods can produce varied psychoactive effects, which makes it difficult to establish comparable doses across products. Now they say the ICE is the study, okay? Addresses this challenge by providing user-informed equivalencies grounded in psychoactive effects, offering a practical framework to help individuals make informed decisions and better manage their cannabis use.
So are they all given the same product, the same amount of product from the same provider, all at the same time?
Let me see. I'll let you know.
Like, for women, this is just putting this out there.
Yeah.
Hormones make a difference on what you're using.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on
it doesn't say
menopause, whether you're what
Yeah.
time, year, month, whatever. I'm saying, like, for some people use it's just, I don't even know how to explain it. Hormones. That's
Yeah,
what
but at least someone's trying to come up with a bit of a dose. But yeah, there's so many variables. People. We talked about that with Tim during his interview with him about the fact that without something being properly tested, how do you actually know what your starting product is when it comes to all this dosing?
Well, absolutely, and like I said too, like for a lot of people, like depending on their tolerance and everything, but even with pharmaceutical medication, everybody reacts to everything differently because our body chemistries are all different. Our body salts, our alkali levels, our pH levels. Like there's so many different. Our cannabinoid, how like receptors are all different too. Like so again, like everybody reacts to it differently with cannabis, but never even your pharmaceutical. Like depending on your alkali levels, your pH levels, your genetics. There's so many. That's just. I didn't really know that so much until I had Melissa on my show. And she kind of explained too about the cannabinoid levels and how everybody's cannabinoid receptors are different. I didn't know that either. So I learned something new on my show on Monday because she's really looked in depth to that kind of stuff because of dealing with WCB and having to explain to them why she needs cannabis as medicine and fight with them to get them to pay for her cannabis medicine, right?
Oh yeah, it'd be nice if they paid for their medicine. There's no
they
doubt about
have to. They are now. She had to fight hard, and they've actually. She's in an Airbnb. They've spent $100,000 on an Airbnb for her to stay while they renovate her house.
Oh yeah.
Her house because she's got these disabilities and all her medical issues from being hurt at work, being smashed in the head with a chair, right? So that's all led to everything else, and then the fact of them neglecting her issues for so long, it just made things progressively worse. So she's been fighting with them for years, but they are paying for her cannabis to a point. Like they're not like, here's the carte blanche, buy whatever, whenever, right? It's WC. So
what do we got here? Oh, 53. Still got a few more minutes.
I'm just sending you a message. Now the
Oh yeah, I
yeah.
got that.
Oh, okay, all right. There was some good news. You know where Belize? Do you know where Belize is?
yeah, I do.
Yeah, a Canadian advocate, cannabis advocate, lives there that I know,
Uh-huh.
and you know him as well.
Yeah.
And they say there that they have changed the laws where they are going to allow automatic expungements of your first offense. If you get busted and you get a fine for under $1,000, they will automatically erase it. You get like a like what do you call that,
A party.
gimme?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess.
You know, you think of golf, you know.
Warning, like this is your first warning.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
This is your first experience going through it, and
Do it again, and we're gonna nail you.
yeah. But you know, it's something I don't know what what it was like before that, and what they changed it from. It doesn't say.
Well, even in Mexico, you know how before Mexico was like, you know, you couldn't get weed in Mexico. Now
Mhm.
it's apparently all drugs of small amounts are legal in Mexico. It's been like that for a while because I got a friend that lives down there now, and she's
Yeah.
got she phones him up and he just brings it right to her house.
I know they've had the medical end and
No.
their Supreme Court. This is more frustrating than the U.S. end of things. We're going to talk about the U.S. end of things after the break. But the Mexico Supreme Court, like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they had told them that it might have even sooner than that. It might have been 2017, where they said that cannabis was legal in their country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it just kept going on, and the lawmakers wouldn't actually come out with an actual law. It was just so frustrating. It was going from had to go like they have different levels. So like, you know, you get your House and your Senate. They have something else as well, some chiefs of something. And it just kept getting swatted back, and the courts were saying, "Hey, legalize it."
Well, they're changing all that in Mexico now too.
Yeah.
They're throwing all the Supreme Court judges out, and now they're going to elect them.
Oh, they're going to elect them now.
Yep, they're throwing all the old ones out. They're trying the new president is changing the law legislation. They have to be elected by everybody, right?
Right. This is the lady. This is the lady that's in charge there.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. And some Mexicans are really not happy about it. Others are. Like the judges aren't happy about it because they're going to lose their jobs. But she feels it'll end corruption. So many of them are being paid off by cartel, sitting in their seats because they were appointed by a politician that was being paid off by another cartel, right?
So would they be? They would be elected by the people.
Yeah. But I don't know if that's
could they be unelected by the people?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Terms.
Yeah, whereas, like, I'm looking at it, like Canada and the U.S., they're appointed.
No, I think they're electing them. I think there's terms. They're going to be a term thing.
Term
But
thing.
something to do with corruption. They want to end corruption. Like I said, I don't think it's going to work because I think that way they've already had mayors and stuff in their elections being shot. There's been so much violence over elections in Mexico,
Yeah.
right? So I don't really think it's a great idea. I think they should be appointed. But if the people that appointed them are corrupt and they're corrupt, then just weed out the corrupt ones and fucking charge them, put them in jail, and find somebody else. It's better.
Yeah, well, hopefully, she can clean things up. And
Well, I don't know if anybody's gonna be able to clean anything up.
I know it's a big job, right? So.
Well, I mean, with the cartels down there, like that's something that I wouldn't want to have to deal with as a leader of a country because they have towns and stuff down there that they pretty much run, and there's no way of turning those people against them in order for them to believe and trust the government.
Yeah, that happens in other countries as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's happening in Africa.
Well, you know, like,
That's what happens when
Some
government.
of it is like we have social programs, where there's welfare or
That's what I mean.
whatever.
What happens when governments let you down?
They don't get, those countries that don't have that type of.
Right, exactly. And the government's like leave them in poverty and the government's rich, the people are rich, they're running the government, and their people are living in poverty. And then, resistance comes in, they feed them, they clothe them,
Yeah.
they give them hope, give them faith. And those people are going to follow that entity, whether
Correct.
it's resistance, whether it's a cartel, whether it's
They're helping the people, they're looking after the people, and the government hasn't. So
exactly. And that happens all over the world.
yeah, exactly. Alrighty. Well, I see it's break time. Time for us to pay some bills. What's that?
Means I got time for a doobie roll.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we'll see everybody in about what am I here? I gotta move the thing out of the way. We'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, you're watching Pace Radio Show. We're live, and I got some sad news coming out of Poland for patients. They say here that there was in 2023 there was 313 prescriptions for cannabis, and they said that patients grew they had 90,000 patients, and they say now because they've made some changes, patients can no longer get their prescriptions from their doctors via the internet like what we're doing here. It has to be in person now instead of being done online, and that number dropped to 28,000. So
Well, that'd be difficult because here's Canada promoting telehealth.
yeah.
Right? That's the thing. Like, if you don't have doctors that are available in your area, so if you're getting a general, like if you're doing telehealth, I don't understand why anybody would. Maybe they're not. Maybe in Poland, you can get a doctor readily. I don't know, but here telehealth, that'd be impossible.
They had 80% of the patients got their license through the phone. 6.4% went into it by person. So not very many. So you know what also happens? You know what also happens in there? They have drafted an amendment to the act which aims to prohibit the sale and advertising of hemp products instead of smoking or inhalation. So hemp products. Now, are they talking about cannabis products or are they talking about hemp products? It just says hemp. So
Really?
yeah.
Why would I don't understand any of that? I
Yeah.
would understand how he was doing it. But
Unless they're talking about the Delta 8 end of things, but
well, Delta 8 only if it's taken apart by itself is dangerous. If it's in the plant because it's in the cannabinoids there, of the whole plant itself.
They say CBD oils, as long as they're not intended for smoking or inhalations, are exempt from the prohibition.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah, and it is hemp. It is hemp. It's not cannabis. Yeah. So, but the medical license is dropping. The numbers drop that quickly because of the fact that they're no longer allowing the online prescriptions to be done.
Yeah, like I said, that like if Canada tried pulling something like that, it'd be like, but we have telehealth. Like that doesn't make any sense.
We have telehealth, but I don't know. I've never seen. I don't know of anybody who's got a medical cannabis prescription through telehealth. I know a nurse practitioner can sign, and a doctor can sign, but a telehealth, you're talking with a doctor, right?
Right. Well, I'm not sure telehealth, but I mean, even Zoom. Like, I mean, the way we were doing it.
Well, the clinics do it.
Right. Exactly. So, like no different than telehealth.
Yeah, Limestone City Hydroponics. They have a medical cannabis clinic that works out of the store. Yeah. And it's all done through his Skype call type setup, right?
Exactly. So it's no different than telehealth. That's my point. Like,
yeah,
it's really hard for anybody here to say that was something that we couldn't do because they expect us to use telehealth because we don't have doctors in our areas because we're lacking in doctors as it is, right? So that would be something that, like I said, if they tried putting that in Canada, that'd be something that we could fight because lots of us don't have doctors. We're using telehealth. How else are we supposed to get it, right? And I wonder if they're doing the same thing there. Like, do they have access to doctors in person, or is it just cannabis? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that I don't know. Maybe with our telehealth, they just don't offer that service. I don't know. I don't know. They're not a regular patient. No, well, they're not even with the clinics. They're not a regular patient, like as far as a doctor that they go see every 3 months or every 6 months. Like I see my specialist a few times a year. So.
Remember they had these clinics that you had to take a urine test to get a licensing signed.
Oh
and all
yeah, to make sure that you weren't doing a bunch of opiates because of,
and then
over consuming or whether you're doing cocaine.
or whatever.
Yeah, whatever, exactly.
Like, I'm not going to piss in a cup, and I'm not going to come back to you every 3 months to get my license signed. Because they'd only sign it for 3 months, right? Rather than just signing it to make you have. But it basically was like a cash grab. Because every time you come back in, you got to pay, right? Like,
yeah, and some only allowed you to deal with certain. You only deal with certain places too, right?
yeah. I don't know what the hell, but there's somebody tried pulling that here. Remember that?
Oh yeah. So, as now I saved this to the end of the show for a reason. So we got 20 minutes. We got 20 minutes left. As we know, south of the border, down in the U.S., they have a new president, a new administration. New administration means that you get new DEA heads, you get new, EPA, you get new attorney generals, you get all new.
Border czars.
Right. Okay. Now,
good people.
Here's the headline for you, right? And it says here that Trump's new DEA head blamed cannabis for school shootings and claimed rescheduling push was politically motivated. So other news they blamed the cannabis on the school shootings. So what's that tell you about the chances of cannabis being rescheduled when they thought that was a politically motivated, so they were against that. Now, that doesn't sound promising to me. They are the new. This person is a new intern leader. So I don't know if it's permanent, but right now it's just an intern leader. As it says, previously linked cannabis use to school shootings and repeatedly insisted that the administration hijacked the rescheduling process. Well, I can tell you the DEA has been against the rescheduling because we were reporting on that in the news. And this new person, they are a retired agent. They worked for 28 years in the DEA.
Oh my God.
So they've got at least they've got experience within the DEA, right?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, this is a disaster.
Yeah, and this is as I'm going to emphasize again, intern, because it does say they don't know if this person is going to receive the nomination. So, let's see what else it says here.
Those people down there just had two huge drug busts from.
He suggested this. He suggested that in 2022, obsessive pot smoking is associated with school shooters.
Oh, okay. The school shooters are 6.
For all the irresponsible politicians trying to get votes by legalizing cannabis, maybe it's time to understand the, in caps, negative impacts from smoking this crap.
Maybe they should smoke some of this crap. Maybe it wouldn't be so fucking.
And he's been critical against the rescheduling, as I've already mentioned. Okay. So, it's not sounding promising.
It just gets worse and worse every day.
And so, during the campaign trail, he did say,
how many? He has hit like every fucking aspect of everybody's life in 2 days. Like every aspect.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Now, as far as the Attorney General pick, which was, I believe it was Pam Bondi.
Yeah, she's already in.
Yeah. Now, as far as her, the headline says the Attorney General refuses to say where she stands on cannabis rescheduling or federal enforcement priorities. Just so you know, a judge has issued a stay or something on the scheduling because, right? So
here's the thing about Pam Bondi.
Now
she's a definite Trump loyalist, but she's
Yeah.
also a lawyer, and she's also declared an oath to the Constitution. I honestly don't think that she would. If he did something illegal, she's going to stop him. I think she's probably the only one point checkpoint they actually fucking got is her.
Yeah.
To be fair,
Um,
the only check stop they've got.
So, following her confirmation, she responded to a series of written questions, for the record, not asked, and that focused on cannabis. And for each of the 4 questions, she offered the same exclusive one-sentence reframe. If confirmed, I will give the matter careful consideration after consulting with appropriate department officials. So that's all that's all she would say.
Well, that's because she's not educated and she's not gonna, go.
It's too
Gonna
bad.
fall into it, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like she's a Florida. Like she was Attorney General in Florida, so she knows the job. Like, she's been an Attorney General before. So
yeah,
like I said,
yeah, in Florida, correct.
in Florida. So like I said, if there's only one stopping checkpoint that Trump might
Yeah.
have, it might be her. But everybody else is. She's a loyalist too. But I mean, she's a lawyer, and she said that she's a lawyer first, and she is already, declared an oath.
Yeah.
So
Here's one of the appears to be one of the questions. If you are confirmed as Attorney General, how will the Department of Justice, under your leadership approach enforcement of federal cannabis laws, how will the independence of states to regulate cannabis factor into your decisions? And all she would say is, if confirmed, I will give the matter careful consideration.
she's smart.
Yeah.
Gonna fall into any of it.
Yeah. Do you support cannabis, placing cannabis in Schedule 3? If so, will you work to finalize rescheduling? If not, please explain. Do you support efforts to align federal and state cannabis laws? And all she responds with was, if confirmed, I will give the matter careful consideration.
I take the 5th.
Oh, yeah. So things are really up in the air to see what happens. Anyways, the 2 of them don't sound promising, but
No.
they are, like you say, loyalists. So, and if he's not lying, he says he wants to legalize it. So,
Well, I mean, like I said,
but he also I gotta put a caveat in there, legalizing it as by state rights, not versus.
Well, he's given the states the right to
federal,
jurisdiction.
not blanket federal legalization. The state end of things leaves too much nastiness still to get in there.
Well, the only one that's,
still
California,
serve long jail sentences,
Well,
and this shouldn't do that. People shouldn't be serving time in jail for a few joints.
No, they
I mean-
absolutely shouldn't. And that's the unfortunate thing, because there are. But
Yeah.
again, their jails are full. We got the states that are already legal anyway. So what are
And
they going to
they got a private prison system too, right? So they make money.
Exactly. But again, so the states that are legal, what are they going to do with them? All of a sudden, the feds are going to re-regulate cannabis or not, and then all those states that are already got state legalization, and
Well,
then
one of those questions had to do about the states, and she still came out about the same response.
right.
I'll have to review everything and give it.
Because like they've been rolling back all their state laws.
Well, yeah, she may decide that she wants to go after them, but something tells me she'll just leave it as is state laws, because that's what Trump wants.
And have the Supreme Court repeal all of them, like they did with our.
But yeah, you just never know. So
you know what I
it's
mean?
a whole new world, so we'll find out, as time goes along. So.
Well, Florida got snow, so that means hell did freeze over.
Yeah, well, hey, I saw pictures of the crocodiles and alligators in the snow.
And they were saying, "Oh, it's not going to snow in Florida," and then it floated. It snowed.
Well, I also I did a interview yesterday at dinner time actually for a new content provider on the Pace Radio Network, and that's Time for Hemp. And I did an interview with Casper and Al, and with our guest. And our guest was in Florida. They were in the Panhandle.
Oh no!
Which is in the Gulf.
And that's where they got snow.
And that's what he says. It's snowing here. And I said, well, where are you? I said, are you at the north end? And he says, no. I'm on
No, that's the tip
on
of
the
the that's
Gulf.
the peninsula. Yeah.
Like, holy smokes.
Well, they had said that it was going to get pretty low, but they said that it would miss Florida. Because I was watching on Al Jazeera last night. They were talking about this snow spot going all through Texas, and it was going to hit all through, Carolinas, but it was going to miss Florida. Florida wasn't going to get it. But they also said it was 30 degrees in the Yukon yesterday.
What?
It was 30 above in the Yukon yesterday, in the Northwest Territories. 30 above, like 30 degrees, not minus. 30 degrees.
I gotta look that up.
No, I haven't looked it up. So maybe, but that's what I was told, that it was 30 degrees in the Yukon.
Wow. Oh, I gotta tell you, I needed you to pick a picture of yourself, and I need you to send it to me. Or actually, I'll add you to the thread, and you can see here. We will get Can Expo passes, but we're making our own passes as well.
Okay, for press passes.
All right. So you can. I'll need you to. I'll add you into the group thread.
It's only -5 right now.
Well,
in
yeah.
Whitehorse.
What's that?
-5 in Whitehorse.
Is
Maybe
it?
it wasn't 30 yet, but it's only -5 in Whitehorse.
Well,
And
only
you just
-5. It's colder than that here.
It's colder than that here. It's like
Yeah.
-22. But yeah, so I'm trying to go back. My computer's frozen. That's why I can't come back right, because of stupid computer.
Yeah. Well, it's warmer now than it was this morning. It was like feeling like -35 this morning.
But yeah, it was like that must have been wrong that it was 30 degrees there yesterday, because it's -5 today. But still, it was like 6 -4 -1 on Sunday in the Yukon. So it's like ridiculously like warm for that. Like that's warm for up there.
Yeah.
Like ridiculous. And it's like, and even here, like I think it's like, well, it's -11 in Toronto, -3 in Calgary, it's 3 degrees in Vancouver, it's -14 in Halifax, it's -12 in Montreal. And so I mean, but the weather's all wonky, and everybody's like, I don't know what's going on. I said, oh, climate change is a hoax, don't you know? Like, and that's what I just throw at them. I don't know what's going on. This weather's so weird. I go, climate change is a hoax. And I just down there.
And it snowed in the Panhandle in Florida, so.
And Texas and all across the southern states. Like, hello. Yeah, it's -10 here.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to be -3 tomorrow. And we've been doing that wonky like +5, -10 for a while too, right? So
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So
let's hope it's not maybe
now,
it's any
I should mention what's I should mention I you hear me at as we go to the commercial breaks or when we start, I mentioned 420pace.ca. That website there, people can go and see all of our programming, our combined programming with 420 radio. And I'm just gonna bring up the page. The page.
The 420 radio. I was with 420 radio at one time too. So were you?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a family reunion, or just kind of combining back everything together.
Right. Yeah. And so everything goes there, and it's easy to find our videos. Everything is right there on the page. I'm bringing it up right there. There we go. Wrong tab. There we go. 420 Pace Project. It's got the links to our websites, how to contact us, and our socials. some pictures there. Oh, look at that. Hey.
That's weird.
Wave to yourself.
I'm waving. Why am I not waving back?
You see,
I got one side.
well, because there's going to be a bit of delay.
That's
There's a bit of delay on it, right? There, you can see there.
Yep. We're waving now.
Come
Yay.
across. You'll see us. Okay, you're going to see me wave here shortly. So this gives you a bit of an idea of the delay. Okay, and here I come. I should be waving.
I am now. Yep, there we go.
Oh, I wait. Oh, I'm over on this. Yeah, over on the side. So there's the scheduling and the blog, and then here's our latest videos. See, the mushy moment from yesterday is there. You can see the High Kai podcast from Tuesday, our news show, re-rolled Saturdays there, and it just goes on and on.
That's awesome.
Oops.
I like the
jumped around on me.
I like the backdrop.
Yeah.
That's good.
There's the news. So the past shows are all right there. Easy to find, right on the main page. Bingo, there we go. So when I mentioned, when I mentioned, I clicked on the wrong button. When I mentioned 420 pace, that's the page. Pretty simple, and you find all the latest broadcasts are there, and it updates automatically. So, and as it shows there, our live broadcasts are there. Right, you can see us now going. I'm not bringing it up on the screen, but I can tell you that in the video, I'm going through a lot of stuff. So, all right, I gotta close that off. But yeah,
Right on.
there you go.
Well, it gives us like so many more like platforms and abilities, right? Like to get
Well, combined,
right?
Yeah, we have on Sunday is the Veterans Action Council. On Monday is Pace News, the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. You're on Monday. Tuesday is the High Guys in the morning, and the Mushy Moment comes on in the afternoon. Wednesday is you and me here at the Pace Radio Show. Following us is the Newbie and the Doobie. Thursday is Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News comes on. Friday is the 420 Radio Show. Saturday is the re-rolled Saturday, which is everything that was been played throughout the week. And I still have to come up with the time and day for our latest broadcast for the Pace Network, and that is the Time for Hemp broadcast. So I'm looking at.
I'm happy to see that being revived, because that's an OG, right? Like that's an OG. Casper and you, like that's OG.
Yeah, Casper. His origins, to give you an idea, Casper worked with Jack Herrera.
Yep.
And he has got, I believe it's 1990 or 1991 video footage. He says he's the first, I believe that's the way. I'm not so paraphrasing here. First video show on cannabis. He was involved in a study in California or somewhere in some cannabis as well. But you go to his website, timeforhemp.news, and it's the number 4, not the word 4. And you'll see some really old footage. And he's been playing with AI.
Oh,
and yeah, he's got... he's taken a. You can go to his website and you can see this. I'm not saying it's not public yet. and he's taken a Jack Herrera picture and a Jack Herrera interview or something, some audio of Jack Herrera, and with the AI, and you see Jack talking and saying what's coming. It's really that's really odd to see. So
Right?
yeah,
That's the
yeah,
thing with AI. It'll be like you can bring people that are gone back.
yeah.
Right?
Well, it's sitting there. He says, all I did was take a picture. I took the audio and I did this thing, and you see Jack's mouth move
Well, yeah, because
to
it just
the
replicates everything. It just learns it
yeah.
that like it's like a little ant that gets onto a thing, goes plump, and everything that's in our brain, and then that is goes in, it's incredible.
It's
Scary.
yeah,
It's scary
yeah. So
because
it's gonna be interesting. Like he could, create, because he's been doing this. He's been doing this obviously longer than me. 1990 stuff. Like this is back in basically over 30 years ago that he's been doing all this. 35 years. So
ultimately he can program that program to all the information that he knows that Jack knew, and basically do a whole show with just Jack with an AI.
yeah, yeah. Like I took one of his audio shows, and I put pictures to it, and I was able to take pictures, and I put them when that person was talking, their picture was showing, and then he started coming up playing with the AI stuff because he's radio, right, and he's switching over to the video end of things, like I did, and Al did, right? So
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
yeah, yeah. Well, the technology is there, makes it so it can be done, right?
Technology's moving faster than we are. That's the same.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. All righty. Well, I see it's the bottom of the hour.
It is. I gotta go.
And yeah, got some stuff to do. It's that time of the day. So, but tomorrow morning, don't forget, anybody's tuned in all Thursday mornings, psychedelics, cannabis educational news. Got us 10 o'clock. YouTube, Facebook, websites. We're there, right? And Tamara?
I will be live Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern or Mountain Standard Time, noon Eastern Standard Time, and I will probably be on with Daryl Fay again. He was going to be on, and he's from zerohigh.ca. And send money. CSP Cranbrook needs it. TamaraLee3@gmail.com.
All right. Sounds good. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com. Don't forget, Legacy420 is for sale. Give them a buzz at legacy420.com. Just go to the website. Phone number is there. Or just send them a message and say, hey, I want to know about Legacy420 and what's for sale. They've got a list. It's all there for them. Anybody who's serious, I'm sure you can look at it and see what all is available. So, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as atease.ca. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, into the program, and thank you, and good night. We will see you next week. Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
everybody. Welcome to glass blowing today here at the workshop of the Happle. The creators of the Happle, Dave and Masta, are here with me today. We're going to watch them create some glass products, including we're going to go through the steps of the Happle with Dave.
You know, for example, like, you know, not quite roundish looking balls that can't be called oranges because oranges are circular, so you're reduced to looking at it going, you know what? It's kind of a pear. No, you know what? It's an apple. It's an apple, right? Right? Because guess what? Nobody actually has a definition of what an apple shape is.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And there's thousands of different breeds of apples, right?
Correct.
And so a little bit interesting. The only reason why they're apples is because of the fact that I got away with making oblong shaped circles. That's like literally the why I do it that way.
And
one day he said, "Hey, that looks like an apple."
Yeah. And you don't have to worry about a consistent shape if you're calling
That's
an
right.
apple, right?
That's right. And I can tell you, there is no consistency in the last 10,000.
Everyone is its own.
I bet you can find two that are the same in 10,000.
Not if you pull out the calipers. No. No. To this day, every single one is hand blown and eyeballed. I'll show and demonstrate that to you. I actually don't use a mold or a template or anything like that.
Yeah.
I had to start doing it just to make sure that it fits in the box.
Mhm.
Like I can't get too big, right? But that's about it. But yeah, and that's the only reason why I've been able to make so many of them, or else I go dumb.
Yeah, the Happle. Very
Have you got a box there you can show, Al?
Of the Happle?
Yeah. There you go. There's a Happle.
Yeah, this is the Happle here. Right.
Yes, that is the apple there.
Okay. And there's a stem, just like on a Happle.
Yeah.
Right.
That stem essentially. Okay, so this, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop, glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks, glass bottles. We used to take a little pebble or a dime. We used to stick into the glass bottle. We used to use a lighter, heat up one corner of it, which is
Damn, got to do it again.
Evening out the wall thickness in the kiln, right?
Correct.
But we heat up one little corner of it, stress out one little spot
And it
on
breaks.
the bottle, and then if we do it in the right way and do the right tap, the pebble or the dime that's in the bottle will pop a hole out
Correct.
of the side of the bottle, and then therefore you can take your bottle, stick your joint or your cigarette with a little bit of hash on it into the bottle, and it was called a bottle toke.
Yep.
Yes.
This is a bottle toker. This is your cigarette,
Yep.
but you don't have to use a cigarette anymore. You can just place your hash on here and put it into here. It fills up, and then you just pull it through there. Now, part of the reason why this has been great is for so many people who used to use this old style technique, but you can really only do it with cigarettes.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, 'cause how
During
do
bottle
you-
time.
yeah.
You couldn't do it with joints. People claim that they can do it with joints, but they're lying. Okay, it's not possible. It was always tobacco, right? And then so as guys got older and you had to quit smoking, you weren't able to do bottle tokes anymore because you were smoking. You just didn't want to have cigarettes around, right? So a lot of people had to give up hash because of the fact that they couldn't do any of it. So when we came up with this, it allowed more of the original old-timey smokers to be able to experience and enjoy hash for the first time without having to dilute it with tobacco, dry cannabis.
Yeah, and I'm a person that doesn't smoke tobacco, so I wouldn't want tobacco.
No, and so you never would have had a bottle toke.
Yeah,
like that would never have been something that you would have appealed to you, right? You're like, no, I don't want the tobacco.
And when I did have one, it was yeah. And then with cannabis, then you've got your cannabis included in your hash, so then you're not getting that. Just if you want just that hash taste.
Well, what you're doing is you're making your cannabis a little stronger, but you're making your hash weaker because you're just adding. It's like no.
And here's an interesting development within the legal market that's kind of it kind of dovetails nicely into the hash devices is. Right now within the legal market, there's such a competition between the stores to attract and keep customers. They're doing everything they possibly can to keep them to come around. And what that usually means is that they're trying to get their customers as medicated or as high as possible, thinking that that's the best way to retain a customer. Is that fair? Right?
Some people THC is the main thing, correct?
Yeah.
For some people, yes.
So with something like this, we want to be able to provide them with a device that by the time they start smoking hash, they're already moved past dry flower, one strain at a time. They've moved into the pre-rolls, which are infused.
Yeah.
So the pre-roll dry tobacco or dry cannabis infused with this, infused with that, laced like dusted with this and that.
Yeah.
Right.
The KIF.
Well, the whole part of that new smokers lose is they lose the experience of learning about the different strains of cannabis and the effects of individual strains. Because everyone's getting a salad joint, as what we used to call it, right?
Yeah.
So no one had an idea of what strain did what because you don't know, right?
Especially on pre-rolls, they don't normally tell you what strain it is.
No, absolutely.
They might say premium cannabis.
Yeah.
Well, what the hell is that?
So what customers are coming in, they're buying single strains. It's not doing it for them. So now whether they turn to their bud tender, ask for recommendations, bud tenders always turn to an infused pre-roll because that's great bang for your buck from a consumer perspective, from a bud tender perspective. But what that's done is created this whole step in the cannabis community that everyone has skipped in the new legal market because in the old market, we had no choice but to try all the different dry flowers. We had no choice but to get one or two strains at a time.
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
What's that, Al?
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you didn't like it, you go back to your dealer.
Or you wait till next week.
Or you go to your
Next
dealer
batch.
and you ask for something different. But really, it wasn't that. But now with these infused things, it's artificially gotten people more stoned without the actually understanding the benefits of indicas versus sativas. All of the stuff that the older people and all the stuff that the advocates and the educators want people to know about. So now what happens is they get tired of the pre-rolls, their taste buds and their cannabinoid receptors are all messed up because they don't know what they're getting. They can come back to a single strain of hash using one of the hash devices, right? And please, like this is the Happle's the affordable version of it. There's lots of hash devices out there. Yeah. Right, but just an opportunity to be able to smoke a pure hash just on its own without diluting it anyway, right?
This
would be the
first time in decades where I was able to consume just straight hash.
All right, so who has the hash?
I do.
So I a question while you guys are getting the hash.
Yeah.
What's the price range of a Apple?
Retails for $54.
Retail.
That's very reasonable because you go and you can get just a simple bong for $120, but it's just that, right? So this is nice.
This is nice. It's just that it's hash. You can just straight hash.
I've seen Al using his. How long will a piece of hash last in that?
Well, I myself I've learned.
Let's find out, shall we?
I have learned with mine that
I don't want to use one of the new
single
ones.
person or multiple persons would be different lengths of hash that you add to this. The amount that you put in. That's what I learned.
All right. So here, let's go through a demonstration. Oh, by the way, each one of these comes with their own set of instructions in both English and French because that's a requirement in Canada. We have to supply all advertising and literature in both official languages of Canada. So all you do is you pick your little snake, and instead of putting that into the middle of a joint, which is what I used to do, You have it on this end.
That's what I'm doing right now, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. So now what we do is we just light up the end of it, let it burn, and then it creates a little ember.
Yeah.
And the most important part of it is don't let it burn. Blow it out before putting it in, or else you could create this black mess in there.
Now, some hash.
So this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is our form of dabbing, right?
Yeah.
We used to love it, especially the old guys that smoking 5 or 6 joints for breakfast.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Al, as you can see here, it's brewing, it's filling up in this chamber. Once I get to a point where it's filled up to enough for my lungs,
Yeah.
it up, tick a little bit.
Because you can just sip it,
out.
right?
Yeah, and then just drink
You
it
just
out of
sip
the straw. And then
Yeah.
I put it back down, pulling it in, draws fresh air through it, so that way it's reloaded, reset, refills itself. If I forget about this, usually happens about the 4th or 5th one of them.
I get that.
After I've forgotten about it, it'll put itself out and it'll snuff itself out. I've anecdotally heard that this is a very efficient way to smoke your hash and consume your hash, because very, very little wastage.
And it's
You know,
personal.
it's
It's personal,
all-
but you can share it. You
There
know,
you go.
It's like a drink. It's personal
Yeah.
size, but you can share it around the room. I have a student glass, and you can share that for hours on end.
Right. Yeah. And then and that's it.
So when it comes to the amount of hash that you put in there, being that it'll go out
Eventually, yeah.
and relight
And
it.
then you relight it. Yep. Yeah. No, I just put a big long snake into it and just forget about it. Like and then I'll pull on it, and then, like I said, 2 or 3 of those, and then you forget that what you were doing or what you were smoking. Not
you don't smoke.
Not really.
No, that's right. Yeah.
He doesn't share with his underlings.
I think a joint smoker would like that.
What's that, Al?
I think a joint smoker would like that.
Oh, well, yeah, I smoke joints all the time.
There you go, Master. I'm gonna drop that into there for him, because he's a special one.
He needs the fresh one.
Of course he does. He's master.
But look how beautiful that waterfall is.
Yeah.
It's yeah, that's one that didn't cross quality insurance, by the way. It's all right on the side.
But those are nice. If you've got five or six people sitting around, and you got 5 or 6 people, or 6 of those, you can just share it, but not share it.
Yeah, and my whole idea with it is, why share it when you can all have your own? And to your point with the party size one, any bigger than the chambers that we make is too big.
Too big.
The smoke,
Yeah.
the hash smoke just gets stale
Ah,
and
okay.
old, right? Like, you know that old bomb smoke? Don't make sure you clear it out,
Yeah.
right? You know what we're doing, right?
Same thing, right.
Like, oh, look at that.
So,
That's
like-
super cool. Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that! Look at that! Look, that's hash smoke. Hash smoke falls.
And this is why you should clean your apples.
Wow. Oh, hey! For your audience.
Hey.
For your audience.
Okay.
I highly recommend that if you drink coffee, get one of these things, and you fill this with ISO,
Yeah.
right? And then when you're done with your apple for the day and night, drop it in there, close it up. And when you wake up in the morning, pull it out, and you give yourself a little rinse in the water, and then you have a brand new apple for the day. Right? It'll always be clean, right? And then you just keep the lid on this, and then your alcohol will never be
That's really a cool idea. There you go. A tip. A Dave tip. An official
Ta-da.
Dave tip.
Dr. Martha Stewart.
Eh.
You were talking about stale smoke and stuff. With this, when it goes out, obviously there's going to be smoke in that chamber.
That's the fastest way to make the apple dirty. is to let smoke sit in there because it clings to the side immediately.
Yeah.
And otherwise it just dissipates because as you can see, once it spills up, I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not, once it fills up, it starts to overflow.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, yeah, I got somebody.
It's starving for oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It needs
That's what I was wondering. Like at the end, obviously you're gonna have
That's why there's no oxygen.
enough. Yeah.
And then here's another reason. One of the things is I get a lot of criticism or questions about why this here is so loose and it rattles so much. Well, the reason for that is the airflow. Because if you had it sitting tight and not rattling, it just completely choke out and it would never stay lit.
You gotta keep some air in there.
You gotta have it. So that rattle has to happen only for it to work. So it's kind of one of those, which is a little contrary because people don't like glass rattling with this.
So yeah, well, you were just because it's gonna break, right? And then where would you get another stem?
If you break your stem,
Shop.org.
or you message me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll do a call out and I'll encourage people to message me whenever they have a broken stem.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the fact that I'm doing impromptu quality assurance.
Right.
Right. The number of stems I have to send out as a replacement would generally tell me whether or not this is a viable product. Right.
Yeah.
And I give replacement stems out pretty much for free. And I can still do that because I only get one in maybe 1,000 every few months. And it's never, but it's always because of negligence, right?
Now people can lose them.
Yeah.
Or drop them.
Yeah, and as far as for someone to replace that stem, they have to get a hold of you. Very unless you've got them available in the store.
They are available.
Separately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're available individually, but realistically, it's so hard to put a price on that little stem.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because that little stem, in my mind, that's the secret to it. You can take that stem and use it wherever you want to. Mm-hmm. So the value of that stem is actually quite high towards the whole value of the whole piece. But I'm hard pressed to charge $25 for a replacement stem, right? It just doesn't make sense. Right. And then at the same time, I have no idea. It hasn't, like 1 in 1,000 every few months is probably that means I'm sending out 10 or 15, right? It's not a big deal at all, right? So anyway.
Crap.
Hash shit's different.
So
it does. Yeah. This is the point of the video, Al, where you start recording faster, maybe. Jump. Yeah. Use that 30 frames per second George Miller shit.
Now let's see where else we can go with this. As far as so these are available.
Take a moment, Al.
So as far as the retail stores, they could be available are they just available in Ontario retail stores?
Everywhere.
Everywhere, so right across the country?
Yep.
So for people to go into the stores, see if they're there, ask if they're not there, and maybe they'll bring them in.
I have a question. Can you bang a nail in with a apple like you did with the other thing?
Sure. Let's. I'll get you that apple right now. Yeah. We'll send you that video. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We certainly can. Yes, we do.
I think he's looking for one.
Oh, maybe.
I know that I've taken my apple on the road with me quite a few times. So what's that?
Now I know, and I know, Al. did the full-on block when I said I didn't want to talk about this, but I will talk about it a little bit. The next iteration that both Master and I are working on our own versions of it. Water filtered hash devices.
Oh,
so water filtration. Yeah. So this is particularly my design. It's called the Drew Dot, and it looks a little bit. It's supposed to look like an egg in honor of the egg farming that happens here, but nobody sees the egg. I know. Okay. And then I like that with an egg. With the good black drop.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta use the black drop.
Did you think you would be modeling today, Dave?
It's got the percolator in the
It's
bottom.
got the percolator in the model. And the whole the secret with this one is that this chamber here acts as the internal HAPL.
Right.
Right. So that chamber is where the smoke fills up, and then you put water in the bottom so that it filters through.
And bubbles.
Yeah, I found it very smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
were trying it. Yeah.
Well, when I received it, I waited 5 days before I used it. So
Okay.
my first toke, everybody got to see the first time I used it in the video when we did the broadcast.
Oh, good.
And it was very smooth. Oh,
And don't hurt yourself, please.
here.
Let's try this.
Okay. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Lower. No. Okay, hang
Get
on.
the
I'm gonna turn this. Okay.
No, you're gonna cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out yourself, Master.
Oh no!
Okay, all right. It broke. But how many times? How many times did you hit that for
That's
something
what I
that wasn't designed to do that with?
Oh, those weren't test taps before? Then he just would tap, tap, tap.
Well,
tap,
any tap.
Yeah!
Any tap.
You know who's really good at those stuff?
Oh, I'm gonna try it again. Here we go.
All right, I'll do it once more, and this time I'm only gonna hit it 5 times.
Five. Okay, we're gonna hit an apple on the nail.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, all right, that's great. Holy Jesus Christ.
How do you know what? You need to learn to count, mister.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So I mean it's nice to see that because a lot of people, one of the reasons they don't use pipes is because you drop them and they break.
So this tube is for the HAPL body. That tube is for the mouthpiece. And this glass rod here is what I make the stems with.
Cool.
They come in 5-foot lengths. And we get them from Nortel Manufacturing in Markham, Ontario, Scarborough, Ontario. What I've got is set up a section of the tube. I take one of the long tubes and I break it in half. So I use half a section at a time. I plug up one hole on it and I put a mouthpiece on that. And a mouthpiece on the other side. They're hooked up to these blow hoses connected to this valve, which allows me to control which side I blow into. I've got the tube on this end, which is what I use as a blow tube or a handle, which I'll show you when I take it off. And here's the raw glass on this side. Now, these are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers. And then the only other thing I have is this piece of glass here, which I use to pick molten glass off so I don't have to do it with my fingers.
Makes sense.
Which you're not supposed to do, I learned.
this Bunsen burner acts like the oven, and what it does is heats up the glass and gets it to a minimum temperature so that it doesn't blow up or crack when the higher temperature of the torch gets on it. First thing I've done is open up a hole on this main tube so I can connect it to this smaller tube. At this point, the glass is heated up enough, so I'll turn the Bunsen burner off. Connect two pieces of glass together. Once it's fused, I'll puff into it to make sure that it doesn't collapse on itself. Because as glass heats up and becomes molten, it wants to condense on itself. So it's always collapsing. So one of the things I'm doing with the blowing of into the blow hose is to keep it from collapsing and closing itself off. Now what I have set up right now is I have a tube with hoses hooked up on both ends, a valve to be able to control which side I blow into so that I can control which way the pressure goes in. Not as big a deal on these pieces. Becomes more important as you get into larger, complicated pieces like the new drum. In our shop, sometimes when we turn our bigger flame on, it creates a popping sound, so we have a tendency to say fire in the hole, fire. And I didn't create a pop, which is great. You can edit in the sound effect later. I say Roger Rabbit. Wow. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat up a section of this glass here. And you'll see here I have a little template that I've taped here. And my template, you'll notice that this tool is the right width for the length as well as the width of the handle. So I look at that, make sure that this thing is still the same size. I do this every time because for some reason I'm worried that this tool will change size. Once I've gotten it hot and molten enough, I'll start pumping it out to shape and form the bottom of the apple, of the first apple. Yeah. Remember that thing I gave you before?
Yeah, right there, yeah. Yeah.
You want to slide that on now if you want to. Yeah. It'll help to cut that glare out a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, what Dave was mentioning was this device right here. I got in my hand, and what it allows me to do is to watch the flame. Because that can
filters out the yellow. Filters out the sodium.
Yeah, which can be end up where you get. Well, I guess it's not like a welding flash or anything. Yeah.
So you'll notice here I formed the bottom half of the apple. I've made it about 2/3 of the size I want it to be. Using my template. Use my template this way. Now I know how long it's supposed to be. I've got that section there earmarked out for this particular apple. And then now what I'm going to do is heat up the whole piece. And then at that mark, this mark here, I'll pinch it down, puff into it a little bit to start that apple growing. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting I actually watched a bunch of YouTube time-lapse videos of apples actually growing, because that's kind of what it was. Didn't help, but it was cool to see.
So how, like, that is extremely hot.
Oh, yes. What's the temperature when glass is molten, Master? 2,500 to 3,000. 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now I puffed it in, I puffed it out. You'll see it's about the width that I want it to be at, the height that I want it to be at, but the shaping is not quite there. So I'll go back in briefly, heat up the bottom of it, just the bottom half of the apple. That's where I use this tool, brace it. And what I'm doing is I'm pushing it against the glass I don't want to move so that it'll cool faster, so the glass that's still hot moves more. So there's my, pretty much the apple. Kind of like it. The bottom could be a little bit more puffed out, so I will keep that bottom a little bit more. Puff and blow it out. That's my first one in this string. I'll go in. Now I'm going to pinch off the top to create the top opening, as well as the bottom of the next one. So I'll do that. This tube here is thicker, so instead of, if I condense it down, it's going to be too thick there relative to the rest of the apple. So I actually do a combination of condensing and stretching to maintain the wall thickness of the glass. Try to keep that wall thickness as consistent as possible. Now that I've gotten that kind of thinned out, I'll go in on this side and I'll pinch off to create the top of the apple. That's it. And then what that does is it also has thinned out the glass between that and the next one on the string. So I can just move down the line, set up, heat up to do the second one, which I'll do quickly.
See it swelling as I watch it through this lens.
So yeah, as I mentioned, I'm not using a template or anything like that. I'm just trying to grow out each apple out of the glass. And I only do it this way just to keep it interesting. It would be faster and easier if I used a template, but this is what's been making it somewhat interesting for the last 10,000 tries. I turn down the heat and the flame size to a smaller flame because I don't want to heat up too much of this glass, because right now I'm getting ready to pull this section off. So I'm going in, forming up that top apple there. Now I have two there. I'm more concerned about making sure they fit into the packaging, so I worry about that in terms of my diameters and parameters. Not so worried about the actual shape of each of them, mainly because most people only buy them one at a time. And as I said, I challenge anyone to find two apples.
They're the same.
No, they're the same. Now, what you'll notice I just did there was I really thinned that out, made it nice and thin, and pulled it apart so that when I rip it off and separate the two tubes, there's minimal amount of glass that's there. I'll do the same thing here. This is something that Master has asked me to do, which is to thin out that section in between the apples so that when he's working my hand, it'll be easier for him to separate out. Whereas I'm working on a machine, and essentially it allows me to take coffee breaks. Or dad breaks. So I've gone in and I've thinned out that as much as I need to, so that way when, in the next stage, when they're removed from the string, it'll be easier to cut. Finally, I'll go in on this end. I'll keep this section up here. I'll let that condense down.
So it's two bottoms against each other.
Two top. Well, no, that's the bottom.
Oh, okay.
See? Apples. Thanks, Al. Thanks for measuring my point. All right. So I'll turn that off, and then I will take these two, and I'll pull them off of here, and then I'll place them over to this station here at Master.
Okay, so now they're full. So we're coming over here, and
we're going to come over here on this side. He's working off of, now what he's going to do now is he's going to finish off the apples.
I'll talk it through one.
You'll talk it through one of them.
I'll talk it through one of them and then do the other one.
Does that make sense? Yeah. Right, and then that way, kind of gives you both, right?
Correct.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over from the lathe. This is to prevent condensation from building up on the inside. So it's just a quick little maneuver there to tear off a little excess glass. Blowing into the glass, I've popped a hole out there, and now using graphite, I use it to open the hole up to be the exact same size as the 12.7 millimeter tube that I used to attach to it as a mouthpiece. How do I know it's the exact same size? Experience. So I have the tube here with an open end to it, and then I warm both of them up just a little bit right here, and attach it, and then I position it the way I want as the glass is cooling down. Then I choose where I want to melt the glass off, the length of the mouthpiece, which typically is going to be about 0.75 to 1 inch in length from the apple. So I break that off just like that, and using stainless steel tweezers, I just clean the end off a little bit, which makes the last step a little bit easier. Now I need to make that mouthpiece fully melted in and homogeneous with the rest of the apple. This creates the strength in the apple. Okay, gas. So I'm going to use a hand torch just to get the heat precisely where I want. Because I don't need to heat very much glass here. I just need a very small section at a time. And I'm just going to work around slowly. Get it all melted in, getting tiny little puffs between heats to put the glass to the position I need it to be. To melt the borosilicate glass, we use a combination of propane and pure oxygen to create the temperatures that we need. So I'm just warming the glass up just to make sure that it's all the same temperature again. This is just to prevent cracks from forming. We have a Bunsen burner in front of me here. That will heat the glass up to about 1200 to 1300 degrees. If you're not careful, that is hot enough for the glass to sort of start to bend and be a little bit malleable. So you do have to be careful to sort of keep it within the 1000 to 1200 range. Now that I have opened the hole up on the top, I'm going to heat up the glass with the flame and use my graphite to push it down and create a flat top. Now one area of the apple that needs to be consistent is the hole at the top. The top piece needs to be consistent so that stem that we've shown you fits properly and has the right amount of wiggle space. So I use another graphite reamer here, and this one has a measured line on it. So I open the top of the hole here to 14 millimeters. Once again, I'm just going to make sure that that's flat with the graphite. And then again, pushing feed into it to make sure it's all even. Now, what I need to do is open up the mouthpiece and make it functional. So to do that, I'm going to heat up a different piece of glass that's in my right hand now. I'm going to get it to be molten hot, whereas the glass that's in my left hand is going to be technically cold, but really it's going to be like 1,000 degrees. But compared to the 2,500 or 3,000 degrees that this side was, this side was cold, relatively speaking. So now I'm going to allow that heat line to dissipate, which will create stress and allow me to snap it off in a very nice, clean way right there. Now, if I just left that, it would have been razor sharp. So a little bit of flame goes a long way. Now, once again, bring heat in, introduce it to the glass, bring it all up to the same temperature. And then when I'm ready, I'm going to use the tongs covered in Kevlar to hold the piece of work and melt it off. This is why the step that Dave took earlier for me is so important. I'm not able to manipulate the glass very effectively in the tongs, so the less amount of turning that I can do, the better off I am. Now I need to make the bottom flat, so I'm going to spin it around, and once it's all hot here, I'm going to once again use graphite to bring it down and flatten it off. And there you have it, a finished half oil. Thanks, Master. I'm going to go through making stems. Here's that long piece of rod. 8 millimeters in diameter is the one I like to use for the stems for the apple. Just going to break this down really quickly in half. So a little bit more manageable for my short little arms. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. So I'll get a section of it hot like this and molten, pull it out of the flame, and then I'm squeezing it together to make that rounded disc. Okay? Second step after that is I will take and pull out the end that I'm going to form the little wedge side of it where you attach your hash. And what I'll do with that is I'll rip this off, set this aside for the next one, use my handy trusted butter knife that forced my wife to have to buy a whole new set because she was missing a butter knife. And I'll just take it and I'll press in that little wedge in that, or as has also been described, a little butt crack. And that little butt crack there will sit in there. Heat it up a little bit just to quickly even out the temperature on that. Switch hands, place this, have these tongs here. I bent them, especially made them so they'll grab the piece. I will heat up this end, which is the end side that I will use, and press into a leaf. And it turns out that Master had bought this little pair of tweezers that have a little pattern on them, and I've been using these for every single apple stem. Take it, do a half cut, and that squishes it up to form that leaf pattern. There you are. Set that down, and then I have to make 10,000 more of those.
And
Awesome. Awesome.
And that's the steps to making it happen.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you make colored ones, Dave?
Yeah,
Yeah?
we do.
Okay,
But
cool.
the colored ones and the colored ones, we don't make very many of them because of the fact that the price point changes.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just you see the process. We're doing this all day long, every day.
Yeah. Yep.
300 a week, right? So that's just all we do, and hey, can't complain about it. At the same time, it's definitely not quite. This is not the glassblower's dream, but I mean, really,
You're producing these in your shop out back.
we waited till we hit 10,000 before announcing the licensing agreement, because you know what? At 10,000, I think I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want.
You sold 10,000 then.
We've made way more than that, but we've sold out the door.
Correct.
10,000. That doesn't even account for masters, hash kettles, and hash landers. We're only talking about the nugs haffle.
Right.
We're not even talking about the haffles before the nugs. These are strictly just the ones
Just
for the
the
overlord.
hackle.
Just the ones for the overlord, right? Which is wonderful, right?
Mhm.
Love them. I love my overlords very much. Overlords.
And as we haven't really mentioned, as you can see, you can use, well, this is the dewdrop. You can use it as an E now.
With an E now.
A dab rig.
Yeah.
And the point of the dewdrop was to provide that option for the consumer who doesn't dab very often. Right? It's for those people who prefer hash, prefer joints, but they'll do the occasional dab and things like that. That's why we built this, and that's why we released this, is because we want to give that option to people without having them having to outlay a lot of money.
Now, did I see a video as well that you can do hash in there?
Yep.
You can do dabs.
Yep.
Now, did I see you put a banger in there as well as a bowl?
Yeah.
For smoking herb?
Yeah, but sure. But I argue you're going backwards. Sure, you can smoke flour out of this thing. But why when you can smoke hash?
But it's the multi-tool. It's the Swiss knife.
We're trying to make it to be that way.
Yeah.
Right? It's just a daily driver. But most people have a preference. Right? They have their preference on how they like to consume. And the whole idea, as we talked about earlier, about the idea about class being one of the cleanest delivery devices for cannabis, or for really a lot of things, right? For anything, really, right? We're really hoping that this the Drew drop is going to be something that gives that person their regular option in addition to all of the other things for once in a while, right? Because very rarely do people smoke flour, hash, and dabs out of the exact same piece.
Well,
because
yeah,
the taste is
exactly.
really weird. It tastes really
and
weird.
if you're doing it in a vaporizer, especially some of those old style ones, that was a mess.
Right, it's a mess, and so therefore, right, so that's why I'm like, no, you don't want to.
But yeah, this gives you the base. People have to have their own adapters.
Is it the ideal dab rig? Possibly for the right person, right? But there's so many different designs out there. This is really just meant to give, you know what? In a pinch, here you go. This is your daily driver.
Yeah.
It's your daily smoker. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Right. It's going to retail for $100. It's a bigger investment than the Happel is, but with the water filtration and the fact that you can use it for any form of consumption, we're hoping that that'll justify the pricing for it.
Yeah.
Right. And really, right now, the last thing people need is a fancy marble on the side of it that they don't need to get high.
Okay, well, guys, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Master and Dave for allowing us to come here today in order to film you guys doing your work, as well as learning all the history behind the Happel and how to see how the Happel is created. We really appreciate you allowing us to come in here today. film you doing your thing, what you love to do. That's blowing glass, answering some questions, and you've had a great success, and we wish you continued success.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Als.
Al, you got anything you'd like to say?
Enjoy.
Thanks. I enjoyed watching it. I watched the whole thing. I just sat here because I've always liked that stuff, but I've always avoided going near it. It's scary.
So don't forget, go to your cannabis store in your area, whether you live in British Columbia or Newfoundland, and you can go in there, check to see if they've got the apple. If they don't, request that they bring you one in and enjoy your hash.
You got a website where people can go directly?
www.canarisswag.shop. It's the Overlord's website.
Okay.
Instagram
@Masterglass, and I'm Dave, Earl Electric Dave.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today? Excellent. How are you, Peterborough? We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good. Thank you for. There you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right? We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough. How was 420 in Peterborough? I'm gonna let goes here. I'm gonna let him talk to you all about that and how.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around, but we had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout-outs here. Thanks to for and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dreams, Pace, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yeah, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, I hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces. Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah, like
to protest prohibition, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows their commitment to it as well, right? Like we had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yes.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or any.
Oh.
It was just.
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but sure we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
We're trying.
Correct, right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites like that.
Exactly.
I'd go up to that. How about a float?
We
Maybe
did
a
discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay, then. I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at,
I just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video.
Yes, my fiance Mary
Excellent.
Jane Gonjagirl worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park. And you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize it" posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're gonna, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are gonna sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
Pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No.
But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the...
So Peterborough, July 1st. About the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, a roach guess, a rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
You'll see.
That's
you'll
awesome.
See the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and thrown out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs, and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh, got to do. Yeah, come on up. We're switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered. But we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. For Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah. We had a live band with a great sound system. Plus, I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's people.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will help. Will happen. Trust me.
Yes.
Spend enough time doing this, it's someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go. Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright, because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, because it should be legalized. Should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Realize my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6. Shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. How did we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste? Who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and stuff. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour diesel, purple, strawberry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. Should be legalized.
Hey Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you've got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it, so we can end the debate and end the hate. And no one should be so irate, because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. No need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, start using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with dread. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, this law is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a coat. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song, weed, I'll do it so throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song. But instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. But Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke green. So does the meat. Queen Perez Hilton, we all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not news done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? These facts aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. They've all smoked. And our supporters and we, the list goes on and on like Michael Phelps on Capacity. Sacha Baron Cohen and Justin Timberlake, what they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, let's hope for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall, Schizophrenia Society. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
So that's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word.
We
out.
also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, you know, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's
Yeah,
what people don't
all of
understand.
the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and you know it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually spray paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It would be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for meshbacks and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that
Especially on
probably,
posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
Sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think it's kids. It's extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children, there was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Got anything else you'd like to add?
That you know, place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys. And
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriel, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, you know, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
Yeah, it's
that it's happening in these communities, and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so like carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual, and it was so nice to see each of them what they had to say.
Yeah, so I did just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event. It is it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Cart DM Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes. Like today was on history, so we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010. For the 3 years that we've been doing these videos, on this weekend, at this time, we show Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand, like, you know, small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, you know, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years and started out as a booth there at the park. And as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and you're awesome.
Definitely.
Yes, thank you.
You guys are awesome, too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're going to have to let you go. We're going to close we're closing the place up here.
Thanks for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night.
You too.
You too, thanks.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
Shallon, sample number 3.
Pop your lid off me.
Oh, yeah. So I was trying to do this before it deletes it again on me.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Make sure you're
save
done.
And finish later.
Yeah, save and finish later.
Mix it all up.
There we go.
That's what I do.
All right. Here's the ash. The
grind plate.
Plate.
Thank you.
Is yours?
No, that's just the one that was on there.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
It's not getting ground yet. It doesn't get ground yet.
Yeah, it doesn't get ground.
No grounding.
So we can answer your questions 1 through 6, right? While we have the plate.
That one's open.
Oh. Okay, I didn't see the ones that Bob had.
You took it.
What's that? The papers? Yeah, I did take them.
Oh.
I took them and gave them to Shallon.
Thank you.
How are you finding in these strains that you've done so far the crystal factor?
Oh,
the first one was nice inside.
There's been crystals on them.
Oh, nice.
But there's no what I've noticed is There was
flat.
no powder.
No.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
you catch it in the sun, you can really see it.
Can you see the crystal in the sun?
It's really purple.
Really, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Nice. I can see the purple from here.
Oh, wow. Well, fuck, you're 13 hours away.
It's the mushrooms.
Oh, look at that.
No, I could really see that it was purple when he was holding it up in the sun. I could see it purple.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think it's visually appealing.
Karma cup.
Yes, visually appealing. Okay, that means that has to go. Oh, yeah, it has to go around.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We're judging the Karma Cup. It's the 11th
I'm
season
making a
here in
guess.
Canada.
That one. Black Domino. What is it?
I'm going to run a promo here, Al.
All right, go ahead as we keep judging here at the.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
And we are back.
All right, we're testing this indica. Everybody's got a good. They're liking it. Yeah. Moistures. Yeah.
So you.
Yeah, this is
Overall
this is
visual
smelling
appeal?
good. This is I'm.
Which one's this, Al?
This is
that what you're
this
on
is
now?
sample number
Yeah.
3.
I'm just gonna crack the bud to feel the.
I can do that. I will do number 3 of the indica.
No,
or the sativa.
Correct. Yeah, what did you get? Like how? That's what I'm trying to get from you earlier. What are your results for sativa number 3?
Well, I'm going to roll this, what I have left of it, and plus with my notes.
Overall visual. I like the look.
Yeah.
There you go. So 1 through 9.
Okay, let's get it rolled.
All right, gone around twice.
That's 13. No, that's 1. Okay. Oh.
I didn't see any physical contaminants. Did anybody else? See
No,
any?
I'm not seeing any, but
nothing. Okay.
But remind me next time. I'll definitely bring us some loops. I think.
Oh yeah.
Because you're not gonna see.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the next one. Translate. Does the aroma translate to taste? Taste.
moisture.
I really.
Number 2
taste
is moisture.
important to me.
Yeah, I was gonna mark that.
You know, like you can.
The taste is important to me, but the smell, I mean, I love the smell, but the smell not so
Yeah, I
much.
like the smell too, but the smell doesn't always translate to taste.
No.
Aroma
No.
pleasant.
Yeah, that's what I've found over the years.
Ice feedback.
Stickiness to touch.
Yeah.
Stickiness to touch. Does it feel sticky?
Yeah. Okay, so we're into the grinding phase.
Question
Now,
6: physical contaminants.
Shallon's gonna grind it up.
No,
He's gonna
so,
let us
yeah,
know
no. Yeah, what you got? Yeah.
how it is, whether it feels really moist or
And
dry.
we're about
or-
to smoke it for the next year.
Is there any lumber in it? No lumber. No lumber. Good to put that in the comments. Saying.
Don't make those comments too long. I can't remember them. How are you making out?
Pretty cute.
You sure are.
Okay.
Yeah, not too much at all for stock.
You know, I'm so used to cooking burgers and hot dogs. You know, maybe next time I do one of these, I'll just do a sub thing.
pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You can just go and grab them.
You know, you're stuffy for 'em.
No, I'm gonna keep. We'll keep doing this.
Ooh, that fluffed out decent, eh? Yeah, that's a good fluff.
Probably when we start that, I'll get Al to run a video that's a little longer. Huh?
What's that?
Yeah. When I go to start up the barbecue, I'll get you to run a video. One of the other videos that are on there.
Yeah. They're only a couple of minutes though, so I can run a couple.
Correct. That's yeah. Or I'll just go do it. Yeah.
Well, there's one here that's 4 minutes.
We're gonna keep judging while I'm cooking.
We'll figure it out.
Oh yeah.
I can really
Yeah. You know, by the seat of your pants, right?
Always.
Always.
But I smelled that first.
And okay, now Shalyn, how was it? Fluffy?
Yeah, it fluffed out pretty good.
Yeah.
Not overly dry.
Not overly dry. Moisture was good
wet.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, no complaints.
No
there.
problem. By the looks of it, you're gonna roll 2 joints.
At least.
Do we want to speed this up? You want to help her, Deb?
Yeah.
So if we guess the strain, like after all this is done and over
Right.
down the road, when do they release the results? Do we get
Yeah,
to find
yeah.
out if
The
we guess
results
the
will
right
be
strain?
released on what the.
Oh, you mean if you were right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm
you
sure
can
they
go
do.
back. Once things are submitted, you can go back and edit them. Last year, you
Until
couldn't-
what
you
date?
Couldn't.
Until the
last
end.
year I wanted to go back in and see how I judged on things. And that's why I had leftovers out of each strain, so I could go back, double check what I saw, and say, okay, well maybe I'll go to the store and buy that. Now that is finished first or whatever.
okay,
right?
And the one thing that is different on the website this year is you can see, you'll probably be able to see your results this year, next year, although you can't see last year's results. I don't see them here.
Yeah, it is. It's a different.
Oh, I was going to keep track every year.
That's
three out of that
could
one.
be. Yeah, yeah.
Could be. Yep.
Yeah.
Don't know. We'll
Okay,
find
we got
out.
the joints coming,
Can't tell you
and
that.
no problem rolling
Too
joints.
early.
All right. Okay, now we're going to be checking the ash. We want to know about.
Would you call me?
Yeah. Says the taste translate or the aroma translate into the taste. Your smoking experience. Keep an eye
Yeah,
on
no, that very rarely happens.
So we're just dumping it in.
Oh yes.
Numbers. Yeah.
You know, we can't.
Enough for a third joint.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 joints.
Wow.
Yeah, I put fluff nicely and put a 9 in brackets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask what papers you're using, Al?
Because they
And which ones? The greens?
blue.
I don't like the blue. I like the green.
I like the blues.
I like blues too.
The blues are good for slickers.
Yeah. I like the reds and the blues.
The red's too thick. I went.
My joints, so the full paper is better.
I splurged this month and I got some regular Ziggy Whites.
Yeah, that has some bite.
I can't pay $3.75 a pack of papers. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I mean, technically, you're paying for them anyways, buddy.
I've been using Gazay for years.
Yes, I have too.
And we met Kirk at the Karma Cup.
Oh, years ago. Yeah. And he's
ago.
not even with Gazay anymore.
Correct. And ever since then, I've been smoking Gazay, and the Chemical Lifestyle Shop keeps me in stock.
We have.
He
we
keeps.
probably have.
Kurt sent me a whole crap load of stuff before I moved, so I still have a lot of reds and blues left. But you can't. I've tried to get Gazay into the store here in town, into my cannabis, but not yet. Although I have been successful in getting Shatterizer products in there and Canadian lumber.
Just look at it.
I have a minimal of 10 customers that buy these Gazays by the box load.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know. I love them.
Yeah,
I'm
I love them. I wish Kurt still worked there because
Oh,
now I have to pay for them.
Yes. Having the word.
So what's
sump.
everybody thinking of so far of,
This-
of
Well, let's just say, I think this round
Okay.
we would hear. Oh,
So you're on
it's
8
gone?
already?
Oh,
Where
have
you
we
at?
got any more?
No. You're on question 9?
it's
Okay,
it's
Ash,
not
color,
the
and structure.
70s, Al.
Ash. It's,
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
it's really, really light. That ash, you look at that ash?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's great.
it's clean.
It's clean. It's clean.
Effects.
Now, okay, so here's a discussion while we're all trying these strains. As far as judging goes,
effects experience.
how effective
Yeah,
are we being doing one strain after another as opposed
Well, it's
to
not asking us how stoned we are.
You know,
Yeah.
that's what I
Effect,
did.
I guess the effect does.
For the effects and experience not pleasant or very pleasant, Bob says he doesn't know which one's hitting him right now.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point. Yep. My answer would have been
11 overall enjoyment.
Okay. Now don't forget, you can always go back and edit it.
And would you buy this
things
product?
too?
12 is what would you buy this product?
You haven't even offered me a glass of water or anything, Al.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you
That's
want?
okay. I went to the fridge and
I
got some
water.
No, that's too small. I burned my fingers.
Yeah, don't forget, guys. There's water, iced tea,
These things.
some
I have
pop,
water and tea.
some pop from Legacy 420.
Oh,
I like the black cherry.
What's the milligrams on that one? 60. What was the other one?
30.
30. $2. $2 for that.
I need some black.
so what are we on now, Al?
We are. Everybody
Three.
is done judging. We're gonna move on to number 4. We still got a joint going here though. From number 3. Okay.
This is what I'm working on, and my notes here from the first time I tried it: 2-hour buzz.
It doesn't seem to ask us about the burn either.
I can still taste it.
Like
Yeah,
it burns
I
nice
can-
and even.
Yeah.
I can taste it too.
Yeah.
Tastes good.
Okay.
Go to the store.
Is that number 4?
No, that's number 3.
Oh.
We're almost halfway done.
Yeah, we're about to start for it.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.